92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Good Monday morning. 10. I'm Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast today, tomorrow, Wednesday. Pendergast is out all week, but Seth Payne is here. And Seth, I don't know if you had a chance to watch a lot of baseball this weekend, but holy smokes, man. The Astros are crushing it. The Rockets just a few days away from, or a few days off of shaking up the NBA world and getting Kevin Durant. Like, it is a very, very fun time in the city of Houston right now. Very, very fun time.
Yeah, I did it perfectly. I didn't get to catch much of Saturday's game. I saw Lance.
Seth, you're on the wrong mic.
I thought, dang it.
Oh, you sound. Seth sounds funny. He's talking into a dead mic.
Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine, Sean.
There you go.
Just picking which microphone to speak into. Everything else will go.
Now you know what's funny is I thought it was my headphones.
I listen. Yeah, no. It's all me. I did it perfectly because on Saturday I really only got to watch the first inning of the Astros game, and hey, Lance, this is what Lance does. Lance always has these games where he looks awful in the first inning, and then he gets it back together. Certainly, he won't allow 7 runs in 1/3 of an inning later in the game, and yet he did.
Yeah,
but that's the only blemish.
I kind of put it on myself.
Otherwise, brilliant.
I put it on myself because I was talking Friday about, look, it's been 2 or 3 starts that Lance missed, with the foot sprain, and it felt like it might be back to square one because Lance was starting to round into form, and he's a guy stage with him already kind of having to reinvent his reinvention of himself as a pitcher. It's going to take him a little bit to kind of get back on track again.
Yeah, and I don't know. He had that one really, as he pointed out, the NL Central is basically owned Lance. Because he had that May 10th start where he just got crushed, 7 runs in 1/3 of an inning. And then over the next 5 outings, he had a 3.20 ERA before he had the freak weight room injury. Yeah. And you see, okay, there he's obviously struggling to command his slider. What is he? And right now, can I put Lance in a category above Colton Gordon or Brandon Walter or any of these other guys? I'm not so sure. I think it's just one of those great mysteries that's going to unfold over the second half of the season.
Well, in a results-oriented business, and with the way that the Astros have gotten surprisingly really good results from a couple of those guys you mentioned, and Brandon Walter, Colton Gordon, Ryan Gusto, who ended up coming in and pitching 3 innings in the McCullers game the other day. In large, outside of a couple of hiccups and a bump in the road here and there, I think Gordon and Walter both had one of those against the Angels, last week or a week and a half ago. It's been really good. I don't know that you can put Lance McCullers up, as a 3 right now. Somebody that you can hang your hat on and trust to be, he's going to get you into the 6th. It'll be fine. A chance to win because Gusto and Walter and even George Costanza, a.k.a. Jason Alexander, that one time pitched really well and gave your ball club a really good chance to win.
Yeah, and with this team, because the bullpen is so good and because they're able to get 5 or 6 innings out of just seemingly any pitcher who actually has a pulse, that we're halfway through the season. The Astros have been the best team in the month of June in the majors. They came off these 2 series. If you had asked me beforehand, I kind of jokingly last week was saying that my standard for the Cubs series was going to have to be that Kyle Tucker went 0 and Cam Smith and Paredes combined for 7 home runs. Cam did his part, but obviously I was joking on all of that. If you go against 2 of the best teams in the league in a 6-game series in 6 games and you go 5-1, and one of those And one of those losses you can pretty much just pin right on Lance McCullers alone.
Yeah.
That I've run out of reasons to stop getting irrationally exuberant about this baseball team. Like any cliche you want to throw at the book, they just know how to win. They've got the it factor, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
It's gritty and it's ugly, but they flat out figure it out. This last couple of series, and now what is it? How many is this now that they've gone without losing? Is it 11 series now?
Well,
I've lost count. We're up in the double digits.
It's 3 straight series that they've won, and in the last 11 series, I think they've split 2 of them.
Right.
And so
they haven't lost one. They've either won or tied all of them.
Yeah, I think they're like 9-0-2 their last 11 series, something like that. It's wild, man. And that's what you talk about. Going into each one of these, whether it's against the Cubs, Phillies, or even the A's, like, hey, just win the series. You know, if it's a 3-gamer, 2-1, you expect that over the A's. You didn't expect that, against the Cubs and the Phillies over the course of the last week with all of the pitching injuries, and those are 2 of the very best that not only just Major League Baseball, but particularly the National League, has to offer. And the Phillies had come in playing some really great baseball. I think they'd won 9 of 11 or 9 of 12, something like that, when they came into Daikin. And they just hit the buzzsaw that is Astro pitching. It was phenomenal. And then yesterday, Framber, I was at the game yesterday, and watching Framber and flat out just watching this team on TV versus being there, especially with a guy like Framber, who at times yesterday, Seth, was just unbelievable. Like the dominance, to see that in person and to feel that vibe, it was pretty dang incredible. Framber went 6 innings yesterday, 5 hits, 2 walks, and 6 Ks. I thought he was going to go the distance at one point. Had a little laborious last couple of innings, but it was tremendous.
Were you nervous at all when his gold chain malfunctioned yet again? That gold chain's been giving him so many issues this year.
I couldn't figure
out.
out.
Where a bat boy had to go out and get the gold chain off the mound for him.
I couldn't figure out what
I always
was
worry
going on.
Is this going to be the thing that sets him off and spirals him into some kind of funk or something? Young Framber would have freaked the hell out about all of that. And now it's no big deal. No obstacle will stray him from his course.
My wife said, "What's going on? What are they doing? It's early for that." And I thought, "Oh boy, like they saw something. They're going to go check his glove. They're going to go check something on his arm. Oh no, he has to get the sticky stuff or something shiny on him." And I thought one of the groundskeepers had just left like a tool, out there just wedged between the 2 rosin bags, for like the sprinkler head or something like that. And it's like, oh, they got to go get that off the field, no problem. I didn't know it was his chain. It's like, come on, Framber, get it together, man. What are we doing?
He had a game a couple of weeks ago where they showed a montage before the game began of all the various different guys that were trying to figure out the hook on Framber's gold chain. And I think Perez Chica ended up being the one who figured it out. But it was a committee event, like Lance McCullers was working on it at one point. They had all these different guys just trying to get Framber's chain ready before he went out there.
Yeah.
These are the kinds of things that on a bad baseball team you would be looking at and you would be irate about it. You're like, this is the kind of crap these spoiled professional athletes care about, and this is why they suck. And yet, when you do it well, it's the Club Astros dynamic.
Yeah.
Club Astros, before the Astros got good again, you're like, oh, these kids, they just don't get it. And then after they start winning, Club Astros is the essence of this Astros.
You were talking about Lance McCullers. Do you remember him a few years back? I think it was Lance McCullers. He had like this black diamond necklace that had just like come unclasped or something.
It was in the playoffs.
Was it in the playoffs? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like, in all just the necklace broke, and they were all over there picking up like these black diamonds on the mound, trying to get as many as they could.
I want to say it was in the Yankees in the ALCS in 2017.
Yeah.
It was like 22 diamonds were sprinkled about the mound.
I remember that always reminded me, when I see these jewelry malfunctions. When Michael Bourne was playing center field way back in the day with the Astros, and I was covering this team every night, we were in the clubhouse, And Michael Bourne, it's one of those lazy midweek games, and we're just kind of waiting for a player to come out and make themselves available so we can talk to them. And that was back in the day where you can kind of go locker to locker after the game. They didn't just bring them to you. And Bourne just is pacing up and down the Astros clubhouse looking for some piece of jewelry. And we're all kind of wondering what's going on. And he stops the media, huddle that I was in, and he says, "Guys, can y'all help me look for my earring?" And we're like, "Yeah, sure." And he misplaced a large diamond earring. And so we're looking around. Nobody sees anything. And, a few minutes pass, and then it's kind of time to go back out. And I'm not going to lie to you. I was kind of hoping that I was going to get back up to the press box and, I had stepped up the earring and it was stuck to the bottom of my shoe or something that's got to be like a $5,000 to $10,000 piece stuck to the bottom of my shoe if that was the case. Was not the case.
Yeah, but then you got to enter the dark world of selling unregistered or whatever gem. I don't know how it works with gems. There's some way they can trace it back to you, man.
Yeah.
You got to do the right thing and be like, "Here, out of the goodness of my heart,
I would have walked my ass
found
back
your diamond
down.
And I'm giving it to you."
And I would have given it back.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
I'm taking that walk.
It's like when you find a kilo of Coke. Yeah, you find that kilo of Coke, you're like, no, this is more headaches than crap.
Exactly.
What am I going to do, move this?
Yeah.
I'm going to show up with an Uzi strapped to my back in some warehouse somewhere? Yeah.
Find a brick of cocaine on the beach, when you're fishing. It's like, what am I going to do with this? We all like to fantasize about what we think we would do with it, but yeah, it's going to be one of those. That happened to Mark Brunell when he was walking with his daughters on the beach. He had a house at the beach there in Jacksonville, and they're walking along the beach and came across 4 bales of marijuana. Stop right now.
Yeah. And Mark's not one to do anything nefarious with that. He called the cops, and there they were. Just 4 big bales of marijuana on the beach.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast today. So check this out. Seth, Fromber, in his last 10 starts, the Astros have won 10 times. He's now 9-4. He's got 8 of those decisions. A 2.72 ER was, again, like we'd said, really good yesterday. You mentioned the Astros being an MLB best, now 19-7 in the month of June. They're also an MLB best since May 1st, 34-20. This is a 50-win ball club that goes into their off day today with a 6.5 game lead over the Coffee Sippers. Are you ready to say the AL West is all but locked up for the Stros?
Yeah, I am. I've thrown all caution to the wind. I can't deny what I'm seeing in front of me continually. So that's you're gonna get nothing but irrational exuberance out of me. Damn the torpedoes. I don't care.
Coming up next, speaking of locked up, the Rockets locked up a big part of their future over the weekend. We'll talk about what that means, give you the details on Jabari Smith Jr. and his new deal with the Rockets. That's next. It's Sports Radio 610.
Hey, guys, I'm on vacation right now.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne here. Good morning, everybody. Hit us up, 713-572-4610 if you'd like to text the show, be a part of it, YouTube, Twitch as well. One of our first commenters on YouTube, Steven, says, well, we'll be listening to Astros talk for the next 4 hours. I know they're playing good, but this guy, I'm thinking I'm this guy, would only talk Astros if the Texans were getting ready for their first Super Bowl. That's not true. That's not true. We'll talk about the Texans getting ready for their first Super Bowl.
Wait, what did he say? We'd only talk what?
He says this guy would only talk Astros if the Texans were getting ready for their first Super Bowl. I said, okay.
Oh, that guy would. Yeah, no, okay. I was trying to figure out if this guy was you or me or whatever.
I'm that guy.
Okay.
I'm definitely that guy.
You're that guy? Yeah.
According to Stephen James on the YouTube. We'll get back to Astros. We've got a lot more things to talk about besides the Astros. The Rockets staying very busy and in the news. Signing Jabari Smith to a 5-year, $122 million extension this weekend. Were you at all kind of shocked to see that contract, the extension with Jabari Smith? Were you anticipating something like that?
I wasn't. No, this wasn't the move I was anticipating. I think that it's it was a weird year for Jabari Smith when he went out with injury. Obviously, Amon Thompson and everybody else just you saw what the team could look like without him. But he's still there's this young core that you want to keep together. Well, also bring this is the next domino to fall in all of that, and that is just confirmation that the Rockets do genuinely feel that good about Jabari Smith.
Yeah, that's clear right now. 5 years, $122 million, and Smith, after averaging 12 points, 7 boards, and almost a block shot, while shooting nearly 36% from three this past regular season. We obviously know what kind of playoff series he had against the Warriors. Wish he would have shot more. Scored 7 points, 4 boards on 50% shooting, nearly 46% from three in the postseason. Further to kind of put this contract in perspective, people are going to look at Jabari Smith, 5 years, $122 million. Like, man, wow, it's crazy. Kevin Durant, eligible to sign a 2-year, $122 million extension with the Rockets at this point in time. That's for 2 years. Never mind the 5 years that Jabari Smith just got. This deal with Jabari and the one that they'd signed, Alpi to, that's going to look pretty dang good, down the road.
Yeah. No, and they've still got room to maneuver and go out and get a 3-and-D guy or whatever else they need to do. The Kevin Durant opens things up. I don't think there was anything. I feel like I see a lot of people, making these warnings or admonitions that, hey, like, they still have work to do, and it's not like all of a sudden you just win a champion. Gets any illusions about that. I think they very much are relying and depending on, obviously, their younger guys continuing to get better and take a step forward. It's not enough to just say, well, Kevin Durant comes in and now you've got a great defense and you can rebound like the Dickens, and now we'll open things up. There's still work to be done, and particularly just flat out like bringing one shooter on your team in Kevin Durant does make things open up and perhaps makes guys better shooters, but they still don't have enough genuine sharpshooters on the team to feel really good about just beating anybody and everybody no matter who you face in the playoffs.
Yeah, that 3-and-D guy, we'll talk a little bit more about some of their options later on, but one of their options, definite bias for me, Quentin Grimes, former Coug. Go Cougs. Saw the reports last night that he's looking for like $25 million per. I don't know if the Rockets are going to be in the neighborhood to give Quentin Grimes $25 million per, but we'll see. There's some options out there for the Rockets.
Just old dudes at this point. Give me old guys.
I don't want too many old guys, but I want some veteran.
I want all the old guys. Just nothing but old guys. I want the Miami Heat. With every aging, should have retired 2 years ago guy that can come in and give you 3 minutes and just nail a bunch of threes. Yeah.
Sign them all for $1 million. Yeah, just like the Miami Heat did outside of the big three. This did answer my what-if question that I had with Patrick Creighton the other day on our show, Area 45. If Jalen Green had played well against the Warriors, and it was really Draymond Green that got me thinking about this, because he did the Pivot podcast last week, and he was saying something to the effect like, if Jalen Green plays well, you could say they probably would have beaten us. And I thought, boy, if Jalen Green played well and they did beat the Warriors in that 7-game series, do you think we're sitting here today talking about Kevin Durant being a Houston Rocket? Or do you think the Rockets would have traded Jabari Smith instead of Jalen Green for KD?
It's a great question because it's not like you want to weigh you don't want to weigh one playoff performance that much over anything else. And I think a lot of remember when the one person asked Rafael Stone about the plus minuses with Jalen Green on the
Jackson
floor.
Gatlin, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It was Jackson Gatlin.
Mm-hmm.
And, Rafael Stone acted like, pshaw, those stats are meaningless. There was a lot that met the eyeball test to that as well. And I think that it's kind of a tricky hypothetical because for Jalen Green to have played well in that series versus the Warriors, he would have had to have been a different basketball player than he was. And you can make excuses up to a certain degree about, well, he's getting blitzed, he's getting double teamed, all those, right. But still, promising young players tend to still produce more than single-digit points on nights like that. It limits their production, but it doesn't turn them into shut them down. So, hypothetically, if Jalen Green played better in that series, it would have meant that Jalen Green was a different basketball player than what he was.
Yeah. Well, game 2, he was a different basketball player than what he was the rest of those games against the Warriors.
Yeah.
He'd come to play, and you knew that Jalen Green had that in him. And you know what Jabari Smith has in him? He's been a very consistent guy for the Rockets. KPRC's Ari Alexander actually caught up with Jabari Smith last week before the extension was signed and announced this past weekend. Here's Ari with Jabari talking about why he's already been back to the grind so soon.
Just the mindset, you know what I'm saying? I was very hungry. We didn't finish the season how we wanted to, so I was ready to get back in the gym and work on what I need to work on, you know what I'm saying? I want to have a big summer and come back next year looking like a whole different player, so that was the main reason behind that.
What do you like about what Aaron does?
It's just real technical, real attention to detail. Working on a lot of different things that I need to work on, so I just like how detailed it is and how down to the science it is. I like it.
So what can we expect? Because you said there's things you want to change. What can we expect next year out of you?
Just honestly, just a whole different confidence in my ball handling, confidence in me being able to create my own shot, and also just a up motor, stronger. You know what I'm saying? Just a whole different player. Honestly, I just want to change and just come back different.
The last one for you. You got your first taste of playoff basketball. What was it like just playing in that tough of a series, and what is that feeling that you?
It was super fun. It was just a great experience. Obviously, we didn't end how we wanted to. We felt like we were the better team, so I'm not going to use age as the excuse. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we could have done things better to win the series, but we're just ready to get back there. We know how hard it is to get back there. We know how hard it is to win a series. You know what I'm saying? So it's just ready to get back to that moment, and we'll be ready for it. So yeah, I'm excited.
So I thought those were kind of interesting comments, Seth, from Jabari. He says he wants to be a whole different player. Like, that's the goal this offseason, and he gave you some specifics: better ball handler, being able to create his own shot, play with a higher motor, more energy. That kind of sounds really good to me because in an offense last year that seemed very stagnant and, individual with some ISO. Now you infuse Kevin Durant here, who can score from all over the court. If Jabari can kind of be that guy and develop, a mid-range, work on more of an outside shot, and getting to the rack himself as well, that would behoove the Rockets for a much more exciting offense.
No, and I think that's honestly where some of the pressure goes back on Udoka, too. It's that Kevin Durant provides all these things in theory that he'll increase spacing, but people want to see more than just, now they can just keep playing iso ball, but they'll have more spacing to do it. Are you going to just see more structure and cohesion out of the offense? And that's where great, you've got Durant in the building. What do you do with it above and beyond just adding him to act offense in total, just to play offense the way you guys play defense, to where it feels like there's a frenzy of activity and motion and guys moving off the ball and everything else that you didn't really see that much of last year.
Yeah, and it's the lack of motion that I felt like drove a lot of people crazy. We'd seen that before, in the Harden era. There wasn't a lot of movement away from the basketball. It was a lot of ISO hero ball, and the Rockets, they didn't have that guy. They didn't have that prolific scorer, this this year, or in the Udoka era, to kind of be able to pull that off and do that. Now you infuse Kevin Durant, and you feel like, yeah, the Rockets can do that, but you're so young, you're so athletic, you're so talented in various different spots and positions with Amin and Şengün and Jabari. I think it's very interesting that the Rockets have decided to do what they've done this offseason in trading Jalen Green, and this is them seeing the forest, through the trees, so to speak, and we'll see. Time will only tell if they've ultimately made the right decision or not in investing in Jabari and not in Jalen, mixing in Kevin Durant and this window of a championship opportunity where they've both built and are ready maybe themselves to take that next step. And they got Kevin Durant to kind of help facilitate and promote that from being more realistic over the next 1 to 3 years. Jabari Smith, I don't know that a lot of people kind of saw, not just the contract, because this is very much about what they believe he still can do and what his ceiling is.
Yeah. Who are your most dispensable younger players right now? If you had a gun to your head, get rid of the 2 or 3 of the younger guys.
Cam Whitmore.
Who are you getting rid of?
Cam Whitmore is the easy number one for me, because a lot of teams like him, and there's a lot of reasons why you should like him. One of the reasons around here that we don't understand is why the Rockets don't necessarily like Cam Whitmore. Maybe we understand it from a Rocket perspective more than we do from Cam. PC and I were talking about this the other night on Area 45. You got a 20-year-old kid with all the talent in the world, and now they're adding Kevin Durant to the mix after being a 50-plus win basketball team this year, and pushing the Warriors, to the brink and almost exercising those demons that have plagued them forever in the postseason. Why wouldn't Cam just kind of, understand and accept, like, you know what? I'm going to accept whatever role Ime gives me in my developmental process here in the next year to 2 to 3 years, whatever it is, and go see if I can get us a championship and be a part of something great. I think it's just the headspace. I don't know that he's accepted that role. Maybe he will. Only time will tell.
Yeah, that's what you wonder from Cam Whitmore's perspective, and you can understand why a guy gets frustrated with the lack of playing time. I think there's almost that element of, if you can see the forest for the trees, going off and getting more minutes in on a worse instance isn't necessarily the best thing for you in the long term or the short term. And that if you can just if you can just be everything that the team wants you to be and accept it without ego or anything else, that you end up getting that James Harden effect of when he was in Oklahoma City. That, like, man, there's nothing like being one of the best reserves in the league on a good team, and the kind of shine that can give you and show that you can be part of that winning effort. He's 20 years old. It's the hardest thing about the NBA now is just how young these guys are, and you got to accept that, all right, no matter how much money guys are making or anything else, some of them still have some maturing to do. And how do you make that decision on a guy? Well, he's still, some guys do, like, pull their proverbial heads out of their asses or whatever it might be. There's not much time to wait on it.
Yeah, one of the texters said they did literally wait one playoff performance against one guy, talking about Jalen Green. It feels that way. It's maybe more of a collective. They gave the guy 4 years, and you have to have a rough timetable on players, obviously the team. And Kevin Durant had been in the mix and probably been at the forefront of their mind as a guy that they would have loved to have paired with Ime Udoka now. And when the opportunity presents itself, you remember this, when they signed Alpi and Jalen to those contract extensions before the season, the number one thing that we'd said, I think, collectively in regards to it's a very valuable contract. And it's the money that you signed him for at that point in time, and with the cap continuing to go up, probably at an average of a 10% rate over the course of the next, handful of years, probably beyond, maybe more, it's going to look like a really good deal. And it's the amount of money that's necessary to make a deal like Kevin Durant's possible, who's on the books for nearly $55 million this year. So it worked out beautifully. I would say so far so good for the Rockets. Coming up next, we've got headlines, top stories from over the weekend and some things to look forward to coming your way. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne here as well on Payne and Pendergast at Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, time for headlines. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne along as well. We'll start with the Astros. Big weekend for them. Taking care of business over the Phillies and the Cubs. 5-1 homestand. Pretty darn good work, and it was capped off yesterday, Seth, by a fantastic performance by Framber Valdez. It was Jose Altuve that provided the only runs for the Stros, a 2-run dinger in the middle portion of the game. Crawford box special, now just one hit shy, by the way, of tying Jeff Bagwell for the franchise record in hits, second all-time behind Craig Biggio.
I'll give Tyone, the pitcher there, a credit for just staying out there and seeing Altuve yet again after he'd pitched. He ran his pitch count up so high. Paredes basically single-handedly had run Tyone's pitch count up super high into the hundreds in that inning, and then he faces Altuve one more time to give up the most meaningful the scores of the day, obviously.
That was one of the most entertaining watching Isaac Paredes at bats. His first at bat against Jameson Taillon, he saw 12 pitches and singled. His next at bat, he saw 9 pitches and popped out. His next at bat, he saw 10 pitches from Taillon and flew out. It was just battling, and I noticed, we credit Paredes for having such a good eye. Taillon was in and around the strike zone, all day. He looked really good yesterday. I was very happy for him. He's been through a lot in his MLB career, but Paredes just was a free swinger yesterday. It was just, I was locked in on him. He was a lot of fun to watch.
He was fun to watch. Cam Smith, over those 6 games against these 2 really good teams in the Phillies and Cubs, hit 400. Came out with home runs in consecutive days versus his former ball club, the Cubs. And Kyle Tucker had some big hits in this game, in this series as well. But Cam Smith showing up in these last 2 series and showing up repeatedly in clutch moments over the last couple weeks. This is as much as I would have realistically hoped for to see out of Cam Smith in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
Just with these two series versus 2 really good baseball teams as the cherry on top. There's just zero part of me that worries about him shying away in a big moment in the playoffs or anything like that.
Yeah, more on Cam Smith later on in the show. Stros off today. They'll begin a 6-game road trip tomorrow in Colorado, then finish off with the Dodgers in L.A. Off the proverbial first half of the season, going into the All-Star break at home against the Guardians and Rangers. Gordon, Brown, and Walter, by the way, your starting rotation against the Colorado Rockies the next 3 days. Some other Astro news. This came down before the game yesterday. Yordan Alvarez and Chas McCormick headed off to West Palm Beach on Sunday to take live swings and at-bats in Florida against the group of pitchers who are rehabbing there. Well, 2 things. Who are the group of pitchers rehabbing there? Basically everybody that's hurt for the Astros at this point in time, which one is really good news. They're throwing baseballs, and they're going to be throwing baseballs to other major league hitters. That's Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, J.P. France, Spencer Arrighetti, yada, yada, yada. If I didn't... Oh, yeah, I didn't.
It's almost like it's a miniature little spring training they're having down there with actual major leaguers out there.
Yeah, well, it's funny because a year ago, Jose Abreu was in West Palm Beach, but he was not hitting baseballs off of other major league pitchers. He was hitting baseballs off of high A players that were destined for Asheville, maybe.
I thought at one point the next step was to send him off to one of the academies in Latin America or something. Let's see how he does versus 15-year-olds. Maybe we'll get him. If we can handle our 15-year-olds, we'll be golden.
Next up on headlines, we just mentioned Rockets and Jabari Smith agreeing to terms on a 5-year, $122 million extension this weekend. Other Rocket news: Houston has emerged as a viable landing spot, according to NBA insider Mark Stein, for Dorian Finney-Smith. Dorian Finney-Smith, 32 years old, one of those 6'7" wingmen, plays the 3, plays the 4. He declined his $15.4 million player option with the Lakers yesterday. there's solid 3-and-D guy in Dorian Finney-Smith, a pretty good three-point shooter for a career 36%. I think, Seth, he was coming off of a career high either this past season or the year before that at around 41%. So maybe a possible option for the Rockets.
Yeah, the Dorian Finney-Smith type, that type of move would be the kind that I was kind of hoping for if there was not going to be an Antetokounmpo or a Durant brought in, that at the very least that's what Rafael Stone was probably planning on getting, is guys that are just 3-and-D, can fill in the margins and help space things out for a team that really, really needs shooting. So this is I got my cake and I get to eat it too, presumably, as they make some of these moves on the margins.
Yeah, margins. Rockets doing a little contract gymnastics with Jock Landale. Both sides agreed to push back his salary guarantee date from yesterday to July 7th. So about a week. And at that time, Landale's $8 million salary is going to become guaranteed. Probably means something on the front burners cooking. We'll have to see if it's a Dorian Finney-Smith type signing or something like that for the Rockets to move some money back and then play around with it later on. We'll see.
It's been such a long weekend because of the two notable Astros series. But the number one, the Fred VanVleet extension was announced. Was that on Friday or was that earlier in the week last week?
Thursday or Friday, I want to say.
Yeah.
It's weird. I had a weird schedule last week, but yeah, it was late, mid-late last week.
I can't remember if Sean and I even really discussed it all that much because I know that it's hard to tell. It seems like pretty much it seems like 90% of Rockets fans are on board with pretty much everything they've done so far this offseason.
Yeah.
Except you can never tell. I can never tell. The 10% are so vocal, and the people that are like actually mad about Fred VanVleet taking a contract he did, which is a very, very affordable contract, and presumably for some of those people, they're mad because they would have preferred to get James Harden in here. At least that got snuffed out because James Harden re-signed with the Clippers. I can't imagine how Clippers fans feel about it because they've seen exactly what James Harden is in clutch moments in the playoffs now, but they signed up for more of it.
Yeah, you had the Pender poll that Sean Pendergast put out this weekend. Like, how many Rocket fans wanted James Harden back in a Houston Rocket uniform? I think the results ended up being like 86-14 or something like that. 86% being in favor of keeping Harden's ass out of Houston.
Do you want the Rockets to bring back James Harden? 87% voted no, 12% voted yes.
There you go. Enough said.
I don't know. That's a big. I honestly, I feel like a lot of people maybe. I mean, it's become alarming how James Harden falls apart at the end in crucial moments in playoff series. It's really, I feel bad for him, but I don't want to. That's his battle to wage. I don't want to bring that battle back into Houston for some kind of redemption that we don't need to try to be a witness to.
Yeah. One other NBA note over the weekend. No shocker. LeBron James opting into his $52.6 million player option, and doing so because he's very much taking into the Lakers' consideration of the future. So he decided to go ahead and lock up $53 million all to himself. That makes a lot of sense.
But this is where it gets so. I hate reading NBA articles anymore because I feel like Shams Charania just doesn't. Sometimes he needs to lay it out a little bit more clearly because the quotes from LeBron are. It's not what you would normally expect if you don't follow enough because he opts into his $52 million deal. And now he'll monitor and watch and see what they do to see if this is actually the place for him or not.
Yeah.
So so opting into the $52 million deal does nothing other than we're still in a holding pattern to see whether he forces his way out.
Hey, did you see the video that leaked this weekend? I don't know who was recording this, but LeBron James is in the background. It looked like he was at some kind of restaurant, and he's telling somebody that, Savannah, his wife, Savannah wants me to retire in the next year or so. That's what could be heard in the background. I thought that was kind of interesting. That leaked, and then there was some Rich Paul. There was some Rich Paul audio that leaked as well from him kind of manipulating, which we'll have for you later on. The Suns draft of taking Maluach, the Rockets pick at number 10 last week. That was kind of interesting. Rich Paul.
Yeah, that was no, and honestly, that's if it brought back memories of Tom Brady saying that Giselle wanted him to retire. So the only advice I could give to LeBron is do not let Savannah start taking jiu-jitsu lessons. Okay,
Yeah.
If you decide to keep playing, just don't just be careful. Be careful.
Yeah, Rich Paul, very busy weekend. Interesting, and then future divorce coming down the pipe for LeBron James. Coming up next, 7 o'clock hour. A key question still looms, unfortunately, after this Astros performance over the weekend. We'll get to that, and we'll also have Acknowledge Me, all coming up next at Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is just a month. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There we go. Nothing like a little System of a Down coming in at 7 o'clock in the morning. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne and Pendergast. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, man. 713-572-4610. You can text in. You can join the chat and Twitch and YouTube. We'll have Acknowledge Me coming up here in about 20 minutes or so. But I think there's a key question, Seth, that is still looming, maybe now more than ever, for the Astros after Lance McCullers' performance over the weekend. No, I'm not going to say, hey, doom and gloom, Lance is FUBAR again. We've been there, done that, and then he looked very much like he was starting to put things together before his foot sprain earlier this month. But I do have to say, 3 1/3 and 7 hits, 8 earned runs, 4 walks. I said it before he even went back out there. It's more likely than not Lance is going to be back closer to square one, at least in terms of our expectations for him going into this start against the Cubs, than not. And to me, it answered just one more question about the rotation for the Astros going forward behind Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown. And then that's, if the playoffs started tomorrow and you need 3 guys to pitch in a best-of-7 series, Seth, I don't know that Lance McCullers, you feel really good about him being your number 3 guy. I think that's a TBD so far.
Yeah, I mean, you look at him, he's got a 6.61 ERA, and a lot of that is because of 2 really, really bad performances versus the NL Central. And yet it's still in there, like an implosion to the degree of which you can't rely upon that. But I guess of the other young guys, we've seen really bad innings and outings, but on the sum total of things, I say other younger guys. I'm treating Lance like I am. I'm kind of throwing Lance in the same bucket as Colton Gordon or Ryan Gusto or some of these other less proven guys, and Brandon Walter certainly. I feel like at this point, if you had to start a playoff series today, those guys at least, I think, know who they are as pitchers. They're still trying to figure it out. But Lance is still in this process of just figuring out, who am I going to be this time around? What can I lean into? When can I trust my slider and all of that? And luckily, the playoffs don't start this week, but he's got half a season to figure it out. It's just these are meltdowns, and Lance is always in this game. He got himself out of trouble in the first inning, and we've seen this so many times from Lance. He has bad first innings, then he gets it all back together. He's just never really able to complete it. The biggest thing he had going for him, honestly, was that the sun was so bad there for a couple of innings, and that was giving him an advantage. And it feels like once the shadows righted themselves, then it was just back to guys. Once they could see the ball, they started crushing them.
Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. That's Seth Payne. Somebody texted in earlier about Lance McCullers and said they wouldn't be opposed to sending Lance to Sugar Land for a month. And that got me thinking, similarly to how they've handled and presumably again will handle your, like, with this hand injury or any injury, like they haven't sent him for rehab assignments. They get him his reps, in the cages and things like that, and he's going to come back up to the big ball club and just pick up right where he left off in terms of playing time. There's no reps against AA, AAA pitching or anything like that. For Lance McCullers, with his foot sprain, it was, okay, let's see if he's good to go. He wakes up healthy after doing some, fielding work. And as Spotted said, if he does that, he'll be good to go for Saturday. No minor league, never mind. He was still very much like on the tail end of this ramp-up process for having not pitched in the last 2+ years. What did he make, like 6 starts? And then he had the foot sprain, maybe 7 starts it was. I can't remember, but it seemed kind of unnecessary to bring Lance up, especially when you had Gusto and Gordon and Walter, and you had to make do, for a start before with A.J. Blueball and a Jason Alexander. It seemed like Astros could have made it a little bit longer, maybe another time or two through the rotation, and make sure Lance figures it out in the minors before he does in the majors.
Yeah, it's a weird. It was a weird situation because it wasn't the typical either elbow soreness or forearm tightness or anything else, and that like I'm guessing in their mind it was more important just to get him back out there and stay as much in timing and rhythm as possible.
Yeah,
because it wasn't anything having to do with pitching or his motion or anything else like that. I think it's come down to like, all right, they want to trust Lance. They want to see exactly how he's going to develop, and you can't treat him with kid gloves forever. I don't like if he has another stretch here of 5 or 6 games where he has a 3 ERA or so. Do they just start? Does it affect how you handle things at the trade deadline? You won't get 5 starts before the trade deadline.
Well, and that kind of brings me back to my main point is, with Lance McCullers, not just his performance, but if we're being honest on what we can really expect from this guy this season, don't the Astros need to go out ahead of the deadline and try to find this year's version of Yusei Kikuchi? Because we've talked to Bob Nightingale and Ben Verlander 2 out of the last 3 weeks, and I've asked them, PC's, very much lobbying for putting the feelers out there like, hey, the Astros need to trade for a pitcher, or what do you think, a left-handed bat? Which one? And both of those guys, when asked to pick one, they've sided with the pitcher because at some point in time, I feel like they're all comfortable, and maybe we should be a little bit more comfortable with it as well. When Yordan Alvarez comes back, you're anticipating this guy. If he's healthy, he's going to freaking hit. He's one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball. But when you're in a 7-game series, you need something more consistent behind Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown. Lance McCullers can't provide you that. I don't know that we should be expecting Luis Garcia back later this summer, or Christian Javier, and crush your fingers for those guys, that they're going to be able to offer you anything that makes you feel great about them getting into a 6th or 7th inning in a playoff game.
I look at the pipeline and just how it still needs to be stocked up so much more so, and I tend to look at one of those guys, either Javier Arrighetti, Garcia, probably not JP France, but still maybe JP France. And the combination of those guys plus some of the younger guys, the rookies and the less heralded guys that have had to start over the last month, that's your trade deadline acquisition. If Arrighetti, you went into this season expecting Arrighetti to be one of your guys, and it's a broken bone. If they're careful with it and he comes back, I know that the Astros don't have a great history with broken bones. They don't have a great history with Tommy Johns. They don't have a great history with guys coming back. But it feels like between Javier Arrighetti and Garcia, you'd have to think at least one of those guys is going to end up being a reliable starter and the better version of himself by the end of the year.
They don't have a great history of that stuff. You're right, because they haven't admitted right away that, hey, a guy's going to need Tommy John. No, he's got neck discomfort. And, oh, by the way, a few weeks later, he needs Tommy John. No, it's just a bruised shin. And then a few weeks later, no, it's actually broke. At least with Spencer Arrighetti, they'd said, right, it's a broken finger. Here's my question, though. Is it really a broken finger, or is it a broken hand? Because the dude's been out for a really long time. He's been out for a really long time. And I know it's his pitching hand and a finger. You need a heel to work on gripping things and, moving it around and throwing baseballs really hard. I get that, but it just feels like it's a little bit more than a broken finger at this point in time.
It feels like more than that. Jeremy Pena gets plunked in the ribs, and he goes out, and immediately everybody is on a panic level 10 because, all right, there's no part of the Astros saying that the ribs aren't broken by this point where people feel like, okay, we can trust your ability to read x-rays. So there's the two concerns on Jeremy Pena's front are, one, the bruised ribs, it's hopefully just simply a bruise. And then 2, obviously, that he went out and hired Scott Boras as his agent last week. Dana Brown had said on the pregame radio show, the team's pregame radio show, that he called Scott Boras right away after Jaylen Pena hired Boras as his agent. Brown said he told Boras that we're still interested in signing Jeremy long-term and we'll be in touch. Did that make you any more optimistic about Jeremy Pena actually sticking around here longer than the next couple years?
I mean, more optimistic? Yeah, slightly, maybe. Maybe it's more like a meh. And here's why, because Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, that just happened. And I was looking back at some old articles from Chandler Rome, other people covering, the Astros when Dana Brown first come in and talking about, like, these guys should be Astros for life. Who is he talking about? Alex Bregman. He was talking about Kyle Tucker. He's talking about Framber Valdez. These guys should be Astros for life. Jose Altuve, well, that's probably going to happen, right? But anybody else that is of age to where it makes sense for them to get a deal longer than 5 years, in this case, it would make sense for Jeremy Pena to get a deal for longer than 5 years. They're going to have to break contract protocol, their belief, their philosophy, in order for that to happen. And that's actually something that I wanted to talk about a little bit later on, and we will, because there's another name that I think we can throw into that scenario with the Astros. Tease, I think that's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But that's a great question.
Well,
I don't have a very confident answer for you because of track record.
When they've been able to pull off an extension, it tends to be a discount for the player. The player is taking less than what the free agency money is. Jordan is one of the best deals in baseball when he's healthy, obviously. Altuve has kind of worked with the team and definitely said, all right, I'm not going to try to get free agency money from the Astros a couple of times now. And now that Boras is his agent, even though Boras worked on those extensions with Altuve and with McCullers, I think that Pena has no reason to fear some kind of something that's going to drive down his value. He's set himself at a pretty high bar for what teams are probably going to pay, and that's where I don't see the Astros breaking the mold and giving like genuine free agency type money on an extension.
I hate to agree with you, but I do right now until proven otherwise. 713-572-4610.
Yeah. Especially because he's going to be in an age, he'll be 1 year younger than George Springer was when he became a free agent. And you could see George hasn't been the same guy in his 30s as, he's had some really good moments and some really good stretches, but he hasn't been the same guy in his 30s that he was in his 20s, obviously.
Yeah, no, you're right. And Pena's 27, going to be 28.
He'll be 30 when he's a free agent or when he runs out of arbitration.
Yeah, he's got 2 more years of arbitration. So you've got arb years you could buy out there. And the initial report, I think you mentioned this, but you mentioned him switching to Scott Boras. Well, switching to Scott Boras after the Chandler Rome / Ari Alexander reports last week of him in the Astros being very deep into conversations and actual numbers being thrown out. You remember, it took us forever to get actual numbers publicized by way of offer from Astros to Alex Bregman. And I don't know that we ever saw or heard numbers as it relates to Kyle Tucker. But we've got numbers in the early return for Jeremy Pena, 5 years and north of 105. Nightville told us last Friday that he heard it was 5 years, $100 million on the nose. So there's $20 million AAV right there. And Pena's like, sounds like I'm going to need a little bit more. Let me go give Scott a call.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Lindor's making $34 million a year. Correa's making $33 million a year. Seager's making $32 million a year. That's what the top shortstops are being paid. If I'm Pena, $20 million is. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot of money, but that's nowhere near the area that we're looking at.
But see, it's a very dangerous line, and I was adamant. When I first brought this up on Friday night show with Patrick, and I'd said, boy, that sure feels like a lowball offer to me, man. $20 million AAV. And I'd said that because I looked at the highest paid shortstops in Major League Baseball. 11 shortstops are inside the top 100 in terms of average annual value. The lowest one amongst those 11, Wander Franco, and he's going to jail for 2 years, was $16 million and change AAV. The guy before that, all 10 of those shortstops in the top 100 are making at least $23 million. So that AAV number didn't touch that. It's close, but no cigar. So Boris is going to be looking for that at the very minimum and probably a lot more.
Yeah, no, that's where, and if you get up to top 5, it's $25-26 million per year. So maybe they're not as far off. Depending on a contract. But I mean, like Pena at this point right now has got to be looking at, okay, there's potential for a 7-8 year deal out there with just a boat, whatever the AAV is, just a boatload more guaranteed money. I'm not optimistic right now that it's going to get done.
Yeah, we'll see though. Maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised. It can't stay the same the whole time, can it? Like forever. Like they're going to have to break mold at some point in time.
I think part of it is they trust their ability to develop prospects too. They've always been better than what Baseball America says the pipeline is. They've always just managed to, whether it's with their quote unquote old Latin American pitching prospects, because guys are the guys that didn't get signed until they were 19 or 20 years old, end up way overperforming whatever their grades are, or like Pena's a 3rd round pick and was just laying in wait for Carlos Correa to leave, and they felt really, really good about him. So I think they trust their ability to develop players enough that they don't feel the same frustration that we do as fans. I think they the Astros have gotten really, really good at emotionally detaching.
I agree, and that's not a bad place to be. But at some point in time, because you have done it before with Yordan Alvarez, and we'll see what happens in more of the Dana Brown era. But there is something to be said for they're really good, and even though maybe they didn't blossom until their 4th year in, there's nothing wrong with signing them. Dana Brown said in the very early stages of his taking the general manager job with the Astros that there is a place for longer term contracts. Maybe he didn't believe necessarily in the 10-year type deals, and so him and Jim Crane see that eye to eye, but there's a window between 5 and 10 years that maybe does make sense for particular players. I feel like now in Major League Baseball, because of a guy like Christian Walker, I get there's some inherent risk there for a late bloomer, who didn't get good at baseball until like the age of 30, and now he's 34, and like, hey, where's this guy? He fell off a cliff. Maybe you're guarding against that with Jeremy Pena, but to me it says a whole hell of a lot that you even got to discussions with Jeremy Pena at the age that he's at, with 2 ARB years left and a pretty solid offer, all things considered, in terms of you weighing the risk reward for a 28-year-old guy going forward.
Well, that's where, and Yordan got in his extension $19 million a year, and that's where if they'd gotten Pena before he started having this season, Pena might have seen some of I'll take financial security, man, that's a lot of money, and but now he's got the 2nd or 3rd highest WAR in baseball at any given time. He's third in the AL MVP odds. It's right this moment, but he's been a completely different guy than the guy that they maybe could have gotten at a discount at $19 million a year.
Yeah, he's been awesome. More on the Astros here in just a second. Acknowledge me. We've got a handful of individuals from over the weekend that we have to acknowledge, and we've mentioned some so far. Seth, I put together this list. If you want to throw in somebody else that you feel like deserves our acknowledgments, feel free, sir. You can go right ahead.
I reviewed your list, and it's a really good list. So I don't think I have anything to add unless we get to the end, and we've already and we've got time to kill.
In no particular
one entertainer I need to acknowledge.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll do that. I was going to say in no particular order. Cam Smith was the first guy that I thought of when I was putting this list together. 2 home runs, and you mentioned the clutch factor from Cam Smith. 2 home runs in this Cubs series. What he's been doing over the course of the last 10 games, 15 games, you go back to about 40 games now, Seth. This guy is not playing checkers anymore. He's playing chess. No stage, no moment within a game, high leverage. It doesn't mean anything. This guy loves to help this ball club succeed in big moments. He plays with that fire, that passion that Jeremy Pena plays with, and we've seen it from Cam day one.
No, and he ended up in 400 over the course of these last 2 series versus the Phillies and the Cubs. So 2 of the best teams in the league. And until yesterday, he had a hit in every single one of those first 5 games of the 6-game series, or the combined series. And I think to go out and watch him hit home runs in consecutive nights versus the team that traded him away, that's exactly the kind of pettiness that I encourage in athletes. There's probably no actual ill will or anything, but you still want to stick it to the team that just said, we got no use for you. We need to bring in Kyle Tucker and really bring in a real ball player to try to make a push to win the World Series. No, good job, Cam. Doing it versus the Phillies was nice, but doing it versus the Cubs especially was really, really good.
Anytime you can do that against a more higher profile team, especially the organization that you made dealings with this past offseason for, like that's huge. People are going to start to take notice, and when somebody says, hey, nobody's talking about this guy, usually pretty soon thereafter, everybody's going to be talking about this guy, especially when that person's like a Ben Verlander, right? And Ben Verlander on his Flippin' Bats pod last week had said, dude, people are sleeping on this guy, Cam Smith. Like, look at what he's doing and how he's doing it, and now he could say who he's doing it against. Anytime you can do that against your former team that kind of said, you know what, we're good. We're going to go ahead and roll the dice on a guy that we probably can't afford to trade for and sign to a long-term extension. Now could make a man somewhere between $500 and $600 million at season's end. That's a pretty cool feeling for Cam Smith to be able to do that.
He's tied for 7th in AL Rookie of the Year odds right now. He's at 50-1.
Yeah,
which I would amongst position non-pitchers, he's got the highest WAR of rookies in the AL. So that's an interesting one right there. If I were a gambling man, I might just monitor that a little bit.
Yeah, sprinkle. Put a little sprinkle on there. Drop a hundo or a couple hundo on that and see what happens. Let it ride. Next guy, Brian Abreu.
Acknowledge me.
Got to acknowledge Brian Abreu. One of the most dominant 2-inning relief appearances I think you'll see from Brian Abreu was yesterday. Struck out Cubs hitters, the 9-1-3-4 guys in a span of 2 innings. Included 2 pop-outs to Michael Busch and Kyle Tucker. He was absolutely filthy. Brian Abreu, watching that in person, I don't know that I've ever seen him look as electric as I did yesterday.
Yeah. Was that where were you sitting in the ballpark?
Oh, man, I love these seats. It was section 324 between home and first base. It was a great vantage point. It was kind of like terrace deck. So one level just above the suite section, and we had first row seats. It was fantastic.
So you can sit there and watch the drop on his slider and everything, and get a feel for what it's like to try to hit Brian Abreu when he's looking like that.
The only thing, the best seats in that house for me, it's subjective, personal preference. Same vantage point, but maybe what is it called? Club level. If you're on the club level, to me, those are perfect.
So he's stranded 11 of the last 12 runners he's inherited, and has just looked unhittable at points over these last few games. And then I we acknowledge Hader already, right? Did we?
No, I was saving Hader, but he's definitely on the list.
Okay, we'll save Hader. Okay. I think the bullpen in general, and just despite hiccups here and there, it's like this is what you have to ride into the Astros, if they win a World Series this year, it's going to be with some of the most agonizingly small margins in a series against good teams. I don't like if the Astros are going to win a World Series this year. It's not going to be because they scored 22 runs against the Dodgers or like any of those performances of the past.
Feels that way.
You're gonna have some super clutch, intense moments that last like the final 4 innings of just maintaining a 1-run lead, and that's what I'm bracing myself for.
Well, and we're going to get to the point to where we're going to ask that question ad nauseum. How sustainable is this? You know, the way that this club hits.
Oh, I'm done asking it. It's sustainable. I've seen it long enough now that I feel like it's sustainable. Give me 5 good innings out of some starting pitcher I've barely heard of, and release the pen onto them, and just hope for 1 or 2 clutch runs here or there. All you need is Paredes to come through with a guy on base, or Cam Smith to hit a home run, or whatever it might be. That's what this team is.
All right, let's get to Josh Hader. Josh Hader.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge that guy, man. Stand up and acknowledge Josh Hader. Franchise leader now for the most consecutive saves to start a season. The number's at 23. Broke Dave Smith's record of 21 straight on Friday night. He, too, was really freaking good yesterday once again, Seth.
Yeah. Josh Hader is obviously... there's not really any irony or anything because this is a stretch that he's just continued. But having Ryan Presley back in the house, and Ryan Presley and Kyle Tucker, mini acknowledgments, just because I thought the fans did a great job of showing those guys some appreciation. Those guys, showed it back. Great, that's all well and good.
Yeah.
But the awkwardness or uncomfortable nature of last year, where Presley's getting demoted for Hader, and then Hader's not pitching as well as he should have or could have. Like, all of that's just it's so far in the rearview mirror now that I'm just glad to be done with it.
You know, I have not taught my boy, at least on purpose. You know, he's learned, I guess, kind of from observances, but he gets it, man. You know, he's 5 years old. He was applauding, and he loves Kyle Tucker, has the bobblehead and a shirt and all this stuff. And so... Bad second, first at bat yesterday. Yeah, Tucker, go Tucker, yeah. Later on, when he came up, I think again in the 3rd inning or whatever it was, 3rd or 4th inning, my boy, boo! And I'm like, no, don't boo Tucker. He's like, hey, I'm going to give you your love the first at bat, but after that, gloves are off, dude. You're a Cub.
I like him. Yeah, that's the right kind of killer mindset that we need, Sean. He's going to overcome your softness.
I was like, I said, don't boo Tuck, man. Don't boo Tuck. I mean, it's okay. You know, just give him the ball. Same thing with Presley. You know, it's like, yeah, Presley, let's go. And then 5 pitches in, he's like, boo. Like, stop, bro. Stop. You're good. Let's acknowledge Rafael Stone.
Acknowledge me.
Rockets general manager Rafael Stone. Here's the offseason this dude has put together so far. And let's go Rafael Stone / Ime Udoka if we're being real about it, Seth. But they've re-signed Steven Adams on a 3-year, $39 million contract. Udoka got a long-term extension that makes him one of the highest-paid coaches in the NBA going forward. They traded Green, Brooks, the 10th pick, 5 second-round picks for Kevin Durant. Nobody thought that was going to happen for that. You thought it was going to take a little bit more. They signed Fred VanVleet to a 2-year, $50 million deal. I think that raised some eyebrows because of a guy that had an option of nearly $45 million coming into this next season. You get him for 2 years, $50 million, a 1+1 essentially. And then they extend Jabari Smith Jr. 5-year $1 million contract. And, oh, by the way, Jayshawn Tate, Aaron Holiday, Jeff Green also going to be retained this offseason. Tari Eason eligible for an extension as well. And who's that 3-and-D guy or guys the Rockets could still get? We're still going to be watching that. But Rafael Stone / Ime Udoka, this front office has done a tremendous job so far for Houston.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest thing about the way the offseason's been handled that I've liked is that you can see with their actions, guys like Fred VanVleet voting on the Rockets, voting for the Rockets. Fred VanVleet just willingly has his option pushed back, where he could have just tested free agency as early as possible, but he agreed to work with the team to give them some of that time and latitude to get all of their ducks in a row. And on the margins, they're not as big a deal, but still the re-signing of Steven Adams, obviously. He might have had choices, but he wants to come back here. I think probably Van Vliet and Adams probably both knew about potentially Durant being a thing. And I even going to Jock Landale, delaying his option. There's a whichever 3-and-D type guys they end up going after, I do think that they've now kind of vaulted themselves into that spot where older veteran players that have a decision to make it's reasonable to expect some guys might be willing to take a little bit of a discount, or to just be the guy that can help round out the rough edges. The pull of Kevin Durant, and whether he's involved with it personally or not, that's a testament to, okay, players trust this organization. And that's a bad, it's tough when you're an organization that players don't feel like they can really trust. There's a lot of other teams where Fred Van Vliet might not have so willingly pushed his option back, because some teams will say, "Oh, don't worry, we'll take care of you," and then they never take care of you. I think the Rockets have established that players can have an open dialogue with them.
100%. Great points there. I told PC the other day that Rafael Stone in particular has gone from hated to appreciated personally for me. And I think, speaking a large majority of the Rocket fan base from those days of the exodus of James Harden and Rafael Stone, kind of maybe undermined the reports, at least, of him undermining Stephen Silas when he was coach, and the development of the team then, people thought it should be happening a lot faster than it was. What it is now, it seems like it's very much worth it.
That part, and I would go back to, pre-Rafael Stone, but when Chris Paul came into the organization, and we got the sense that there was a wink that he was going to get a new deal, and that basically the team would have had good reasons to maybe not follow through with that when it came time to do it. Mm-hmm. But that's how you end up getting a bad reputation as a team, is if you try to pull off maneuvers like that and then you don't follow through, that players won't trust you and they won't work with you on that type of opposite. That would be the Bengals in the NFL. Nobody trusts nobody. That's why I get frustrated with Trey Hendrickson. Like when he believed the Bengals when they said they were going to take care of him. Like, that's on you, man. You can't trust that organization. Yeah. So you get a lot of extra power and maneuverability when you can talk to your veteran players and work things out with them, and they feel like, okay, this guy's not going to screw me.
All right, talking about football and trustworthiness, right? We've got time for this one. You found Jacob Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Acknowledge me.
Jacob Johnson. Stand up and acknowledge this guy.
It's Jakob Johnson.
Jakob.
It's Jakob. He's one of the guys competing for the starting fullback job with the Texans. But it's him and British Brooks right now. It's intriguing. Mm-hmm. But Jakob, this was him telling a story about when he was with the Patriots and he got injured, how Tom Brady basically, with the power of his charisma, made sure that he stayed in the game.
So when you first came to the NFL back in 2019, you came to the New England Patriots. With that being said, what's your best Tom Brady story?
Oh, man, probably in 2019, week 6, we're at the goal line. First play, run the fullback lead, and I hit the linebacker low. He hits my back somehow, and my shoulder's hurting, right? I can't move my arm. Thinking I might go to the sideline, and then Brady looks at me, he's like, yeah, you okay, baby? You know what I mean? I'm like, Tom Brady asking me, so I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I get back up. I'm like toughing it out. Next play, we run like a quarterback sneak. Now my shoulder is really like just dangling there, like my arm is just hanging down, and then long story short, after the game, I get a X-ray and I broke my shoulder blade. Oh I was like, I can always say I toughed out a broken shoulder blade because Tom Brady smiled at me.
There we go. Yeah.
Hey, listen, if Tom Brady asks you to get on up and get the score, then that's what you do.
That's awesome.
I like that story from Jakob.
Hey, but you saw the video that accompanied his comments? They showed the play that he was describing there, the quarterback sneak afterwards, where he lowers his shoulder into contact like broken shoulder. He knows he's jacked up, and he still went down with the shoulder and threw a block.
And I'm sure that story obviously, was probably relayed around the Texans' office at some point there when they brought him in. I think that the toughness part of it and guys' willingness to play through injury, it's probably one of the kind of under-discussed elements of really, really good teams is that there are some teams that are still pretty old school in the culture, that guys are going to play through injuries. They're not just making business decisions every single week. But it's hard to figure out exactly how you create a culture like that other than just you got to get a lot of guys on your team that are willing to be like that. I was watching Aaron Glenn's one of his press conferences this weekend from mini camps, and it was interesting how often he talked about just toughness, like how they're looking for tough guys. And he brought up Ronnie Lott, because he had played with Ronnie Lott for a season or two when he was a young player.
Yeah.
And just how that's always been the embodiment of the type of guys that are willing to sacrifice that way. And I think the Texans are closer to being that type of team where guys just have a reputation for playing through anything and everything. But it takes a lot. You gotta, it's a lot of things that don't show up on the scouting report necessarily.
Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Let's keep it with Texans. Unfinished business for them. We will explain next at Sports Radio 610.
What a massive move by flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani. Seth Payne here, taking you up till 10 o'clock. Hit us up, 713-572-4610 if you'd like to text in. You can hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. Join the chats, watch the show there as well. Seth, a little piece of unfinished business you wanted to get to here in regards to the Texans, right?
This is an interesting one just because people keep asking me, or they were for a couple weeks, hey, when's Ariante Ursary, the second-round pick of the Texans, the offensive tackle, going to sign? And I didn't really think too much of it because that's it's not really a story anymore that somebody's not signed their deal until right up towards training camp because there's everything falls into place. The second round is interesting because only 2 picks in the second round, as of Saturday morning at least. I haven't double-checked this morning. Only 2 second-round picks have signed. One of them is Jayden Higgins, and the other is Schlesinger, the guy that was drafted just ahead of Jayden Higgins. And really, you could point the finger right at the Houston Texans for this scenario because Caserio fully guaranteed Jayden Higgins' contract for the first time in NFL history. The Browns, who had the first pick in the second round, said, all right, well, we'll give Schlesinger a fully guaranteed contract as well. And now everybody in the second round is kind of waiting to see what happens and whether some of these higher picks in the second round get a fully guaranteed contract or what have you. So the Texans haven't signed Ariante Ursary. And if they don't before training camp, you can blame the Texans, I guess, for that. I don't think that this is a surprise to Nick Caserio. I'm guessing that when he gave Higgins that contract, people like other teams might be PO'd a little bit, and because now they're in a position where their draft picks are going to be asking for it. But that's where we sit with the Ariante Ursary contract.
I see now that you put in exactly where that setup was going to take me in regards to a question. The Pablo Torre stuff, he had the story about NFL collusion last week, and it's been building. And I'm here to ask questions, okay? And I'm glad you brought this up because I have many questions because I wanted to talk about this last week whenever I first saw this come down from the reporting of Pablo Torre. And I don't understand it enough. It's very convoluted to me. But since you mentioned the Texans and guaranteeing some of these contracts, here's where my mind went, Seth. Are the Texans, by guaranteeing some of these contracts, and maybe other NFL teams are doing similar things with their draft choices this season, but is this going to turn into something like more than just a facilitate an actual movement that, to bring it back to my point of Pablo Torre and his reporting and talking about like how the NFL, colluded with the owners in that nothing like the Deshaun Watson fully guaranteed contract that he got back in March of 2022 can ever happen again. Like, we can never do that again. Is this going to facilitate getting finding a happy medium?
Okay. Well, okay, so first, to lay it all out, and it's understandable that people are confused about the collusion stuff, because this is what happened. Pablo Torre and Mike Florio said, hey, everybody, we've got it. We've got evidence and proof that the NFL was colluding to reduce guaranteed contracts. And everybody says, oh, really? What's the evidence? We've got this arbitration ruling that found that the NFL was not colluding to reduce contracts. And Florio and Pablo Torre are besides themselves with frustration that more people aren't paying attention to this. You've offered up a document that says they were not colluding, or at least there wasn't enough evidence to say for sure that they were colluding. So I'm probably one of the few people in America who's actually gone back and read through this entire document. And I kind of side with I don't want to side with the NFL owners, but I can see why the arbitrator ruled the way he did. There was evidence that the NFL warned owners that spending guaranteed money can get you into trouble, and but you're free to do what you guys want to do. After which, about half the teams in the NFL that year, this was increased the amount of guaranteed money they had spent. So there wasn't really specific evidence. There's evidence they had talked about the dangers of guaranteed contracts, but there wasn't like, I read through the whole document 3 times. There wasn't like a smoking gun that showed there was a league-wide conspiracy to not give out these contracts. And the statistical, it was a weak case by the NFLPA. I'm kind of shocked that they thought something was going to come from it.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not like that's why I'm not up in arms over it. The fact of the matter is, teams, the NFL basically said it was like giving a group of business owners a warning about spending credit card spending.
Yeah.
And saying like, hey, this is what can happen if you spend a lot with your credit card, because that's what you're doing with a lot of the guaranteed salaries and some of the other contract machinations that people are using, is you're pushing money off into the future and it might hurt you. But then you give that warning about credit card spending and teams are free to do what they want. So I've read through, because Florio kept telling us all that we need to be paying attention to this. I'm like, all right, they took it to an arbitrator. The arbitrator said, no, there's not, this isn't collusion. And yet somehow I keep seeing all these things saying the NFL was shown to collude on these contracts. The very document you're citing says, no, they were not,
Right.
they were not colluding to prevent more Deshaun Watson type contracts.
Okay, but, question still stands, aside from, the collusion allegations, that Torrey and Florio are, screaming at the top of the mountain. Are we not, they are not seeing an increase in guaranteed dollars spent? And do you ever foresee a time in the next 3 to 5, maybe 7 years of NFL owners doing more of this early on, like we're seeing with the Texans and guaranteeing, rookie contracts? Could we see this more early on with rookie deals and, maybe a percentage increase when they do hit free agency for the first time in guaranteed dollars?
I think the way the Texans have done it is exactly the way you should do it. Is that the Texans, they basically have given Danielle Hunter a 100% guaranteed contract.
Yeah.
Pretty close to it. But you just do it on a shorter term. And that's the part where in football it's always going to be a little bit different because of the injury aspect. And then the NFL also, because they have to hold money in escrow whenever they, if you guarantee $100 million, you have to set aside $100 million that sits in an escrow account, not making you money, not earning the kind of interest that you want to get as a billionaire. So that's one thing about the CBA that makes it tougher to deliver guaranteed contracts. Ultimately, I'm reading this court document, and one of the big things in it is at the very beginning, it says that the NFLPA, to prove collusion, it's a higher standard that you have to reach than in your normal collusion case, and that's in the CBA. That's it's something that the NFLPA could have negotiated.
Yeah.
They just the report about J.C. Tretter, the union president at the time, called Russ Wilson a wuss for not holding out for a guaranteed contract. It's you got to do it with players setting a precedent to get those. That's how it was done in baseball. That's how it was done in basketball. Football just tends to have a really weak union.
No, they say Russell Wilson. I heard that, but who's his agent? Who's calling the shots? Somebody is advising that he not do that for XYZ reasons, and that's Russell Wilson. That's a totally different case. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that was when it comes to the quarterback contracts with Russell Wilson, they traded for him as the ownership was transitioning. So the new owner comes in and is new to football, is asking the question that lots of us ask. Wait a second, you've got 2 years of control left on this guy. Why does he need a new deal now? And the football people tell the billionaire, they're kind of divas and blah blah blah. At some point, the owner for the Pena, representing the owner for the Broncos, they basically said, no, we're not going to give a fully guaranteed contract to Russell Wilson. We'll give him what we give him. And it's an interesting. It's really ultimately what it comes down to is that you can talk about the dangers of guaranteeing the contract as much as you want, but then it's up to other teams to either follow that advice or to be aggressive. You look at the way the Eagles have operated in the last couple of years. operating irresponsibly financially. They're not managing their cap properly. And the Eagles would tell you from their Super Bowl parade, we don't care. Go screw yourselves. That's how we feel about you. That's how, the other owners don't want us to spend exactly like this. Go die. That's what the Eagles are saying.
I was waiting for that. I was hoping I'd get a die from Seth Payne at least once this week. There you go, early going. Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, 2 former Rockets weigh in on the Kevin Durant acquisition. We'll have the audio for you next. Stay there.
Area 45. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
8 o'clock hour, Sports Radio 610. I'm Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. He's out all week. I'll be in. And then Seth, it'll be fun. I don't know who's hosting with you on Thursday.
Thursday, I think Reginald and Show are doing I don't know if they're going for 12 hours or what.
Oh, that's
but
right.
I'll be on for a couple of those hours. But,
yeah, you said like...
I didn't know I had the day off, so Reginald asked if I would join them for a little bit, and I'm like, yeah, it'd still be... Yeah, sure. I was planning on working anyway, so thank you for letting me know I actually had a vacation on Wednesday and then seizing it back from me.
And then Friday, we're all chilling on July 4th. Hopefully you are as well. Yeah. Having a extended weekend once again. Those are always good. The NBA league year officially changes over at midnight tonight. At that time, nearly 180 players will become free agents officially, and that includes the 9 players who have already agreed to new contracts to date. 142 unrestricted free agents and 36 restricted free agents. The Rockets got one of those big fish via trade last week, bringing in Kevin Durant, and now you turn your attention to free agency and see who they're going to try to pair Kevin Durant and their young core of now Jabari Smith Jr., Alperen Sengun, Amin Thompson, etc. with, and that'll be an interesting follow. Now, the audio that I was going to play here, I totally blanked on this. This is not current audio, like as in former Rockets react. This is 2 former Rockets that were talking about Kevin Durant. From when
this was after the Clippers lost to the Warriors in the 2019 playoffs.
2019, there you go.
Yeah, Pat Beverly and Lou Williams of the Clippers got up, and I think it was Shelly Smith asking them a question. I didn't include all of her part in here, but Shelly Smith basically asked, was there something more you guys could have done to try to stop Kevin Durant, who just absolutely went off in that elimination game?
I mean, he's Kevin Durant.
I promise we tried.
We didn't roll over. And we didn't just say, hey, man, you know what, just come on, give us 50 tonight. Of course not. You know, he's a hell of a player. The shots he took, you know, he made some tough shots. If you was a coach, what would you tell us to do? Thank you.
We tried everything. So we tried everything. We had several different coverages for KD, and
they didn't work.
like sometimes you come across special people, and it doesn't matter what you send to them. It's no scheme. It's no defense. It's no nothing that you can do with special people. He's one of them, and he showed it tonight.
That is some of the best audio that I've heard. I love that.
Yeah. The facial expression, too, on Lou, it was funny because Beverly was kind of going after the reporter almost like, well, what would you do? He was getting defensive for no. He was asking a very fair question like, man, was there anything else you could have done or what have you? And he's asking for her basketball expertise. I don't know. Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna fault the writer for not having the options. Like, he's just curious. What could you have done? And so as Beverly's kind of going in on the attack, that was the second time he had questioned her about what she would have done. Lou kind of steps in almost like as a mediator. Like, hold on a second. Let me approach this from another angle. We tried everything. It was awful. It was awful.
Oddly enough, that's the same postseason that Kevin Durant ruptured his Achilles. It happened in the finals.
Yeah.
But that's 2019 Kevin Durant that they're talking about, and now you've got the unicorn Kevin Durant that really doesn't appear to have fallen off, much since coming back, from an Achilles. And now he's going to be 37 years old by the time, or shortly after the season starts, I think it is, this year. Do you think that opposing defenses, opposing players are going to have, like, similar reactions to a 37-year-old plus Kevin Durant in the next 1 to 3 years for the Rockets?
I think there is an element of Kevin Durant in his game where so much of it is just about his length. The like geometry ages well, and your ability to shoot when you're as long as he is. Whatever drops in athleticism he's had, he's very capable for making up for it. For him, really honestly, is just all right. How good are they at load managing him and keeping him healthy for the playoffs? Because if you look at the minutes he's played the last couple of years, he's played more minutes per game in the last couple of years than he has since he was in his late 20s.
Yeah.
They've just really relied on him to lift up and pick up a team that was not as good as this current Rockets team. So I think they're gonna be really careful with him, and it might be frustrating at times during the regular season. He might get frustrated with it, but as long as he's healthy in the postseason, which is a big if for a 37-year-old, then I'm not worried about it. I think that, that's you go back to Tim Duncan or any of the other big men that you just can't account for their ability to shoot 6 inches taller from where you can block.
Yeah, you mentioned the frustration potentially. Look, there's so much that could happen down the road. It was actually one of my concerns during the season, when Kevin Durant was being talked about as a possible trade target for the Rockets. And, we had the conversations of, what's it going to take at that point in time to land Durant ahead of the trade deadline? Did you at all have, any concern, at that point in time? Do you remember, infusing Kevin Durant potentially ahead of the trade deadline this past regular season for the Rockets? Was there any trepidation for you? Is this guy going to come in and maybe disrupt what's going on with the Rockets' young core, bringing drama or added attention, a distraction? Did you think about that at all?
I mean, it did, yes. And I think a couple things helped along the way. One was that, the biggest drama we ever really saw from him in terms of perhaps not meshing right or what have you on the court, the biggest ones were with Draymond Green, who has actually physically assaulted various teammates. We got to know with Draymond Green. If anything, that's a check plus in his favor. In that maybe he got tired of Russell Westbrook being an absolute errantly thrown hand grenade 50% of the time he touches the basketball. Yeah. Oh no. Kevin Durant couldn't find a way to rein in and get the absolute best and most efficient version of Russell Westbrook. I don't blame Kevin Durant for that. And I certainly don't blame Kevin Durant for Draymond Green acting like the actual lunatic that Draymond Green is. So the big thing, though, really was that if Udoka worked with Kevin Durant in Brooklyn. He also worked with James Harden in Brooklyn. It looks like from that time in Brooklyn, Udoka had maybe a more positive assessment of exactly what Kevin Durant is than maybe James Harden, because Udoka did not seem to want to have any part of Harden coming back last year. So that part of it, the fact that I think Udoka is pretty good at instilling the right kind of culture, I don't think Udoka would have considered bringing Kevin Durant on if he didn't think that it was going to be the right kind of fit.
That's a good point.
Plus, what are they? Oh no, are they going to disrupt this finely tuned offense?
Yeah. No, that's a really good point, and I thought about it like this too. You mentioning Udoka had a previous impression of James Harden and what kind of led to that situation not working at all in Brooklyn. But then when Udoka comes to Houston, he gets a different perspective and probably the same kind of opinion as well, or confirmation from Rafael Stone in regards to how things went when Harden was here. And for a loud minority, I think it is, at least if the Pender poll put out this weekend is any indication, when Sean Pendergast asked, hey, Rocket fans, do you want James Harden to return as a Houston Rocket? The results overwhelmingly no, in the near the 90th percentile saying that. I think that was just kind of further confirmation. But a guy like Kevin Durant, I just always remember the heel turn, right? Oklahoma City to Golden State. And what we learned about Kevin Durant in Golden State is maybe he didn't like the way that the offense was working with him being infused with Klay Thompson and Seth Curry and Draymond Green, obviously, but it worked well enough to where he's got 2 titles to show for it. The relationship that exists and has existed between Durant and Udoka is something I don't know that we're really going to be able to wrap our minds around until we see it in action ourselves in a few months.
Yeah, and I think the where you still have to make improvements and where they still need to bring in some shooters from the outside. That's all part and parcel to all of this. Durant does make you immediately a better offense in some respects, but to fully capitalize on it, they've got more work to do.
Yeah.
And Udoka has established, obviously, that he can get a really good defense out there. They can be great in transition. It's the half-court offense, and what exactly does it look like? That part of it is it's as much on Udoka at this point as it is on Durant. I think that it's interesting, though, too, if you think about the way the fan base has processed all of this. It's got a weird similarity to 2 years ago when there was a potential that J.J. Watt might come back and play, and everybody was, the Texans fan base was going gaga over the prospect of J.J. coming back to play for a potentially playoff caliber team.
Yeah, I was too.
That was in 2023. Then all of a sudden in 2024, when it comes up again in the offseason, people are kind of like, well, it'd be a nice story, I suppose, but I'm not gonna break my back or demand that it happens or anything. And I think with the Rockets, just the season that they had, and then bringing Durant into the mix, by and large, has a lot of Rockets fans feeling like, all right, listen, nostalgia's great and all, but we made one big move. We don't need to get desperate to try to cobble together every big name that we can get at this point. These are, like, you actually genuinely want more of the less heralded moves to be the key thing to bring in somebody that there are far more questions about what James Harden might do to the composition of the team and the culture than there are about Kevin Durant.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I think this is kind of the perfect scenario in which if you're going to infuse a big star into something, doing it in an off season is the best time to do it. If you can do that, and the Rockets were definitely at a stage from an organizational standpoint to be patient and to wait because who knows what it would have cost or what the Suns were asking for from teams during the season ahead of the trade deadline to make it work for Kevin Durant. So I'm glad the Rockets were patient in that regard. And it's we've gone through the James Harden. We've gone through the Russell Westbrook. Hell, Patrick Creighton asked me on Friday night. He was like, what do you think about Chris Paul? I'm like, no, please, no. We don't need to do that. We don't need to revisit that. There are certain guys where, you draw a hard line in the sand. Chris Paul's not necessarily one of those guys, but I do not foresee at all Chris Paul leaving San Antonio from a role that he is in there. I heard, reports like, hey, could he work well in New Orleans? Maybe, but you're going to ask Chris Paul all of a sudden to stop playing at least 30 minutes a night to, being a role player behind Fred VanVleet as a backup point guard, albeit at the age of 40. Still a lot of pride attached to a guy that played all 82 games last year for the Spurs. I don't know if Chris Paul's ready to, take that next step in his career.
I think it's a balance between being a homegrown team, but then adding people from the outside. The Rockets have a young core that has so much potential, and you pair away from that young core when you get rid of Jalen Green to bring in Kevin Durant, and yet that's if you want to have sustained success over a long period of time. Like, this feels right. Like, this is a move that you can make right now where, okay, one big move for Durant where you keep so many of these guys in the young core together and work towards something that, yes, you're going to have to make some hard decisions financially in the next couple of years, but as much as you can retain that young core, that's your best bet at getting multiple opportunities at winning a championship.
One of the results in this deal between the Suns and the Rockets trade, outside of Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and the 5 second-round picks they dealt Phoenix's way, was the 10th overall pick in last week's draft. Ended up being Kaman Maluach, a player from the Sudanese, from the South Sudan. And Rich Paul is his agent. There's audio, Seth, that surfaced of Rich Paul in the car on the phone with Suns owner Matt Ishbia pre-draft. Take a listen.
If you guys keep 10, I'm going to mention the name and you tell me how much you like him. Kaman Malawak, if I can get him there.
A lot. That'd be my first choice.
Okay, done deal. That's all I need to hear.
Can you get there?
My best, because you're our first choice. If he gets past Brooklyn, then yeah. But let me make those calls so I can let you do what you need to do.
All right, yeah, call me back when you hear.
I will. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, so I play that audio because I got in the comments, man. I got in the comments whenever I saw this video, and people are like losing their minds about this video and this phone call that surfaced, in that Rich Paul, sports agent representing Kaman Malawak, and he ends up obviously going number 10 to the Phoenix Suns, but it's, hey, this guy's, making this happen. He's calling other teams to, like, make this guy fall to number 10 to where the Phoenix Suns will draft him. Like, I'm thinking the whole time as I'm reading these comments of people losing their mind, talking about this is illegal and this shouldn't happen, like, this is exactly what a sports agent should be doing. Am I wrong here?
I think that you're seeing how the sausage is made, and I think that that's how people have known that a lot of the super agents can and do operate, is that they can kind of dictate terms to teams. And I guess it was cool to watch for me. I understand why people don't like it, because they like the idea of, okay, in the draft, right, we're gonna have our crack at all these guys who don't have any choice in the matter about where they go. And I guess my biggest takeaway is, all right, you just got to be sure that you have got an agent like Rich Paul, because if you're an agent that's trying to do this type of stuff, like, frankly, if your thing is Suns representative, you better damn sure know what you're doing. And that's where I think guys like Rich Paul have a big advantage. Scott Boras in baseball has a big advantage in that, because he knows what's going on behind the scenes. People tell him honestly how they feel about players and everything, so he can kind of engineer the outcomes more so than other guys.
Yeah.
I looked at it as, all right, that's pretty. A lot of people in the comments were wondering, like, why would he just show evidence of tampering? Like, because it's not tampering.
Right.
Nobody's under contract there. None of these guys are under contract. From the player's perspective, I like players. I don't like the draft just because it's very un-American. That you got some guy that put himself. If you graduate top in your class at law school, you're going to get to pick which law firm you want to go to. If you graduate top in your class in a draft class, it's the exact opposite. They're like, nope. You're probably going to go to one of the worst teams in the league. Deal with it. So I like I like it when people maneuver around and use whatever leverage they do have. The biggest mistake is if you underestimate your leverage. Like Shedeur. Shedeur underestimated the leverage that he had.
Yeah, no, I think a great point, man. It's just, to me, I want my agent to find the best situation for me. And if the team really wants me, I'm going to do everything in my power to make that happen. And who's to say that Rich Paul, and maybe this is a little naive for me, isn't calling the other team saying, hey, look, man, the best fit for my guy is really in Phoenix, and he really wants to be there. Kind of trying to dissuade, like, maybe teams that are picking at 7, 8, or 9, whatever, to, okay, if he did look elsewhere.
Yeah, that's what, the one agent who did a good job for us is Lyle Collins. Do you remember the offensive lineman who became a person of interest in a murder case like 2 days before the draft? And Lyle Collins was a first-round talent, but he was sliding in the draft. And his agent, I think he admitted later that he was bluffing, but he had told teams, like, don't draft him past wherever in the draft, because we're not gonna sign that contract if you do that. So he kind of exerted leverage that maybe theoretically he didn't have, and the Cowboys ended up giving Lyle Collins a deal above where he ended up being drafted. That's exactly why you hire an agent, is to be able to do stuff like this.
Seth Payne and Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. Coming up next, while the Rockets locked up one of their young core this weekend, and Jabari Smith, has this young Astro done enough to make his team break protocol? We'll discuss next. Stay there.
How do we feel? Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Appreciate you joining us this morning. I'm Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne still here. Hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. If you'd like to be a part of the show, you can text in or join the chat on YouTube and Twitch. We mentioned this a little bit earlier, I think as part of Acknowledge Me, with Cam Smith. We kind of turned into Cam Smith, Jeremy Pena conversation, but kind of attack it from a different angle in this regard with you, Seth. And listeners, if they want to weigh in on the question, do so, 713-572-4610. But there was a Chandler Rome report last week, and I'll kind of slash it, like Chandler Rome / Ari Alexander. I saw it from both of these guys. That Jeremy Pena and the Astros were in deep discussions about a contract extension. 5 years, $105+ million was the report. And we had Bob Nightingale on to talk about that on Friday, and he'd said he heard it was 5 years, $100 million on the nose. So whatever, you want to quibble about $500,000 AAV, go for it. But Pena, in that report, also decided to switch agencies from whoever was representing him to now we know it's big dog Scott Boras, who also represents Jose Altuve, Hunter Brown, was and is representing Alex Bregman, and there might be I'm forgetting, but now Scott Boras is representing Jeremy Pena in his pursuit of maybe a long-term extension with the Houston Astros. This is going to be an interesting follow, Seth, because Jeremy Pena's got 2 years remaining of arbitration. And the fact that the Astros have already decided to sit down at the table with Jeremy Pena in representation to maybe talk about getting him locked up, and it sounds like there's no maybe about it. If you're deep in conversations and there's numbers that are being reported, this thing might be a little bit closer than not, or at least it was. How confident are you now that the Astros are maybe able to get something going long-term with Jeremy Pena with Scott Boras as a representation?
I'm not. The only thing that would make me feel a little bit more confident was that Dana Brown told the pregame radio show on Saturday, was it Saturday or Sunday, that he called Scott Boras right away after Jeremy Pena hired Boras as his agent. And Brown said he told Boras that we are still, quote, we're still interested in signing Jeremy long-term. And we'll be in touch. So I'm happy, I guess, that the Astros are still going to try to pursue a long-term extension. I'm pessimistic that Scott Boras is going to do anything more than scoff at anything that isn't $30 million per year or more. Right now, let's say at the very least $25 million a year or more. But I'm guessing it's a little bit more than that. And the Astros are probably not going to go more than a 5-year extension, though, right?
Dana Brown did what he's supposed to do as a general manager. Like the person you're courting, okay, that you want to keep around for a long time. It's like, I don't know, maybe you're dating this girl and parents get a divorce during the time that you're really getting serious, and dad's no longer in the picture, and mom brings in a new guy, and she's going to be the stepdad, and now you've got to ask stepdad's permission, like, hey, I've been seeing the girl for a while, and are you okay? I'm thinking about asking her to marry me, and what do you think? You have to you have to put the work in with the father figure, that you're going to be interacting with and seeing on a regular basis too. It's no different here in my mind. Like, Dana Brown has obvious dealings before with Scott Boras, and this is a guy that they've already gotten serious about as a 28-year-old. Maybe a little bit of a late bloomer in Jeremy Pena, who's having a breakout career season this year, and should be an all-star at shortstop, and I think will end up being that way. But they think he's going to be really good for a long time. That's exactly what 5 years, $100+ million says to me.
Right. Yeah, that's how they feel about it. And yet, Boras, when Pena is also having these discussions while he's currently one of the best players in baseball. and looks like he's realizing his potential. And you start to wonder, well, wait a second. All right, I know what guys. If I kept playing this way for the next couple of years, I know I'd be making more than $105 million. Who's the best? What my prospects are, what the numbers are, and that's where a guy like Scott Boras comes in. It's as much for what he can advise you about how other teams view you as anything else. We listened to that Rich Paul audio of Rich Paul basically orchestrating the draft for his client and making sure that he falls to the Suns. Yeah. Via the Rockets at number 10. And that's exactly what really good agents do for you. So if the Astros, if they had signed an extension of 5 years, $105 million, then that would have been right now, if that got announced yesterday, you would have thought, my God, this is a brilliant move by the Astros. Pena is thinking wait a second, why am I in the business of putting the Astros in position to make the brilliant move? So, yeah, I think your analogy is a great one. Sounds like the biological father's a real jackass in that scenario. So the stepfather comes in and he's actually got a pretty good wait a second. No, I've spotted a lot of problems with this offer of yours, young man, including the fact that you haven't had a job in 2 years. No. We're re-examining the issue. I feel like that's what Boras is going to be.
I mentioned Cam Smith as well. Let me ask you this question this way, because there's very much a 5-year rule of thumb as it pertains to Jim Crane and his ownership and decision making with the Houston Astros. They haven't gone beyond 5 years. A record offer to Alex Bregman, they were going to go 6 years, and what I think it was $160 million or something like that before he ended up getting the Brinks trucks backed up to his front door by the Boston Red Sox. But
they got the option truck backed up to it.
Yeah, they got the option truck. And now they're going to be looking at maybe a long-term deal with Bregman. I saw contract discussions maybe ensuing between them and the Red Sox. Even while he's still hurt, he hadn't played baseball in a month. Maybe they want to do something longer term and get rid of the options. We'll see. But if the Astros are going to break protocol on anybody, do you think there are two players on the roster currently that they'll do it for? Jeremy Pena being one, and the other maybe looking a little too far down the road right now. But, I really like what I see from Cam Smith, who came in as one of the top prospects in all of Major League Baseball and is just now, I think, played in his 100th professional game and is looking very much like he's playing chess instead of checkers versus what you thought a rookie was going to perform like. Could the Astros break protocol on Pena and or Cam Smith?
Cam Smith would make the most sense because you just have because he's so young. And right now, if you went longer than 5 years, you're not going as far into that territory of, okay, what is this guy going to be when he's 30 years old or what have you. So Cam, I think, would be more likely. And for them to break it, it wouldn't feel like they were out of line with the way they've operated with a lot of other guys, where they don't want to give a guy longer than 5 years, certainly when he's already in his late 20s, because that puts you right into that uncharted territory of, okay, what's this guy going to look like in his mid-30s? So I think it's still possible with Cam. I don't think the organization would feel like they're necessarily bending too much, but I'd still put it at not likely to happen. I think they've been. And this year, if anything, might be the biggest display of why they wouldn't do it. It's that, man, we don't know what it's going to look like in any given year, much less what it's going to look like 5, 6, 7 years from now.
Yeah.
We just trust that we're going to be able to develop guys and find opportunities to go get another Cam Smith or a Jeremy Pena.
And in no way am I saying that the Astros need to lock Cam Smith up right now. I made a tongue-in-cheek joke about that with PC the other day. I was like, come on, let's go, 10-year deal right now. He still has 2 pre-arbitration years remaining, and then he'll hit arbitration. And I think, 3 years of arbitration before you're eligible?
Yeah, you got
for
5 years
agency.
of control left of him.
Yeah. So there's no rush, and this is a guy who, for the next couple of years, you're going to be paying close to the veteran minimum or league minimum rather, for Cam Smith. There's no rush. You still have time to see this thing play out and make a determination. I'm just saying, it looks like that trajectory is pretty good to where if the Astros, the Crane Brown leadership to break protocol, he's a pretty damn good guy to do it for.
I feel like this is, and while all this is happening, I'm sitting here and I've kind of just put Framber Valdez in a compartment to the side where I don't even think about the fact that he's probably gone.
Yeah.
And like this is how I guess that's where I've it's learned helplessness. I've learned to stop hoping that they're gonna extend guys. Especially okay. You look at the year the Astros are having. You look at what Dana Brown looks like he pulled off a damn coup in what he got back for Kyle Tucker. And if anything, I think the organization is more emboldened to just continue on that path of like, oh, okay, yeah, we couldn't get Kyle Tucker back on a long-term deal that we would have been uncomfortable paying, but we got now Paredes, who's playing like one of the best third basemen in the league, and we've got Cam Smith, who has a very, very bright future ahead of him, not to mention Wozniacki off waiting in the wings somewhere. If anything, this year is going to harden their position that, no, we're not going to stretch beyond 5 years on any of these guys.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, especially with Bryce Matthews mashing baseballs the minor league level. It's going to give the Astros options and more thinking. Coming up next, we'll get back to a little bit of the Astros 5-1 homestand over the weekend, taking care of biz over the Phils and the Cubs. It's more Payne and Pendergast. Sean Bijani in for Sean D06. Stay put.
Payne and Pendergast. Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Bijani and Seth Payne this morning. Sean Pendergast out for the week, holding it down. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to weigh in, be a part of the show on the text line. Astros with a 2-0 victory yesterday. Framber was terrific for 6 innings. Jose Altuve providing the only offense. 2-0 was the final, hit the 2-run dinger in the fifth. Was it the fourth or fifth inning? I can't remember now. But it was a hell of an entertaining game. And I feel like the Astros set have been, that Philly series, it was 2-1, 1-0, 3-1 ball games, whatever. They've been playing some of the most entertaining, low-scoring games that I can remember. And maybe for us, because we've got, a little bit of a closer eye on it, it's a little more entertaining because they are continuing to win and, have these performances from guys that you're just not really expecting it from. And
yeah, or you're not, or at least you weren't expecting them from. I guess the biggest thing that's happened to me over the course of the season is that a lot of the games that I would have early in the season complained about them being boring games because the Astros continue to not really score that many runs, are now I get this, my mouth starts to water when the game is tied in the 6th inning or the Astros have a 1-run lead in the 6th inning because the bullpen has been so good. And you've seen them come up in clutch moments. I mean, their record when tying or leading in the 6th inning beyond has been really, really good. They've been the best team in the sport of baseball in the month of June, and that includes these last 2 series versus 2 of the best baseball teams, or 2 of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Yesterday's game, if played in early May, I would have said, I'm sick of this boring baseball. Now I'm like, yes, this is exactly what I want. Boring to everybody except people who have been conditioned to expect this.
Yeah. Well, and, look, it was from 2 guys that you very much expect this kind of thing from, Jose Altuve and Framber Valdez yesterday. And I was kind of talking in generalities, too. But Framber, this is a pretty wild stat. And I thought about this even more. Tarek Skubal this game yesterday, and I saw, I think it was his last 10 starts, he's gotten all 10 decisions. He's 10-0. He's getting a lot of love. Obviously, he's doing some tremendous things, maybe the best in baseball from a pitching standpoint. But Framber Valdez, in his last 10 starts, he's 8-0, and the Astros are 10-0. He hadn't gotten every decision, but dang it, when he's on the mound, Seth, they're winning baseball games. Low-scoring games, high-scoring games, it doesn't matter. And you mentioned the bullpen. I thought one of the most dominating performances from Bryan Abreu that I'd seen yesterday. It's not against slouches. It's not against, the A's or the White Sox or some bottom feeder. It's against a really good baseball team, and it was against the top of the order. He had 4 strikeouts in 2 innings and induced 2 weak pop-ups. In his role in a pivotal point of the game late to set the stage again for Josh Hader, you had an opportunity, and you can almost mark it down. When Framber Valdez pitches, you're going to see Bryan Abreu and Josh Hader in the game, but it's about the guys who maybe come in before, and I love the fact that it could be a Brian King, it could be a Steven Okert, it could be a Bennett Sousa who's gotten more opportunities here lately to pitch in some higher leverage situations. I love to see it because it's making me feel really good about the 6th and 7th inning guys now.
I think if you again go back to the beginning of the season to where you are right now, it's worry about Astros don't play down to the Rockies. Early in the season, people would say, there go the Astros playing down to a bad team. And you'd have to say, okay, but are we positive that they're not just playing with that same team, that they're just not playing at their level, which is subpar baseball? The concept of a letdown series isn't the same as it is in football, but there is a little bit of, you took 5 of 6 versus the Phillies and the Cubs. Don't squander any of this healthy lead in the division by playing poorly against the Rockies. Just take care of business. Don't because you're going to have another great test in the Dodgers coming up.
Yeah.
But if it's for real, just continue to play steadily and consistently the way you have over these past. Well, I mean, it's 11 series now in which they've either won or tied each of the last 11 series. They've been playing a pretty damn good brand of baseball for a while.
Yeah, well, since May 1st, MLB best 34-20, and again they were the best in the month of June. As it's over for them, 19-7. They're off today. They'll be back at it, as you said, against Colorado and the Dodgers. They'll start a 6-game road trip tomorrow. Colton Gordon, Hunter Brown, Brandon Walter, your rotation against the Rockies in that regard. It's been really fun, but at some point in time, we got to turn the conversation over, okay? Stop being surprised about, the contributions that you've gotten out of Augusta, Walter, whoever, and albeit that to me the most surprising thing is now at this point, it's not that those guys are performing well and you're seeing the results. It's that you're seeing results when Christian Walker has gone from batting cleanup and hell-bent that the Astros are not going to remove him from that role to 5th, to 6th, to now batting 7th, in the order. And it's just the guys that you least expect it from in the lineup, like Jake Myers, who's still hitting 300 now that the month of June is over. How are we feeling about that, by the way? Because this is the first time, I think, in Jake Myers' career where he has not sucked in the month of June. He's been tremendous always in the month of May, and now for the first time in his career, he's put together 2 really good months in a career.
I think the thing with Jake is no matter where he settles in, at the very least, like if he could be long-term average but as good as he is in center field, that's something you can win baseball games with. The changes that he made in spring training, I think that it gave him just more substance behind what he's been doing this year, and we saw the same improvements with Jeremy Pena. Those are like substantial, notable things that are actually working. So with Myers, I feel good about it. I don't know on what's he finished the season at. I'll be surprised if he reverts back into that old guy that's got a 550 OPS in any given month or whatever it might be. I feel of those the potential unknowns and all right, what is this guy really? It's still, for me, it revolves around the young pitchers, Lance McCullers, and exactly who is he, what is he, and then the guys coming back. It's really all amongst the pitchers. Javier Garcia, JP France. What do you see out of Spencer Arrighetti when they come back? Those are my big unknowns right now.
Hey, by the way, is Jose Altuve back in y'all's circle of trust, or have you left him out?
Altuve was back in because after he was ejected from it, he responded. And the time after he was from the time we reinstated him, until the next one, or from the time we kicked him out until the next circle of trust, he had like a 1,011 OPS or whatever.
I didn't know if you guys were being all superstitious and all and leaving him out.
No. We never let superstition guide. No, we would never do that. We would never disgrace the circle of trust by letting. No. Nobody stays out with the expectation that this is what's working for him.
All right,
no.
Don't disgrace the circle of trust. Then answer this question the proper way. Is Jake Myers in said circle of trust yet, and will he be up for induction?
Yeah, he's in the circle of trust because he kept playing in June.
Attaboy.
The last circle of trust was at the end of May, and we had to see. Well, mostly I wanted to vote him into the circle of trust. Sean and Ben did not, so we wanted to see how he did in June, and he kept it up in June.
Yeah, I'll have to lobby Sean to keep him in there. I would imagine. Isaac Paredes, Cam Smith.
Cam Smith's not in the circle of trust.
What?
No, he still has to prove it. He'll probably be in the next one, given this month. But it was he was he wasn't far enough removed from a lot of his struggles. So if he keeps up this pace of play, then he'll be in the circle of trust next. We don't make allowances for rookies in the circle of trust. Like he was at the time of the last induction, he was still just an average baseball player. Now, since the last induction, he's been Ted freaking Williams out there. But so at the time, it was like Christian Walker had a good stretch. Right when we did the last circle of trust, but he's still like, no, you're an average baseball player. Our standards are higher than that.
Texter says, what do we have to worry about is Lance McCullers. Are we ready to close the book on him? He had one decent outing before he got injured and then came back and got rocked. No, that's not true. He had more than one decent outing when he came back.
He had 5 games where he was at about a 3.1, 3.2 ERA. He wasn't going deep as you want, but he was still working his way back. He's had a couple of really, really, really bad innings, or third of an innings that have marred a lot of it. But he's the guy I get most nervous about of what version are we going to see out of him out here today. I don't know. I can tell you that the team's not going to. I'd be really surprised if the team abandons hope for him. Just this last performance, it's going to take multiple bad performances in a row for him to do that.
I agree. Come on. We've seen it before with Lance. He'll be back once he gets straight. I wouldn't be surprised if he spends, 6 innings, a 2-hit ball his next outing. So just be patient.
We've seen it before, but we've also seen him. I mean, freak weight room accident or not, he's in that territory of, man, it's always something with Lance. It's, you have a freak weight room accident, you go on the IL, you come back, and then this is your performance. It's always something with Lance, or at least it has been ever since the horrendous stretch of injuries started.
I know. I'm not going to give up on the guy, though. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. If the Texans make one final move, it should be for what and for who? We'll have it for you next. Stay put.
Hey, Independence Day coming up. You want your financial independence, do you not?
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
9 o'clock hour, Sports Radio 610. I'm Sean Bijani, in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne along as well. He ain't going anywhere. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of the show. 572-4610. Seth, there was a article that I stumbled upon over the weekend from ESPN, and it was put together by Aaron Schatz, who's analyzes NFL teams in the offseason, and was trying to figure out for each NFL franchise if there was one more move that each needed to make, what would it be? Who would it be for? And for the Texans, it was at the cornerback position. And I thought that was kind of interesting. And the premise, it was, well, hey, Ronald Darby, you remember him about a month or so ago, ended up deciding to retire. And the Texans have pivoted, so to speak, to a former now Houston Roughneck by the name of Damon Arnett. Damon Arnett was actually on our show a few weeks back on Area 45, and Aaron Wilson, KPRC, did a nice little story on him just about a week before the Texans ended up signing him. And now I think we have details on the contract, which is for the minimum, just over $1 million, I believe, is what the Texans signed Arnett for a one-year deal. But that was kind of like their direct move, right? So Ronald Darby calls it quits, and now Damon Arnett is signed by the Texans. Done, right? Well, yeah. Aaron Schatz says, no. There's one more move that the Texans should make, and it should be for Rasul Douglas. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Rasul Douglas is okay. I don't think the Damon Arnett signing was as linked to Ronald Darby. And like as a replacement for Ronald Darby, because Ronald Darby was on the team because, okay, he's a veteran that is past his prime, but you can trust him when he's out there. Damon Arnett's the opposite of that. They have no idea whether or not they can trust Damon Arnett.
Right.
So the upside is there, and it's the classic Nick Caserio, we just want to get the guy in the building. And if it works out, it's great. But I don't think that they would stop looking for another veteran to potentially come in. Rasul Douglas is interesting because he down year last year, and his first couple years in the NFL weren't that good. But he had from 2021 to 2023 he was playing like one of the better cornerbacks in the league. He can play outside, he can play inside. I think that he's a classic guy that people are curious about him, but they don't know if they can trust him 100% based on last year and what kind of contract is he looking for. So I'm guessing that the Texans have had conversations about Douglas, and they might still be on the table, but Douglas might just be waiting to see exactly what the best offer and best situation is, and he'll want to have a bounce back year. I think that would not surprise me at all if they did sign him. It wouldn't surprise me if I found out that the Texans were talking to Jair Alexander before he signed with the Ravens.
Ooh, yeah.
Because the reports were that Jair Alexander had better offers than what he had in Baltimore, but he was college roommates with Lamar Jackson. There's a lot of reasons he'd want to go there for a one-year prove-it deal. So, we've seen in the last couple of years, there's some time during the season when all of a sudden you've got a rookie cornerback out playing his first snaps of the game, and it was a guy who was a veteran, waiver wire pickup or whatever it might be. Last year, Okudah in the Cowboys game was the guy that you had out there who wasn't one of your starters and lets up a touchdown. You can never have enough good cornerbacks.
There you go.
I think a lot of it really comes down to if a guy like Rasul Douglas is out there or if there's a waiver wire release, how has Jaylen Smith played during training camp? If Jaylen Smith looks like they count on and they can use him in spot duty, then they probably don't feel a lot of urgency to go out and get a guy like Douglas. But if they get a couple weeks into camp and they feel like, oh boy, all right, we don't want to roll into the season like this, Jaylen Smith isn't as far along as we had hoped, then you might see a move like that. I'll be surprised if it happens before this season.
I'd be surprised if we didn't see a pretty healthy dose by season end of Jaylen Smith. Just from a historical standpoint, I like to look at this kind of stuff. And in the Caserio era, if you've been drafted within the top 4 rounds, your ass is going to play your rookie season. They're going to see what you got. And the Texans, that's obviously too credit to their evaluation, their scouting process, and they've made some really good decisions within the top 4 rounds. And they've definitely given guys opportunities to play. But it's just, I know what you're saying. You need insurance for your insurance, right?
Yeah.
You brought Damon Arnett in. Okay, cool. All you depth chart nerds out there, don't worry about the fact that Damon Arnett is behind Tremont Smith and Derek Stingley at corner. It comes down from a matchup-to-matchup standpoint. Tremont Smith is, more of a special teams guy, and I know he's seen a little bit at corner, but if Damon Arnett can be the ball hawk that he was this past season for the Roughnecks and has been before in the past and plays with that physicality, you watch that guy play then when he was drafted by the Raiders in 2020 and here recently. That's exactly the way that DeMeco Ryans wants everybody defensively to play. So it could be for the Texans and Damon Arnett if it's a match made in heaven, but you need insurance for that, and I'm with you. If it's Rasul Douglas, if it's somebody else, and I think there's going to be plenty of somebody else's. I mean, we're still a little ways away from training camp. Texans are going to continue to facilitate heavy competition at all positions. It just so happens at corner is maybe the one that I feel like needs it most right now. I feel pretty good about everything else.
Well, you look at last year, Okudah and C.J. Henderson were the two guys that were former high first-round picks that you were going to take a flyer on and see exactly how it played out.
They got hurt.
And it's that's where I like Damon Arnett right now in my mind. It would be an awesome story if it works out. There's zero part of me that thinks the team is relying on him. I think that's 100%. I mean, the guy's never been a good player in the NFL, and he's got a long list of legal issues, which credit to him if he can overcome that, and now he's walking the straight and narrow path and everything. But this is an extreme. Okudah and Henderson had played viable football in the NFL at times before last year. Damon Arnett's never done a single thing in the NFL, so it's a complete flyer for me. Yeah, whatever they were thinking after Ronald Darby retired, I think they're still thinking okay, we still would like to have a veteran that we feel good about and can trust. And Rasul Douglas probably just costs more than they want to spend for him right now.
Here's the write-up real quick from Aaron Schatz, and yes, that's a real person. Kick Rocks was asking on YouTube. It's a real person. The Texans some of their win. Ron Darby retired in early June, so let's give him another veteran to play behind Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. Douglas, 29 years old, didn't have a great year for Buffalo last season, but 2 seasons ago ranked third in the NFL in my coverage DVOA metric. He can play both inside and outside, which gives Coach D'Amico Ryan some more flexibility. Speaking of inside and outside, for Kamari Lassiter, do you see him more as a slot corner long-term, or is he a guy that can hold it down outside?
You know what? I don't understand the drumbeat necessarily, and maybe I'm just too dumb to get it for moving Kamari Lassiter into the slot. Just because it's like slot is a classic position that from year to year you can get guys that perform really well in the slot who aren't marquee outside type guys, or guys that it's very erratic from year to year. But if you have a guy that can play on the outside, that's the more valuable thing to have on your team. And I didn't see anything from Kamari Lassiter that makes me feel like in the long term he shouldn't be your plan at outside corner. But I'm open to having a blind spot on this. I just haven't quite. It feels like it's still based a little bit on his pre-draft scouting reports and everything else that somehow you're concerned about Kamari Lassiter. Am I foolish for being as bullish as I am on Kamari Lassiter?
No, I don't. Yeah. You know, if you're foolish, then we're all foolish. And we're all going to be fools maybe if it doesn't work out. But, I mean, coming off of the rookie season that he had, are you kidding me? How could you?
Yeah, I don't. Like, the slot corner is very important, and obviously, but it also just does create a whole bunch of other. Like, there's times where Kamari can go in and play in the slot in specific matchups where you don't want Jalen Petrie in there playing the nickel linebacker or nickelbacker type position.
Yeah.
But it's not something where I feel like, oh, yeah, that needs to be his focus, because it's just not as big an impact as having an outside cornerback where he is. So I don't – somebody reach out to me via my DMs or something and explain me why I'm being stupid on this, because I don't quite get it. I don't quite understand it.
So one final move that NFL teams should make before the season starts. I thought we'd take a look at the rest of the AFC South, and 2 teams in particular, because the names kind of popped to me. According to Aaron Schatz, who put this together, the Indianapolis Colts, last move they should make before the season is sign safety Justin Simmons.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's the one suggested move I saw that I wish they wouldn't make. Because Simmons played for the Falcons last year. It was curious that he sat out there in free agency as long as he did, and he was on a 1-year deal, still out there right now. I think the Texans fans were irate last year that the Texans weren't signing Justin Simmons. Turns out that they really liked Kalen Bullock. I think it was the sum total of it was, yeah, we drafted a guy that we're planning on playing, and it worked out pretty well. So it's something that I don't like seeing the Colts actually improve. The thing that the one move that intrigued me that Aaron Schatz suggested was Jadeveon Clowney to the Jaguars.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to see that either. I know what Jadeveon Clowney is. He's not a guy that showed that he was worthy of a number 2 overall pick. I get that, but he's still a headache. And he's still a hand grenade in the backfield in a lot of ways. He's disruptive at the line of scrimmage. I don't need any of the sweet irony that you get sometimes when a guy that was on your team ends up getting the final sack to close out a game. I don't need that at all.
For me, that's where I was going to go next, is Jadeveon Clowney. That's the one that I'd be more worried about than anything else, because one, it's the Jags. I think it's too easy to kind of crap on the Jags. Out of all of the quarterbacks in this division, that's not the Texans and C.J. Stroud, right? They've got the one that has shown the most promise before, okay? And I think it makes me a little uncomfortable to kind of like neglect the Jags. They've already got Josh Hines-Allen and Trayvon Walker as their edge rushers. If you added Jadeveon Clowney in there, if I'm Jag fan, I'm feeling as good about my edge rush as if I'm a Texan fan and looking at Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter with the conglomerate of quarterback headhunters that the Texans have. Derek Barnett being one of my favorite that the Texans have decided to retain, somebody that people don't talk near enough about, I think, from a Texans perspective, I mean, if the Jags got Jadeveon Clowney, they would be really formidable. And when you're going into a season, you have to play these guys twice with the questions that we have about the offensive line and keeping C.J. Stroud healthy. I don't need that in my life.
The offensive line, it's you worry about it enough that all of a sudden you forget to keep worrying about it. Yeah. But I'm optimistic that they're going to look better than they did last year, just because so much of the issues last year they started with Bobby Slowick. So if Nick Caley can just be an average offensive coordinator, the offensive line should look better. But it's a huge question mark at right tackle right now. If Titus Howard ends up playing guard, you're going to have either Blake Fisher, Ariante Ursary, the rookie, or Trent Brown, who's coming off a patellar tendon tear at right tackle, and you're going up against right from week one. You face a really big challenge with the Rams. You've got the Jags in week 3. You still have the Ravens in that first 4-game stretch. The Titans, you got the interior offensive lineman who destroyed you last year. The Texans' offensive line faces some really big challenges in those first 4 games.
Yep, no doubt. And speaking of the Titans, the guy that Aaron Schatz says they should go get before the season starts is linebacker Kaiser White.
Fine. I approve of that move. Go ahead and get Kaiser White. That's what you've been missing. You guys haven't. You guys have been sitting there trying to function without Kaiser White on your team. That'll be the trick that does it. You bunch of inbred louts. Yeah.
I threw him in there. I said I was going to do the AFC South. What people are doing to the Jags is what I feel totally comfortable doing with the Tennessee Titans. It's like, yeah, they're over there. They're there. That's fine. I'll look at Cam Ward every once in a while, but I'm not too worried about them.
Liam Cohen is the one that I'm worried about with the Jaguars, just because he did a really good job with Tampa's offense last year. So in getting the most, he got the best season Baker Mayfield's ever had out of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
If you can do that for Trevor Lawrence, I mean, we've seen the upside of Trevor Lawrence, just nobody's ever been able to capture it consistently.
I was going to say the same thing about Liam Cohen and ask you. I'm sure you guys talked about it the other day. I think it came out Wednesday. The Pro Football Focus grades on offensive play callers. Did you see that? Bobby Slowick. I brought it up on my show because I noticed that Bobby Slowick, according to PFF and how they graded their play callers, his pass grade was 0, and it was horrible.
It was a guy who did an analysis of using PFF data, but it was how the play calling in the pass game and in the run game affected the talent on the field, and it was Bobby Slowick had the worst grade since 2010 of charting all of those. That he was the worst pass calling play caller since 2010, that matches the eyeball test. Yeah, I'll go with that.
It does. Well, I told PC, I was like, yeah, it does, but 0. Seriously? I feel like that's piling on. I told PC, I was like, dude, Slowick pissed somebody off at PFF. They have it out for this guy at this point. No, it's 0, right?
I mean, honestly, sometimes I try not to second guess this stuff too much in the moment, but there have been some glaring examples in the last couple of years. I'll go to the Bengals game from 2 years ago and then the Bills game last year, where they were simply passing when they shouldn't be passing the ball. When you just need to grind clock down. The Texans were in field goal position in their second to last drive versus the Bills last year, and they passed to the sideline 3 times in a row. Well, they still had 3 timeouts in their back pocket too. They should have had complete and total control. They end up getting an intentional grounding on a pass to Dalton Schultz that forces them to punt. The Texans still miraculously win that game versus the Bills, but it was some of that just simple. Wait, why are you passing? Why are you choosing to run this pass play in these situations? That was when you look back on it in the sum total of it all. Yeah, he made some curious decisions.
Yeah, I brought that up because you mentioned Liam Cohen, and looking at his grades on the stats that we're talking about with the PFF, he was one of the most well-balanced play callers last year, and I thought that was kind of. Boy, people are crapping on the Jags, man. You got that guy who's been one of the better play callers in the NFL. Just pump the brakes a little bit. I'm not comfortable ever with the unknown. There is the fear of the unknown very much for me with the Jacksonville Jaguars and Liam Cohen. Coming up next, we'll get to a little bit more of the unknown, right? Kevin Durant was he look? Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce had some interesting things to say on their podcast about KD's method to his madness. We'll have the audio for you next. Stay put.
Hey, ability trees is who you.
Is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne, 713-572-4610 if you want to text the program. Join Twitch, appreciate you. If you haven't done so, download the Odyssey app. It's free, and you never have to miss a thing. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we'll talk with the fellas on In the Loop. John Lopez out today. I saw my guy, Chris Partee. He's in the house with Reggie Atatula. Figgy Fig, I would imagine, is here as well. They've got you from 10 until 2. Between now and then, Seth, Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce. This is current audio, unlike the ones that we played for earlier, but it was fun. Pat Beverly and Lou Williams talking about Kevin Durant from 2019. Maybe one of my favorite audio cuts about any player ever. Lou Williams made that whole thing possible.
Yeah, those guys just saying that, man, we tried everything we could to stop Durant, and no, it was not. He was going to score 50 points tonight. That's pretty much it.
I wish I would have
trust
been there.
us. We tried mixing things up. We tried everything, and it was not going to happen. Now that was 6 years ago, but it was fun audio to listen to.
Oh, it was fun. Lou Williams just like, dude, what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do?
Yeah.
Pat Bev, like, if you were the coach, how would you tell us to stop him? He's Kevin Durant. Well, Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce had a little bit of a different discussion. In fact, this is mainly all Kevin Garnett because Paul Pierce, watching this podcast, very different personality from him than I am used to seeing on any one of those like first take shows where he's very vocal. This dude was shades, slouched down in his chair, and he was basically the back for Kevin Garnett. He was the yes man. He was like, yeah.
Whose pod is it? Is it Durant? Is it Garnett's podcast or Paul Pierce's podcast?
I don't know, like, who's the sole, proprietor of this. I always see him when they're together. Garnett does most of the talking, so I'll say de facto it's Kevin Garnett. But here's Kevin Garnett and his soundtrack, Paul Pierce, talking about Kevin Durant and the method to Durant's madness joining the Houston Rockets.
I hate to go here, but this is what it is.
Right.
KD coming here, when they start doing drills one-on-one, and you don't want to get down, man, bro, that's going to tell.
That's going to tell the story.
He trying to see what's in here.
Right.
Them young boys, he got. Hey, man.
What's in here.
Hey, man, them twins going to be a problem in this league. Greeny ain't going nowhere, man.
They already a problem.
They already a problem. So learning from this two-time champion, this MVP, coming here with this confidence, seeing his shooting, seeing his arc, seeing his technique, seeing how he come in, how he work on his bag, how he work on his body. Man, this is what you want when you're a young guy, especially A-Man and Junior. Jabari and A-Man watching, bro. Man, this is their path.
He good. Hey,
I see the effects of what it can be, but then you got to think about this side. Egos. You know, just like Paul said, when the young kid Anthony come to Boston, he can't think that, I'm going to come in here and get 20. No, let me come in here and learn these guys in this system in Boston because this ain't Portland. And when I'm missing some repercussions, or it might be a whole nother, you know what I'm saying? So when you get to Houston, first thing KD not won it a couple times. So he coming in here like, okay, look, when we play, this how y'all, he on the same team Paul was. Paul took Jeff Green and started wrestling Jeff Green. Jeff Green was like, what's going on? He was like, I'm just trying to see what you're going to look like when we get in the thick.
Great stuff from Kevin Garnett, man. Here's the big takeaways for me, Seth, is he mentioned Amin Thompson and Guini. He was calling them Alperen Şengün. They're going to be a problem. Those guys and other young players from the Rockets have an opportunity to learn from a future Hall of Famer. But I immediately thought of Jabari Smith, who we talked about earlier. Just got the 5-year, $122 million deal, the extension. We played audio from Ari Alexander and his conversation with him from KPRC last week. And he's already in the lab working, trying to be a better ball handler, trying to be more physical, trying to develop a higher motor, work on his endurance and stamina, so on and so forth. That's a guy who and those are really three guys immediately that I think are going to mesh about as well as you can with a guy like Kevin Durant coming in with so many pelts on the wall.
Yeah, well, I like and I like the image of it almost like is a throwback to those old stories about never mind, I'm blanking. Larry Bird, thank you. Larry Bird and the way he would challenge and test rookies, or Michael Jordan, or any of those guys. I'm not putting Durant. I'm of all-time greats or anything, but as he was talking about him coming in and testing the young guys, I started thinking and wondering, all right, by and large, I feel pretty good about all these guys. Obviously, Amen Thompson is not one to shy away from being challenged or pressured or anything. I wondered a little bit about Cam Whitmore and how that might be an interesting just thing to monitor and watch if you're a coach. Is all right, let's see how all these guys respond to Kevin Durant trying to up everything a level or push guys or question guys and test guys, that you maybe start to find out about some of the core of how much these guys want to be tested and how much they want to prove. Because by and large, I feel like the guys that they have there for the most part are the kinds of guys that are going to respond to that in a positive way.
I thought of Cam Whitmore, honestly, first. Yeah. When the image that I have in my mind is, Kevin Durant on one side, Ime Udoka on the other side, and they're both giving Cam Whitmore the side eye, bro, we're here, we're waiting. You know what I mean? If that dude shows up late to a practice, if that dude isn't there before them, then I think they're going to think, they're going to think thoughts, and they're going to be like, dude, what are we doing? You're 20, and Kevin Durant is here. We're a 50-plus win ball club. I told PC this the other day. If that's not enough motivation for you to, just step your game up and play the way that Ime demands, that swarm mentality that D'Amico, wants and expects from not just offensive guys as well. That's a prerequisite. If you want to play for us, you better come with that. Ime's got the same kind of thing going on. And if Kevin Durant can't pull the rest of that out of you, if you're Cam Whitmore or any other young player, then there's a problem, and you don't have a role on this team. It's just that simple. The Texans have said, if you're lacking this, you can't play here.
Yeah, no, I mean, with Jabari Smith Jr., he's worked with Durant already, and so there's no fear there. I think if anything, Durant probably has notes for the Rockets on exactly what he thinks Jabari Smith needs to work on, that he's already shared with Jabari Smith Jr. That part of it, and I think Durant's, the whole thing feels better than Durant maybe when he was in his ring-chasing days or whatever it might be. And don't get me wrong, this is ring-chasing still.
Yeah.
But it's not the same as constructing a super team. And some of the lessons that you learn, when you construct that team you do in Brooklyn, you realize, oh, boy, it really is a lot harder to do in real life than it is on paper. Little things like the little things pop up. Personalities have to be managed. Pandemics and shutdowns happen. All of these things make it way, way, way harder to pull off than sometimes just doing the more old school, here's a team with a talented young core that just needs a couple of veterans to one big veteran and maybe a couple other fringe veterans to put him over the top. That feels more like the Astros in 2017.
Last week when the Rockets made this deal with the Suns, somebody had texted, and I thought it was good thought, but they asked the question, if Kevin Durant wins a championship with the Houston Rockets this season or at some point in time over the next 3 years, with the idea in mind that he's here with the Rockets' young core, the team basically is currently constructed, right? Does that change his legacy? Not necessarily change it, but does that kind of improve it? I mentioned the heel turn, earlier in the show with you, going from Oklahoma City to Golden State, and the narrative that followed and ensued of him becoming a villain and ring chasing and that whole thing. And ring he chased and rings he got, and now he's here. But he's the dude. He's the superstar, the future Hall of Famer, and that's not to discount the potential and hopeful development of guys like Şengün and Jabari Smith and Amen Thompson. But if they win a title, does that is that his title, the first one that you could say that's Durant's title, or no?
Whether you say it's his title or not, I think he gets more actual credit for being the driving force behind it. The guy's won 2 finals MVPs, and yet because he did it with the Warriors, there's kind of a grudging acknowledgement of that because they were already a great team. But if he had done it, and yet if LeBron wins finals MVP, in Miami with a really talented team around him, but because he created, he's going to get more of that full credit because he was the architect of it, or at least partly the architect of it.
Yeah.
I think it does. I mean, it just necessarily, I think winning a championship with another team is going to change the narrative on your career. Obviously, winning a championship in general does at any point, but this feels more like this feels like business is the way it's always been and traditionally has been in pro sports. This is it's not a constructed super team. They struggled with offense. They came in. Durant improved the offense. He wins the MVP of the finals and the championship. That's much more so his championship than the Warriors ones, obviously.
I agree with you. There's not an argument that can be had. For me, at least, I fully agree with you. I just don't like the whole discussion to begin with because I didn't even like it when he went from Oklahoma City to Golden State because he was a really good player joining some other really good players in Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, certainly getting with the head coach and Steve Kerr. It was a great team already, right? And ring chasing, I get that whole narrative. I totally understand that. But he went there. He wasn't a distraction. He wasn't a perfect fit. And he won. And not only did he win and they won, but he was the NBA Finals MVP. There's that. Cam texts in on the YouTube chat. He says, if Durant gets a ring with us, he should be in the GOAT talks. Just look at the career stats. The whole ring chasing thing is the only blemish. Kevin Durant's already in the GOAT talks, in my opinion, and has been in the GOAT talks. This just kind of, maybe if there's another heel turn, maybe this is it for Durant because this is song, right? He wants to retire a Houston Rocket. He wanted to come to the Houston Rockets, and both sides, the Suns and the Rockets, made it possible.
I guess, the GOAT talk. I don't like GOAT. You mean the GOAT power rankings, maybe?
Yeah, the power rankings, not like the greatest of all time.
Yeah. So greatest is the group of greatest of all time. I gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hell, as much as we talk about GOAT in sports, I mean, there's like 15 in each.
I know, and with basketball especially, like the recency bias is huge and strong and all of that. I think elevating him up on the greatest of all time lists, wherever people have him at any given time. He's probably usually somewhere in the early teens for greatest of all time. That if he were to win 2 championships with the Rockets, how much would that vault him up over?
Yeah.
Various guys.
All right, coming up next, final segment already. We'll talk to the guys from In the Loop, Reggie Atatula, and Chris Partee in for John Lopez today. So we'll talk to them here in a little bit. Also, I want to have this discussion real quick. Can Dana Brown, Seth, think about this. Can Dana Brown ever reach the Jeff Luhnow status around here? We'll discuss next.
Area 45.
stuff.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. We'll talk to the fellas, Reggie Atatula and Chris Partee, and for John Lopez today with Figgy Fig. We got a text earlier in the show, and I told him I was going to talk about this anyway, and I wish I really wouldn't have saved it for the final segment, but we did talk a lot of Astros today. I have to admit that, but not really from this perspective. But the texter had the same idea that I did, obviously, coming into the morning when I wanted to ask the question, Dana Brown ever reach the Jeff Luhnow status around here in these parts? And talk about the he wanted us to talk about, like, everything that Dana Brown has really done all club since he himself has kind of been given the keys to the car. And maybe when that point in time came could be a little subjective for us, right? As just observers without being on the in on the know. And I'll just put it to you this way, Seth. Like, I thought at one point last season, I questioned whether or not Jim Crane was going to allow Brown to actually do his job. And there was one player and one player alone that made me even ask that question. His name was Jose Abreu. And ultimately, Dana Brown jettisoned Jose Abreu. They decided to eat that money, and it felt like ever since that point in time, that was when the Astros turned things around, almost a year to the day, maybe a couple of weeks, but he ended up making an impactful trade last season. You remember Yusei Kikuchi, he brought him in, and that's kind of what got things started, I think, with Dana Brown, like, hey, this guy's actually making the calls now and the decisions, and we stopped hearing from Jeff Bagwell or, Jim Crane, and it was Dana Brown, and it felt very much like he and Joe Espada, were more simpatico than maybe they had ever been at that point in time.
Yeah, I think that the two big that's interesting if you point that as the kind of the pivot point, the Kikuchi trade to where, okay, this is Dana Brown's trade. It's an aggressive move at the trade deadline. I think that Jim Crane is still a part of that, in that he is an owner that is always going to want his aggressive when it's appropriate. But when you are aggressive, be sure you're right in doing whatever you're doing aggressively. And he did that. Like, so I don't know if he would have pulled that off. Like, Dana Brown is a guy that, is a scout that wants to bolster the pipeline as much as possible. And if he had to step back and it was his team that he owned, he might have operated differently. I don't know if Dana Brown would have made that move for Kikuchi. Who knows? But whether because of pressure from the owner or because he felt it was the right thing to do, he made a great trade that was very unpopular, and people had many valid reasons to be skeptical of at the time. It ended up being great for the Astros last year.
Yeah.
I think that the part that's always hard is a new GM ever going to get credit for sustaining success as much as the GM like Jeff Luhnow, who created the initial success? I think because there was an interim period there with James Click, and that James Click didn't really alter things James Click did a good job of riding the wave of what Jeff Luhnow had created. And he did. I don't want to take away from the good things that Click did, but it wasn't an aggressive restructure or a reset or anything else like that.
Yeah.
So by the time Dana Brown takes over, it's clear that, okay, this is going to be a different team moving forward. You don't have the benefit of this pipeline that the Astros have had for so many years. What can you do to give us sustained success in the future? In the short term, it's very much on track. It's really what happens with the draft picks over the next couple of years, the prospects. I mean, we're still signing and calling up journeyman veteran players right now. John Singleton gets signed to the minor league roster last week. They're still in that process, but I think because of that, he will 100% get he'll get more credit. If the Astros win a World Series sometimes in the next 2 or 3 years, he's going to get a lot more credit than James Click, who was unceremoniously fired after the last World Series championship.
Sustainability is interesting, right? Because I thought about an article written by Chandler Rome of The Athletic a while back after the Kyle Tucker trade was consummated. You get Hayden Wisniewski, you get Cam Smith, you get Isaac Paredes in the deal coming to the Houston Astros. And in that column that Rome wrote, he discussed how Dana Brown's tenure was going to be defined by that trade. And I think that's pretty damn interesting when you talk about the sustainability of continuing to ride that wave like in this dynastic run that the Astros have been on since 2017 when they won the first World Series and they'd finally broken through. So far, so damn good. And now the news over the course of the last, week or so that, hey, they've brought Jeremy Pena to the table. And this is a guy who's got 2 arbitration years left. They're obviously very interested on a long-term, agreement with him. I think they can maybe foresee that being the case with a guy like Cam Smith. Got Yordan and Altuve still in the mix for a few years, right? Where you've got a good opportunity to mesh, the future faces maybe of this organization with the current. And when you look at Dana Brown's tenure, so far so good, but if he's able to pull this off and the Astros are able to continue, you ask the question, can the new GM ever, get the fair amount of credit that, he should because of what the old one did in Jeff Luhnow and the World Series that came because of it? The answer is maybe not, unless you win another one.
Yeah.
You win a World Series with Dana Brown as GM, then I think it's inarguable. And I think then we're headed down that path where, to answer the question that I asked, does Dana Brown ever come close to reaching the Jeff Luhnow status around here? Like, Jeff could do no wrong, and, look at the architecture that he did. The answer is yes, I think he absolutely can.
Especially when you consider the fact that 10 years from now, it's more likely that Dana Brown will still be welcomed back in the team facility and talked about by the owner and everything. You can't... that's honestly, as you reflected on that and what is the legacy of Jeff Luhnow, you can't extract the being better than everybody else scandal from everything else. And partly because, that was a classic instance of, by the time the team told everybody to knock it off, the Astros could have easily just knocked it off at that point. Whatever advantage vanished because teams were on to whatever the Astros were doing. All the other teams in baseball that had been doing shady stuff kind of had a jail free period to where if you had just knocked it off, then it probably never would have become a story.
Yeah.
And yet because Luhnow just couldn't be bothered to distribute the memo to knock it off, and they kept doing something that by that point, if anything, was harming them because that's the part. The extra 1 or 2 months that they did it where it wasn't giving them the benefits that they thought it was, and yet you just distribute the damn memo. That's all it took. That's all it would have taken. Damn it.
Forward. Send all.
Yes.
That's it. Just a couple of clicks.
It was they're so close.
Hey, you asked me a question during the break. What's the worst move Dana Brown has made in his tenure? And I don't know if you've come to if you've settled on one particular decision or not, but I'm here with it. I think the one thing that people would criticize Dana Brown for at this point in time is maybe something that he ultimately didn't really have any control over, and that's bringing Jose Abreu back from the 23 season into the 24 season.
Yeah.
It was a 3-year, $60 million contract that he himself didn't sign off on. That was a Jim Crane thing / Jeff Bagwell, depending on who you are. That wasn't his deal. What were you going to do? I think ultimately what we just talked about, when did he get the keys to the car? Maybe he was a very large part of, standing on the table and pounding it for, this is why we have to move on.
Yeah.
Maybe for what you feel like you should pick and prod at him and blame him for is something that maybe he should be rewarded for.
The biggest part, when I Googled why should Dana Brown be fired, most of it comes up right around the time of the Kikuchi trade last year.
Giving up the beloved Joey Loperfido. Oh, no.
Yeah. Let's see. Headline, Dana Brown is the worst GM in the history of sports. That was July 30th of 2024. The Kikuchi trade is the one where everything was at its most heightened. The Astros had made their turnaround, but you're still reeling from how bad the beginning of the season had been. Yeah. And I was very, very skeptical of the Kikuchi trade to begin with. It ended up being a really smart trade, and it was one made by a GM that understands the strengths. One of the strengths of his organization is their ability to get better performance out of guys like Kikuchi.
Yeah, to scout, to evaluate. Looking at you, Ryan Gusto. Looking at you, Brandon Walter. Looking at you, Colton Gordon. Anybody and everybody that they've had to throw into the mix that was literally not in our minds, to start the season. Like, Colton Gordon. Why am I seeing this guy's name pop up every once in a while? And it's like, oh, yeah, well, they must know what they're talking about. Brandon Walter, Jason Alexander, Ryan Gusto. It's working. And Dana Brown, he was lauded for being an excellent talent evaluator before he became a Houston Astro general manager, and it's showing through right now. The fellas from In the Loop are here. No John Lopez today. We got Reggie Atatula with my guy Chris Partee. Fellas, what's going on?
Yo, man.
What's happening?
No John Lopez all week. He is
all week?
Yeah.
Big baller. Him and Pendergast. Are they
Exactly.
vacationing together?
They chilling.
I would love to imagine that, except I'm trying to imagine what the vacation would have to be for both of them to go together. Like, what is the joint vacation location for John Lopez and Sean Pendergast? Like, what is that portion of the Venn diagram that works? You know?
I feel like where Sean is right now, he's at an all-inclusive resort. That might work because Lopez would be able to go off on fishing trips, but then come back and enjoy it. And then Sean would not. Sean might go out on one fishing trip with Lopez, and John could kind of show him some things here and there, but then Sean would want to get back to his resort activity.
I was going to say the common denominator between the two, gambling.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Oh yeah,
that's it.
Good call.
That's it.
Riverboat.
Oh yeah,
on a riverboat.
Yeah.
Lopez fishing off the bow.
Exactly.
And Pendergast playing the slots.
Yeah.
Although he doesn't strike me as a slots player necessarily. Like he
Table
seems like
guy.
he wants to play a game of skill.
Yeah. Well, Lopez
Chris,
too.
you should be a travel agent, Chris. That was brilliant.
That was really good.
Hey, I might have to get that going. Get my agency going.
Yeah.
Up and running.
Yeah. It's just an antiquated business.
Right, exactly.
Walk into the bank and I'm like, I'm ready to start a travel. I got 3 new dot matrix printers to print out tickets.
But I got at least two potential clients already. We just talked about it. So I'm good. I'm good to go.
Although I will say, as someone who has like booked a flight for this week, I understand that it's accessible online. I think I might be like reverting in some ways and seeing the value of the travel agent. I kind of want to just hand this off to somebody and let them do it. Like,
client number 3.
Figure out all this other stuff.
Client number 3.
Including
right
parking at the airport. Please figure that out.
There you go. Traverse City, Michigan. Did they reel you into that one? Is that where you're going?
I mean, I would love to, especially if you get to do play 5 rounds of golf for one day of work. Like that'd be
good Lord, man.
I'm so jealous of them fellas.
I got to be honest with you. I started looking at.
Oh, did you? Looking at flights?
Yes. They did that segment towards the end of their show on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and I'm like, damn, Traverse City, Michigan. Yeah, that sounds pretty nice. And I started looking at the pictures, and Ron posted on Facebook, and it's like he was talking about like, hey, it looks like the Caribbean, and I'm like, holy crap, there's an infinity pool with really blue water in the background, and I see margaritas. I'm like, yeah, I'm in.
It's it's way up north in the Upper Peninsula, so it's nice weather this time of year, at least relative to Houston, and yeah. The big north. I'm gonna try to go to somewhere north of the Arctic Circle next summer. I just want to be somewhere where I'm chilly in the morning. That's all I want.
Hold on, you said north of the Arctic Circle.
Yeah, north of the Arctic Circle.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going alone on that one.
No, hey, I'll book it for you.
Hey,
just let me know.
There it is.
Get you to work on that one.
And we're getting texts on the text line right now from travel agents speaking. I mean, we knew travel agencies still existed. Thank you, 281. But we got people who are actually travel agents, and I don't know if they're trying to recruit me or if they're trying to get my service or
Hey, don't be stealing my clients now. Don't be honing in on my business already.
They are like actual travel agents. They probably work for companies though, right? Like they're not.
A lot of them do. Yeah, a lot of them do.
I would imagine so. Like, I feel like it takes a lot of cojones to be in business for yourself in certain industries, and that would be one that I'd absolutely feel like that one.
I've got some really close friends that are very entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
And they're in the financial sector. And I just happened to go over, one of them, Buzzy, I took to the Metallica concert with
Oh,
me.
yeah.
And his wife, we were talking, making small talk before we'd left. And she said, oh, yeah, I'm in travel agency now. And I said, what? She's a nurse. She works in finance. And now you're a travel agent.
She's a hustler.
Like, I don't know how that works. So to answer your question, maybe it's like a subsidiary of a business, or I didn't know you could do it by yourself.
It says, according to AI, travel agencies are experiencing a resurgence in popularity.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because people want some personalized service and specialized knowledge. Yes. Good for you, enterprise. You know what? you saw a need, and you're answering that need.
Here we
but
go.
I don't want to pay anything extra. I'm going to have to Google flights for
You're just
me.
going to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, you get the hookup here personally with Chris.
Hey, I got
Partee.
you. I'll take care.
Yeah.
He'll be up and
Kristen Inc. filling in for Lopez would lead to a new career. But
Hey, I'm going for
congratulations.
it. Hey, I'm going to do it all, man. I'm going to do it all.
Hey, you got the time, man. You only got a 4-hour radio show.
Exactly.
Seth, I will see you tomorrow.
Can I do something for you? Because I know that one thing that typically Seth and Sean enjoy before we head into the show is letting them know what our question of the day is.
Oh, yeah.
Inspired by, for me, digging into the crates and finding one of my favorite Pete Carroll quotes. What's your favorite sports quote? Is what our question of the day is.
Ooh, I love it. Do you have anything off the top of your head, Seth?
I can give you my favorite movie quote, which is when Harry is strangling Lloyd Christmas because Harry found out that Lloyd had extra gloves, and Harry was and Harry was flipping out because he had no gloves, and Lloyd Christmas says, "Harry, your hands are freezing." That's my favorite movie quote.
All right,
sports quote. I'm having a hard time. I could go. Let me give you the never underestimate the heart of a
There you
champion.
go.
Yeah,
That's always a good one to go to.
It's a low-hanging fruit, Seth. All
Yeah,
right.
It's a good one. It's a good plump fruit,
It is. It's a good one. Off the top of my head, Augie Garrido, former Texas Longhorn baseball coach, wise man, and he once said, "This isn't about some GD game; it's about lives." Pounded the table.
That's right.
That's my favorite sports quote.
That's how you get them going, man.
Get them pumped up.
Love it. All right, you've got Reggie Atatula and Chris Partee in for Lopez today. Seth, I will see you tomorrow, my man.
See you tomorrow, man. Good job.
Crosstalk sponsored by DNF. You are listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2, an Odyssey sports station in the Loop. Officially begins now.
That's right. Happy Monday to you. You are in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Chris Partee in for the OG John Lopez.
What up?
And then we got Figgy Fig as usual on the ones and twos. How you feeling, brother?
Feeling good. Oh, you talking to me? I'm feeling good.
He was like,
I'm talking to everybody.
Am I allowed to talk yet?
Nah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good.
Friday messed you up. I didn't talk to you for damn near the whole first segment, and now you're like, oh, I got a segment on.
Oh, he asking how I'm doing. He care about me. He care about me today, right?
I care about you every day. I want to make that clear. I just wanted to check on you.
Make sure you made it through the weekend all right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I made it pretty good.
Did you have to mow the lawn again? Did that take all weekend?
I actually did mow the lawn this weekend, man. I just did the backyard. So my goal is to make sure I keep it low all the time. I don't want to ever let it get high again.
Has Bijani heard your tale of trying to mow your lawn and taking multiple days in order to do so?
I don't think so. So pretty much.
I don't think he can hear you right now either.
Yeah, so long story less long, I had to mow the lawn for like 3 days because I got a trimmer and I let it get too high. And I just got this new trimmer for Father's Day, and it only came with one battery, so the battery kept dying. So I had to put a pause on the grass, let it charge up, and then go at it again.
Or you got to get that gas lawnmower, man.
Yeah.
You got to get that gas
lawnmower.
lawnmower.
See, I don't want so I don't have anything, and I don't want the gas and all that stuff in the house.
Yeah.
So I just got something small, and plus I have a smaller yard. So I just wanted to get some electric and just kind of get it out the way.
You want to go that route, get one of them robot lawnmowers, and it'll cut the grass for you while you're right here at work. It's like a Roomba.
I'm about to look
exactly,
that.
like a Roomba.
I'm about to look that up right
See,
now.
look at that.
man.
We're just making each other's lives better. That's all we do here.
Entrepreneurs here, man.
There you go.
Hey, that's what we do. We making new businesses around here. We starting it up around here.
Yeah, making lives better, getting money.
Hey,
And today in
that's
the
what it's
loop, especially in this first segment, let's talk about making lives better and getting money.
Oh, yeah.
As evidenced by the Rockets locking in another young piece. It is Jabari Smith Jr., and he should be here unless, things go awry for another 5 years. A 5-year extension, $122 million is what he gets. And weigh in on that and everything else. 713-572-4610 is the text line. Also, you can get involved with the program courtesy of the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and then also on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. But this is I was very intrigued by this particular move, Chris. The idea that Jabari Smith Jr., who was one of the pieces that the Rockets decided that they absolutely did not want to move off of.
No.
But then them going and doing the additional thing of not just, maybe having him kind of projecting that he will be in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
But then also signing him to this particular extension. What was your first thought when you saw that Jabari Smith Jr. was getting just a little, 20 million about a year for the next 5 years?
I mean, it tells me that the Rockets are, they're serious. They are going for it, even though they just brought in KD. Obviously, you bring in KD, that means, you see yourself within that championship window, but you also want to keep that young talent happy. You want to keep them in the mix, and this just shows me that they have plans to have Jabari Smith around for a while. I mean, like you said, unless something goes awry, the next 5+ years. Because I think he had, one more year left, right? Yeah. On the rookie deal. So, yeah. So, essentially 6 more years, really.
Right. And, I mean, it makes sense. You wanted to, retain the service of Jabari Smith Jr. Tari Eason is one of those guys that I imagine, because both of them are extension eligible, I imagine Tari Eason now becomes the guy that you focus your attention on. For me, it was like, okay, that getting him done is, with an extension was the understandable part. I think the money of it was very intriguing because it struck me very much like the extensions that you saw last year. The Alperen Şengün, the Jalen Green extensions where they got a decent amount of money. Yeah. But if these guys, I mean, you hit it a little bit earlier than I imagine you needed to on some of these. And if these guys pan out in the way that you want, these would be deals. Like these would be almost steals. I don't know what the line of demarcation is in my brain between deal and steal. Yeah. I think we know there is a demarcation.
There's a line there.
You can get a deal that's not a steal, but you can't get a steal that's not a deal. You know what I mean? Well, I guess you could get a steal that's not a deal, but that'll get you locked up.
Wordsmithing over here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make you understand the weirdness that's in my brain and make sure that we're all on the same level. But this is a deal, especially when you look at the contracts that are comparable. It very much feels like they tried to get in here relatively early, and I kind of love this as it's starting to develop as an MO for Rafael Stone and the Rockets.
It's a smart move because you just said something that jumped out to me. Get in early here. Not wait until he's in his last year to get that deal going, because sometimes you wait too long and the price, obviously, it goes up from there. So, no, this is a big move, smart move for the Rockets. And like you said, Tari Eason probably coming down the pipe here next at some point, because I believe, like you said, he's also extension eligible as well. So, no, great move for the Rockets. Keep this team together. You just moved on from one of those young pieces in Jalen Green. Don't have to worry about that contract anymore. So now this is a big move for the Rockets, man.
Does this at all, because in a moment I was kind of thinking about this, does this at all feel like a level of allowing or pushing Jabari Smith Jr. into that role, maybe not specifically that role, but that kind of roster spot, for lack of a better term, that Jalen Green vacates by being traded away, right? Because it felt like when you made those extensions last year, you were making, in some ways, right? Because I talk about this, I believe, I subscribe to this idea that money serves as a proxy for respect, especially in these leagues, right?
Definitely.
And just in life, right?
Just in life.
Yeah, you go to work, you get paid a certain amount, and if after a few years you ain't gotten a little bit of a pay raise, you're like, what y'all trying to say about
what we do? You're looking around like, all right, where my money at?
Yeah,
what we doing right now?
Do you not believe in me? Do you not like me? Do you not appreciate my work? Right?
I know somebody down the street that values me more.
Exactly. So I think that serves, money can serve as a proxy for respect at some points. And now you have a Jabari Smith Jr. sliding into, and it's not the same amount of money, mind you, on average annual value, but something kind of similar to what you had previously had with Jalen Green. And so in my thought, I was like, do you at all see this as a level of like, I don't know if elevation is the right word, but a level of expectation that they have for Jabari and what he does in sliding in, maybe not alongside Alperen Sengun, but into that place where you now have to be a higher level of player in order for this team to be the contender that we want, in order for the pieces to fit right.
I think you're dead on right there, because when a player gets this type of, and you said elevation may not be the word, but I think it is. Elevation, whether you want to call it elevation, promotion, whatever, I think we're going to see Jabari Smith move right back into the starting lineup here, because remember, he got hurt this past season. Amin Thompson stepped in and kind of just ran with it from there, and then Jabari was coming off the bench. Still getting his time in, but he was coming off the bench for most of the remainder of the regular season once he got back from injury. So I think you're going to see him step back into the starting lineup along with KD, along with Amin Thompson, along with Fred VanVleet, especially with Dylan Brooks being out of the picture now. So somebody's got to go into those spots, and obviously Sengun starting at center. So, no, when you pay a guy this type of money, even if it's a steal or a deal, whatever you want to call it, you still expect them to step up and meet the moment, right, and meet their pay, basically, for lack of a better term. So, no, they are going to expect more from Jabari Smith in this situation moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. And the question that I then have, because this comes in from the 832, on the text line again, 713-572-4610. No max contract on the books for the Rockets. That's not true if you consider Kevin Durant coming in, obviously. But I understand what you were talking about.
Yeah.
And it proves that they have eyes because actually, I'll read this verbatim, Figgy, for your benefit. It proves they have eyes because Bari's stock rose up after the playoffs around the league. Now, I will get to like the actual idea of what's happening within that text, but I didn't want to stop and feel take a little bit of a victory lap and feel vindication, because Figgy, along with John Lopez, gave me a whole lot of guff last week for shortening Jabari Smith Jr.'s name to Bari in a text.
Oh, they didn't like that, huh?
As if I was the only one who did this.
No, I didn't give you a lot of pushback, but when he said he mentioned Tari and Bari,
okay,
and that kind of threw me off. I'm like Bari, and then I'm like, oh, Jabari Smith, okay. But I'm fine with Bari.
I
But
like the rhyme though.
It's just
Bari.
It threw me off for a minute. But that's kind of like
you wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, that's kind of like Nick Casario using somebody's initials for their name.
LD.
Yeah, LD. It was like, who is that?
Darius Henderson. Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, okay, got you.
That's a little tougher. Because sometimes people use initials and I'm like, wait, who are they talking about?
Yeah. Especially in situations where we have not like established in the cultural zeitgeist that like there's certain people, especially if you are good enough or if at your job or what have you, where you get to be like either, the mononym, you get to have the one name, or you get to have like people have initials, but you get to own them.
KD. Prime example.
We know exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Right? I feel like in sports a lot of times we get some of these shortening stuff where I'm like, you won't have to help me out. That one doesn't give me as much information as you think it does.
Nick Casario did this. I think he said something like, oh, yeah, JP has been working his butt off. I'm like,
JP who?
Oh, Jared Patterson? Oh, okay, Jared Patterson. He talked about Jared
Patterson. Because that could be Jalen Petrie as well.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So who are we talking about?
Yeah, but the Bari thing just kind of threw me off for a second. But I'm good with Bari.
Okay,
I like Bari.
Thank you. So it's just Lopez that was okay. Very good. Lopez was hating. Very good.
He wasn't messing with it.
But like back to this text again, that they said it proves that they have eyes because Bari's stock rose up after the playoffs around the league, and I do think that Jabari Smith Jr. did show his value, but I don't know. I guess I'll ask this as a question. Like, where are you on Jabari Smith Jr.? Because I think that very much he has continued to be. The upside here remains really interesting. However. And maybe this is unfair to go back to his draft stock because he's been in the league long enough where you just kind of figure out what he is right now. And basketball is really interesting that sometimes a guy can be drafted highly and then ultimately just be like, hey, a solid role player, right?
Yeah.
Top 10 pick and just, hey, that guy's a role player and that's fine. But Jabari Smith Jr. was a number 3 overall pick. And if you look at, as my Nigerians would say, his age mates, people who he was drafted with, right? You're talking about Paolo Banchero, you're talking about Chet Holmgren, who are in those spaces, like who went 1, 2, and then he went 3. How do you feel about him as it relates to like where he actually is right now, not necessarily the upside versus the contract that he was given, the extension really?
I mean, right now I would, I guess, classify Jabari as a.
Don't say the B word.
What?
Don't do that. Where you got to say bust?
No.
Okay,
no.
good.
No.
It's been a question that's asked about him, and it feels
Really?
like
he went number 3.
Yes, it was wild.
I can't call him a bust. I mean, because he's a contributing player.
Yes,
on a now definitely a championship contender.
Agreed.
So you can't call him a bust, right? Everybody's not going to come in. I don't think you can call.
I wouldn't call him a bust, but the idea of being a contributor player on a contender, I think there's more context. I'll take you back to the Warriors and when they win 22.
Yeah,
when you got
3 years
when you
ago.
got Andrew Wiggins, a former number 1 overall pick, on max money, playing as the 4th best player.
Yes, but how long had he been in the league at that point? I think there's a difference there.
Okay, fair.
How long has Jabari been in the league? What, 4 years now?
Correct. That is right.
So there's a difference. I'm always of the I guess my philosophy is once a player usually gets to around between year 6, 7, 8, you kind of know who they are. Like they're not gonna. To me, I don't think players by year 7 and 8 take too many more leaps and bounds as far as even statistics. You don't see a guy in year 8 jump from 18 points a game usually to like 25. You don't see that. You see that in the years when they're actually developing and growing. Like you saw John Morant increase his points per game in the first 3 years by leaps and bounds.
And then he won a most improved player for it. What a disgusting.
You're still salty over that. But what I'm saying,
that's not what a most improved player is for.
I totally understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Jabari Smith, he's still growing in my opinion. Like right now, I guess you could call him a solid role player, but I still think there's room for him to grow into more of a role, like, at some point to have a much bigger role. I think he could get up to somewhere around 18, 19 points a game at some point. Now, maybe not while KD is there. That's going to be tough because you still got Şengün, you got Amin Thompson.
Yeah.
You got Fred VanVleet, even though he's older, he's not averaging that many points anymore, but you still got guys in there that are going to take opportunities from him.
Well, I actually think that he might actually have more opportunities because as of right now, we'll talk more about this as we go along in the program, as today is welcome to the legal tampering period.
Yes.
The National Basketball Association.
We are there.
Yeah. What does that
now
mean?
we can talk to people. Now we can talk to
legally. Legally. But, I mean, where was I going ultimately? Oh, yeah. I think Jabari also, if you look at this team, how many spot-up jump shooters do you have on this team right now?
Exactly.
And so it's not even just the idea that the points that he can score, is the ways that he can get it and what you need as a team. So it almost feels like, to some degree, this contract was a level of hey, these are the expectations that we have for you. This is the role that we're seeing for you. And ultimately, I want to filter all this back into a level of respect for Rafael Stone because I think when you look at the Jalen Green contract, which obviously – at the point where we're like, ooh, this is a little much, but you're kind of seeing the expectation of the growth that you see, and a tradable contract, which you saw was indeed tradable and useful in getting Kevin Durant. Alperen Şengün, which locks him in at a place where now he's, you have him for the next 4 years under contract on something that's real reasonable, especially if he continues to be that all-star and continues to develop even further. And then with Jabari, and you now add again another player who projects to become a bigger impact in you on your team for the contract that is similar to average annual value-wise, Nick Claxton, Terry Rozier, John Collins. Do I need to continue? I think that this is a very interesting way of going about it, especially in this new CBA era of the NBA, where
all these aprons.
It used to be that in order to re-sign your young players, you kind of go even further and just kind of max them out if they have some level of. It feels like they've done a good job of balancing the pay number and the scale of it while still giving that a feeling of, hey, we're rewarding you for being a young, talented player that we see upside in, but also getting you locked in early enough at a number where we're not going to be having to play as much in those aprons where it gets prohibitive with the ways that the rules have been set up.
I mean, basically, they've set the contracts up to where teams aren't going to be so hamstrung by these young players' contracts. For the most part, is that kind of what you're saying? Like it doesn't hamstring the teams aren't as hamstrung, like being held back as much.
I think it projects to be that, especially with the way that Rafael Stone is going about giving these contracts. Because again, there's a number.
Depends on the team too.
There's a number of young contracts, and that's one of the difficult parts about being a team that's drafting a lot of young talent and putting them all together. Is that in order to keep them together, the money is going to get prohibitive, especially once you start doling out big dollars. And they've managed to do a thing where they're doling out money that I think, again, talking about money as proxy for respect, shows the respect that they have for these players while also giving, cutting off just a little bit from what had previously been we're maxing you out or we're giving you just a crazy amount of money. Not going to those spaces, getting these guys paid, they feel respected. They're stepping into a bigger role, but also allowing there to be enough money to still navigate around. Because again, the way that they did this, I fully expect the Tari Eason deal, extension to be coming, and it does feel
Soon.
like it'll be a relatively reasonable one as well. Which it feels like Rafael Stone, to make a long story less long, like it feels like Rafael Stone is maybe ahead of the curve on this current iteration of the CBA and how to build teams right now, which is what the NBA is trying to figure out all the way around.
Yeah, Stone definitely gets a lot of credit because being a GM in today's NBA, it's not tough. It's a crazy balancing act to put these teams together and, like you said, keep them together when you're drafting all this young talent. Like OKC is going to find this out coming up pretty soon with all the young talent that they've drafted, similar to the Rockets here.
And the funny thing about that is the way that you do that as well is you continue to have draft picks to keep getting young talent, which the Rockets also do. Like, it feels like this. I'm interested to see if the Rockets, and of course, in some ways, the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are predecessors in some ways, if these are the guys or the teams rather at the front lines of this is the MO of how to do things in the new modern NBA.
Well, let's say the Rockets go ahead and win a championship this coming season. Trust me, everyone's going to start copycatting them and OKC.
All right,
it's going to be the way.
We just hit the legal tampering period, and you putting the Rockets in the championship. There's still some work to be done. There's still more work to be done, but I like the enthusiasm.
I'm just throwing it out as an example.
I like the enthusiasm. Don't get me wrong.
Throwing it out there as an example.
You're in the loop. Right here, Radio 610 from 8 through 2 with Jaylen gone and KD being older. I think there are more opportunities, very much so. And look, there's more things to talk about with the way that the Rockets are being built. We're just getting to what is free agency time now in the NBA, and there's definitely a lot of conversation, a lot of rumors going around. We'll talk about that as we keep going. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about the Astros, another series win where they will get through the month of June without losing a series. Let's talk more about the weekend that was for the Astros next.
Payne and Pendergast.
These three
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. I'm Reginald Atatula. No John Lopez for the week. He's on vacation, so sitting in for today and tomorrow. Chris Partee.
Yep.
What's happening, man? Wearing the kid, the hat with the kid on it.
My boy Ken Griffey Jr., you know. Big fan, man. That was my dude growing up. Like him, Ken Griffey Jr. and Frank Thomas. Those were my guys.
Big Hurt Was that like intentional of some sort? Like I like this style, I like this. All right, so
those are just the dudes that I gravitated.
Did you play?
towards.
Did you play baseball?
Yeah, I played some baseball growing up. Yeah.
Which one was the one that you were trying to be?
Probably both a little bit. I mean,
there's
no.
Both.
Well,
there was one that one is the answer.
Well, see, I never played center field, but I played left and right, and I played a little bit of first base.
Okay. So everybody tried to beat Ken Griffey, though, man.
Yeah, but you can't really beat Ken Griffey. I mean, like you could try to, to imitate it, but you can't really beat the kid.
One of my favorite sneakers, by the way, too.
Oh yeah.
Which,
by the way, like it was so very rare that you got like some kicks that were not basketball shoes, like from a athlete that actually made a level of impact. Yeah. Like it just didn't happen.
Did he have the best baseball shoe?
Oh, by far.
I mean, I'm trying to think what would be the other one.
Because you had who was the guy? Damn, I'm blanking on his name now. But
well, Deion had different versions of a couple of his shoes. Deion Sanders, the primes, back in like the mid '90s when he was still playing baseball as well as football. He had for the different colorways for the teams he played with back in the day.
Yeah. All right.
But still, even with, and I'm talking about the ones that had the strap over the front. Those Deion's. But still, Griffey was it for me.
Yeah, no,
Griffey was it, man.
I agree with you. All right, so let's talk about these the YouTube chat right now. Is like the conversation in there. It's Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about the Rockets. We're about to talk about the Astros. You know what they're talking about in there? Robot mowers.
Hey, what's going on with those robot mowers?
Man, they're a little too pricey, man.
A little too pricey.
Yeah, I think I'd rather buy a car. Let's put it that way.
Well, Dan, you need a loan to get one, huh?
Yeah. For my little yard, man, I don't think it's worth it. And plus, I'm trying to turf it out too. So.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, Astros. Win 2 out of 3 this weekend versus the Cubs. A very good offensive team, which we only saw on one day. Coming into this homestand, which they finished up yesterday. Of course, they're back on the road in Colorado tomorrow. But we're coming into this homestand. We were talking about it, myself and Lopez. The idea that this is going to be a little bit of a litmus test of sorts for the Astros, an Astros team that, look, to be fair, we've been setting up tests for them all year long, and they've been doing a damn good job of passing them despite.
They've been running right through them.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah. And creating new tests of their own, right? Like, creating their own tests. Like, what? Like, they feel like the person who is smacked and who's like, can I make a sandwich? With raisin bread? Like, that's what it feels like the Astros are like. Can I score runs without my best hitter?
Of course we can.
Can we keep offenses down without 3 of our starting pitchers?
Of course we can.
And the answer is just yes, up and down. And they do it again, like 5 out of 6 of this homestand versus the Phillies and the Cubs. And Phillies, in order just to display how good the Astros pitching was in that series and just in general, the Phillies go out and score 11 runs on the Saturday that they get out of Houston. They're like, hey, get us out of here. Let's get back to scoring against pitchers that are not going to hold us down. Like, what for? And 713-572-4610. What for you was like the most impressive part of the weekend? And if you want to stretch this back to the homestand, you can. Because there's a number of things in my mind here, Chris, that I think you could go to. And we could start with the young cat. If the real one can stand up, Cam Smith, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking, Chris. I'm talking to Chris.
It's all good.
But the real Cam Smith, because that Aussie that played golf was not doing back-to-back homer things, right? The Aussie that played golf did not take a 1-2 count, and then like work it deeper and then take it yard, right? Like he is showing a level of maturity that I didn't fully see early on in the season, but I don't think I expected was a reasonable expectation this early into his career. Like he is such a delight to watch play.
Yeah.
And it's only getting better over the last like 15 days where of course I was supposed to pull this up. And I'll pull it back up again now. But like if you look at his splits, he has been cooking. Like he has been frying up over the last like 15, 20 days. Let's see, last 14 days is what I'll give you. A 3.67 batting average and a 1.110 like 1100 OPS basically.
Amazing.
Like, he has been so good of late. Like he is locking in these the middle of the summer here.
I think Cam Smith, And honestly, further than last, I guess 3 weeks is what you pointed out. You can go back a little, even a couple weeks beyond that.
I mean, over the last month, 314 batting average, 877 OPS.
Yeah. I think at this point we're seeing that he's not only. I think he's exceeding expectations that anyone had for him coming in. I mean, because there was a lot. If you remember, there was a lot of hype coming in. You know, people were excited to see Cam Smith and see what he would do and see what he would be. I think we all had some level of hope for one, and some level of, you know, okay, what can this kid do? Didn't start off the greatest, but I mean, we're only I guess the 3 months into the season. So
in essence,
yeah. So what he's done over the last, I'd even go maybe the last 6 weeks, so last month and a half, is just shattered all expectation and just showing that he belongs in the majors and he's here to stay. That's really what I'm seeing out of Cam Smith.
Yeah,
Smith right now.
Of course, like with them being in town, right? The Cubs, the team that you traded him, that he was traded from.
Yeah.
The team that another guy who I found to be impressive, Isaac Paredes, was traded from. I was looking at it because I made the very bold and probably going to be wrong prediction that not only would Isaac Paredes outslug Kyle Tucker, that also Cam Smith would outslug him. I think that we're sitting at 17 homers apiece for Paredes and Tucker, and if memory serves me, 7 for Cam Smith.
Yeah.
However, the way it's been going of late, like I was like, hey, my take might have a little bit of
a little juice behind.
Might have a little more
Diaz sounded from the beginning.
And
Did you get flack for that too?
No.
Okay.
We were all on the hopium. We were all drinking the Kool-Aid.
Okay.
We were all irrationally confident. Like all of that was
irrationally.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I was out
and
here.
this was during spring training too.
Okay,
so Cam was going off.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right. He was. Yeah.
Cam Smith was less than a year away from playing college baseball, and I was like,
Which
put
is
him
crazy.
on the big league club to open.
He's ready to
Start
go.
the season with Cam Smith. And like he's delivered. Like, so that has been wildly impressive in and of itself. And then bring back Isaac Paredes, a dude who on a Sunday against Taillon, the pitcher for the Cubs in this game, who threw 107 pitches in his outing. I'm pretty sure that Paredes saw damn near a third of those pitches himself.
Goodness.
I think he had a 3.5 minute at bat to start. Like, did he lead off? I think he did, because this was Pena being out, which, yeah, that was not one of the impressive parts of the weekend. This dude is just like, he is everything and more that you could possibly ask for from a third baseman, in addition to playing a great third base, although he DH'd yesterday. So you have that as well. Framber Valdez, 6 scoreless yesterday. Of course, now it is worth noting that he also left that game with a few ducks on the pond that Brian Abreu came in and extinguished. But he continues to be phenomenal with his placement. Even in that game, I think the first 4 innings were nails, and then it kind of slipped up a little bit in the last couple, where his location started wavering on him
a little bit, yeah.
And then finally bring back Brian Abreu, who like comes in for a 2-out stint. Like I said, putting out the fire that started Valdez at the back half of it, and then just coming out and dealing, looking entirely dominant. Like, this is the Astros team that did this against 2 of the better offensive teams that they were going to face off against in a homestand. And I don't know what else. I think I'm beyond the place where I don't have doubt for this Astros team anymore. There's reasons. Don't get me wrong. I don't have doubt for them anymore.
So all doubt in your mind has been wiped clean, is what you're saying.
Yes, because also the thing that we're doing on top of this is, and this comes in on the text line. Scary part is doing this without Walker.
Yeah.
Or with rather Walker struggling, and then no Yordan. And you put those 2 guys in, and let's say you just get Yordan back, because maybe you have an argument to be made that Christian Walker, before, he started up playing at this level relatively late in his career, and then maybe we started to see a little bit of a decline, and maybe this is the other side. I don't want to acquiesce to that yet, but maybe. You just get Yordan back, and all of a sudden this is even scarier of a proposition. This Astros team is a menace.
I mean, they are. I mean, they're more than a menace right now. I mean, they're one of the best. One of the top 3 record in the league right now,
Yes.
like the entire league, not just the American
in
league.
all of the majors.
In all of the majors. I mean, and the way they're doing it without one, their power guy, one of their best hitters, and then 2, without a lot of their pitching, whether it be starters or bullpen. It's just amazing what they've done, and I think personally that speaks to Joe Espada, the manager. Just the way they've overcome all this adversity. After the slow start, I mean, did you really expect them after the the way to be at this point, at this, I guess halfway through the season.
No.
To be a top 3 team in the entire majors.
If you had told me the circumstances that they'd be dealing with, that they would be dealing with a majority of their pitchers being out, and I mean and of course it's understandable with Lance McCullers coming back on Saturday after another IL stint, right? Like that maybe it was not going to be good, and boy was it not good. We'll talk about that more later. I don't want to focus on the negative here. But like, if you had told me that, hey, you're going to miss all these starters for a significant amount of time, one of your big free agent acquisition would not be playing all that well. Jordan, a dude in the middle of your lineup, would not be playing at all, and that they would be this far. What is it? 15 games above 500, with a nice solid 6.5 game lead in the division, and like one of the best teams. I would not have called it. But the Astros are inevitable. And you know what? I'm very happy for it. And you know whose problem that is now? The Colorado bleeping Rockies. Starting not today, tomorrow. They got an off day. Someone said they have a lot of off days. They don't have a lot of off days. It's baseball, man. You got to have days off.
You got to have a day off here. I mean, they just came off a stint not too long ago where they played, 17 in 17 days?
Yes.
A couple weeks ago, they just came off that stint.
I think that was 13 and 13 in that instance. But before that, they had
before.
They're I mean, look.
I mean, it's baseball. Like, but you got to have a day off every now and then.
It is funny though that I always think of like Thursday as like the typical baseball day off day. They got a lot of Monday off days here for the Astros, but regardless,
I think when the season is 162 games long, you're gonna take them whenever you can get them.
Gotta have it.
You're gonna take them whenever.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. I had with a friend of ours, Nick Russo, the Bull. What is your favorite sports quote? Go ahead. Text him in 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Texans training camp is
.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day, 713-572-4610 is the number to text. What's your favorite sports quote? Bonus points if it's one that you live by. Because this weekend, our friend Nick Russo of the Bull was, I think it's his birthday weekend.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was having a good time, and then I guess...
Happy birthday to Nick.
Yeah, happy birthday. Happy belated Nick Russo. And when it comes to dates like that, they offer an opportunity to reflect. And I think one of the things he was doing was reflecting when he posted a sports quote that he said he lives by. And it is a quote by the one Marshawn Lynch, where I think most people know this one. It's one that's very fond to me. I think he shortened it to the portion that is most fun for me, but it was the one where he was talking to, I can't remember what actual interview it was. Yeah. I think it might have been like one of those CBS Saturday morning type interviews, and he was like, run through, he was like, when you just run through somebody over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. My favorite part about that is the journalist, is doing I'm trying to elevate this. He was like, is there a deeper lesson there? And Marshawn goes, yeah, run through an MF or face. Then you don't have to worry about them no more. Like, he's like, that is the lesson. The lesson is there. And I just love that I love that Nick Russo was like, that's how we do this. We just relentless work ethic, I guess, in order to speak to Swarm and D'Amico Ryan. Just keep attacking it, and eventually this is going to break.
Run through their face.
Run through their, and you know what? It works because you could see it in defenders. You can see it in their eyes.
Oh, he meant that.
Like, ooh,
Marshawn meant that when he said it.
He's coming over here again.
He meant that. It does get old after a while. To continuously have to tackle this guy, it gets old. It'll get old.
And so with that, what is your favorite sports quote, particularly one that you live your life by, if you don't mind? But I have so many of them that I quote.
There's so many out there.
What are some of the ones that comes to you?
Well, I got a couple that just came like off the top of the head, but that are just like my favorites. And one of these, I use this sometimes, just whether it's just in joking with friends or whatever it may be. Dennis Green. They are who we thought they were. That's right. Damn feet.
Now, if you want to crown them, crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
That's the part for me is we let them off the hook.
That's a good one. That's a great one.
But I mean it gets replayed so much. You see it in all these montages all the time. That's one of my favorites of all time.
It feels good that we actually live.
Yes.
I remember seeing it in real time. I remember seeing
it when it happened. Yes. Yeah. 2002 or 3, whatever it was. Yeah, when he was with the Cardinals.
And wasn't that a preseason game? Or
you might be right. It was. You might be right about that.
Wait a minute.
I think
it might not even be regular season.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. It was something weird too. That maybe I might be thinking about something else, but I think it might have been a preseason. I can't remember.
I'm gonna have to dig into that a little bit. But either way, it was still amazing, and it still is to this day.
Someone's coming. Yes, it is. Because you felt him.
Oh yeah,
he was sick. He was like, we shouldn't have lost them bums. We knew exactly who. We let him off the hook. You can say whatever you want about him. Nah, we shouldn't beat him. Because there's a lot of times in sports and in life where you're like, look, they might have won, but we know.
And he was going off before that quote too.
Yeah.
I think he let a couple BS's in there too.
Unbelievable. All right, some other ones that are coming in on the text line and YouTube page. Kicks Rock says the old Mike Gundy. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Why was I just thinking about that in my head? I was literally just thinking that in my head. I'm a man. I'm 40.
He says it to his wife all the time.
Come at me. I'm a man.
Says it to his wife all the time.
Yeah, I'm like, I feel like we might be losing the context, but hey, do what you got to do there. Allen Iverson, we talking about practice, not a game. Not the game I played and I love, I'll die for it.
Practice.
We talking about practice.
We in here talking about practice.
That is legendary.
It is.
That is legendary.
And I always am fascinated by the actual, circumstance that created real pain. It actually does serve as a reminder for me that, hey, man, these are human beings. You probably need to like consider that more, because everybody's like, oh, you missed practice, and trying to make it into like him being some level of nuisance when he was going through a rough time where like someone close to him had passed.
Yeah, personal issues
all
going
that.
on.
Yeah. Just a reminder that, hey, man, these folks is real people. Some other things that are coming in on the text line. The great David Culley. The most important thing about football.
It's the football.
That's right. That's right. Look, you can't lose sight of what's important is the takeaway there. I feel like I'm a youth pastor. I'm trying to make it shake. Like, that was a dumb quote, but you know, if you really think about it, the most important thing is the football. You can't lose sight of the football.
The most important thing about football is the football.
All right, so I'm gonna hit you.
Love it.
I'm gonna hit you with one of the shenanigans. This one I absolutely love, because I feel like the best quotes in all the sports come from baseball players. Like, obviously, you know, Yogi Berra, for some great ones that are comedic. But especially like baseball players of a certain era, like 80s baseball, I feel like was the best baseball for entertainment. I don't know if it was the best baseball for like actual play necessarily.
On the field, yeah.
But it was definitely the best for entertainment. Left fielder Mookie Wilson of the New York Mets at the point in time when he gives this quote. This quote is so fun to me, and I have to believe that he was on some drugs when he said it. And I read verbatim. When I'm in a slump, I comfort myself by saying, if I believe in dinosaurs, then somewhere they must be believing in me. And if they believe in me, then I can believe in me. Then I bust out.
Wow. He was definitely puffing the Magic Dragon or something, man. Maybe a little more than the Magic Dragon.
I'm trying to get Joe Espada to Chris Walker. Just Chris Walker. Believe in dinosaurs, dog, because if you believe in them, they'll believe in you, and you can break out of this slump. Like, we can make this shake.
That's a good one.
And you know what
I like that one.
You know what my youth pastor takeaway is from that one?
What was that?
It just has to work. Like, whatever your method is, if it works, it works.
It works for you. If it works for you.
If it works for you, it works.
Goodness gracious.
Figgy, is there a sports quote that really does it for you?
Yeah, this is a weird one too, because I don't have any association with this team or head coach. But remember that time Kyle Shanahan was at the podium?
Oh my yes.
And he was I think somebody might have asked him about somebody on the roster or something like that. And this is what he had to say right here.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
I'm trying to remember.
Come on, dog.
I don't know why. I think about that quote all the time. Every time, like, my wife asks me something, I don't even know if I'm going to be alive on Sunday. Let alone you asking me what I'm doing next week. I don't even know if I'm going to be alive during that time.
Talk about evading a question.
Can you blame them, though? They were like, yo, is Jimmy Garoppolo going to be here? And I feel like as the head coach of a team, and with there still being a possibility of you having to play Jimmy Garoppolo at some point, you like, man, I want to fire this joker into the sun, but I can't say that.
I can't say it.
Like, why would I say that?
You could say it, but you're not going to say it.
And that's why he decided, what's the best thing to do right now? Avoidance.
I don't even know if I'm going to be alive.
Sometimes you just got to take things to a place where it gets too deep for people to actually keep going with you.
And it's like, yeah, I'm just not going to ask no more questions.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm done.
Have you ever had a friend that's done that takes like the conversation to a place where you're just like, you know what? I don't want to have the conversation anymore.
I think we all have friends like that. We all know someone or have known someone like that. It's like, you know what? I'm sorry that I even started this conversation. I'm sorry I even asked, man. Never mind.
Yeah, it'd be a fun little joke type of question, and they get super serious, and we'd be like, all right.
It's like, see, you done took it too far now, man. You took it too far.
Shout out to Guy Jean, also making the mention that Andrew Whitworth, after losing the Super Bowl, said, we're all going to die anyway. Same idea. Shout out to Brock Osweiler for every interception has a story, which is true, but that's one of, you know what the bucket that falls into? Not the right messenger.
Yeah,
you don't get to tell us that, buddy.
You don't.
From the
every interception really has a different story.
That's right. Again, wrong messenger. Various other ones coming in. Bum Phillips talking about Earl Campbell's inability rather to finish a 1 mile run. When it's first and a mile, I won't give it to him, which is a great point. Right? Like, what does running a mile have to do with Earl Campbell? Have you seen him?
Yeah.
Like, he is crazy. How sweet it is one of those ones that comes in. May God have mercy upon my enemies because I won't. Ocho he's like, I'm not. War is a sport, right? That's what Ocho is saying right there. Keep sending those in. Jim Moore, I'm just trying to win a game. Playoffs. Don't talk about that.
Hey, here's another
one of my favorites right there.
Yeah, here's another good David Culley one right here.
We'll have a chance to win football games. How many? I don't know.
That is True. Our chance
I don't know.
To win playoff games.
Every time you step on the field, you do have a chance.
That is technically correct.
That is correct.
How many? I don't know.
Don't know.
No idea.
Keep sending your favorite sports quotes. We'll go through those as we continue in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where a big-time trade happened in the NFL. Does this make an AFC team stronger? Maybe even some level of contender? Let's talk about it next.
Area 45 with Bijani and FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio Texas Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. There's so many quotes filtering in on the text line, on the YouTube page, and some that we were just talking about in the break. So on the text line, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, your hands can't hit.
But your eyes can't see.
That's right. Shout out to he's got a number of them that I imagine
of course he does.
That are incredible.
The greatest.
The Louisville lip. That's what they call him.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because he got it. Man, if you really go back and think about it, and if you obviously there's a lot of scholarship that's been done on Muhammad Ali. If you go back and actually look, man, he was giving Joe Louis Joe Frazier. He was giving Frazier hell, and I was like, how did we make Muhammad Ali the victor here? Like, how do we, or not the victor, but like, how do we make him the hero? Because he was kind of a jerk, but I guess when you're really good at sports, man.
I mean, talk about the gift of gab.
Yeah, man. Bill O'Brien, it's not my job. Fair enough. There's various other ones. Did you practice like a champion today? Came in. S went bad real quick, talking about CP3 and the Rockets. And I was telling you about one of my favorites. We didn't get into the subsection of NBA quotes.
We did not.
Somebody said, "How's my keister taste?" I guess.
Oh yeah.
We're talking about Kobe, one of my favorites. Larry Bird walking into the locker room in the All-Star game before the 3-point contest.
Which one of you MFers coming in second?
That's right.
I think you know what's up.
That's right. One of the absolute best. And my all-time favorite, which again I don't apply back to any level of actual lessons. It's just fun, which is Dikembe Mutombo walking into a club, putting his hands up and saying, "Who wants to sex Mutombo?"
hey,
a king of consent. Shout out to Dikembe Mutombo.
King of consent. Mm-hmm. Oh my God. See, I didn't remember that one.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I did not remember that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. My defense is impregnable. Oh, yeah. Shout out to the 3-4-6 for that as well. We'll keep going and keep filtering those in as we go. All right. Around the NFL, there's a trade that happened today. It is, we are on
breaking news.
June 30th in the summer, but we actually got movement in the National Football League. Just a reminder that football is 365.
Yeah, they trying to rain on the NBA right now.
Yeah, they I don't care about no legal tampering.
Let's put a trade out there.
Yeah,
let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, we taking these corners. These are ours as well. And it involves the Miami Dolphins and the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are apparently trying to make sure that they do something.
They trying.
In fact, I am interested to see how impactful you think this move is for the Steelers. The Dolphins, interestingly enough, as a team, seemingly going quietly into that good night after very much being a contender. Actually, maybe you disagree, but they send Jaylen Ramsey, a 3-time All-Pro cornerback, and tight end Jonnu Smith, who there had been conversation about him possibly. Both of them will go to the Pittsburgh Steelers in exchange for another 3-time All-Pro, the safety Minkah Fitzpatrick, and a pick swap for the 2027 draft. It's a 7th round going to Pittsburgh and a 5th rounder going to Miami. So you have kind of the player for player, which I imagine is a majority of this, a little bit of value in those late round picks swapping. But the real value is Jaylen Ramsey to the Steelers to play safety, and then I imagine to play safety because Minkah Fitzpatrick comes back the other way.
Going back to Miami.
Where he
originally traded from.
Which is hilarious because when they traded him to Pittsburgh, well, he was great in Miami, and then he became even greater in Pittsburgh. It felt like any time I heard about the Pittsburgh Steelers, Minkah Fitzpatrick was getting an interception.
Yeah.
So what do you look at? Like, did Pittsburgh get better in this in your mind? Like, what are you looking at? Minkah Fitzpatrick going to Miami? How did you look at this trade when you saw it?
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure if Jaylen Ramsey is still the same guy he was a few years ago. I mean, you mentioned the 3 All-Pros, but he hasn't been All-Pro since, I think, 21. So, I mean, we're talking about 3-4 years here where he hasn't been at that. Still a good cornerback, don't get me wrong, but not at All-Pro means you are the best of the best.
Right.
Still, so not at that level, but still a good player, obviously, but he's been hurt too.
I think you made a good point. Cornerback. I think that at this point in his career, like the additional speed that's necessary to play cornerback, he might not have, but he still has the head, like the IQ and the ball hawking nature, where I think that the move to safety will help him greatly.
No, I mean, overall, it's a good move for the Steelers, but honestly, defense is not work. For me, it's offense. Like, what are you doing offensively? Obviously, we know they just brought in Aaron Rodgers. Like, I want to see if they can run the ball. We know they're going to stop teams. Now, especially in that division, you got to be able to stop teams, right? Those other offenses. And I think the Steelers are still going to do that anytime you got Mike Tomlin over a team, and he's a defensive guy. So we know the defense is going to be there. I'm more worried about the offense with Pittsburgh. So, yeah, it's a good deal for them, good trade for them. But, again, my concern is more so what are you going to show me offensively?
No, it's a great point, especially because if you just look at the roster, the depth chart for the Steelers, which is funny because as this trade developed, I didn't know that Minkah was going the other way. So I was looking and I was like, where exactly are they going to play Jaylen Ramsey? Because the Pittsburgh Steelers, if you don't recall, which I wouldn't blame you for, I had to look at the roster myself. They got Darius Slay this offseason.
I didn't even know they had.
So Darius Slay will play one of the cornerback spots. Remember that they have Joey Porter Jr., who they drafted in 23 as another cornerback. They have Deshaun Elliott at safety. They brought in Juan Thornhill, who didn't have a great year last year, but he has the makings and he's been a very good safety in this league. And then Minkah Fitzpatrick was at that point. And I was like, where exactly are you putting this dude? Well, it seems like it'll be in Minkah's place. But even then, that is a terrifying secondary. And I think this team was like a damn near right at the edge of top third. Kind of pass defense by some metrics.
Somewhere around there,
So, it's fair to say, how much does this change? Jonnu Smith sliding in at tight end makes it interesting because they still have Pat Freiermuth. So I'm like, does this then mean some big sets possibly? Does that help them run the football in some ways?
Potentially. And I mean, you think about Aaron Rodgers, especially back in the day, he liked to throw to tight ends. So maybe that's, some of what they're doing now. I'm not sure now, who do they have in the backfield now in Pittsburgh?
So I knew that they still have Jaylen Warren as a running back.
That's
and then they remember they drafted Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. And then, I didn't realize that they had brought in Kenneth Gainwell in the offseason.
I didn't realize that either.
And I guess Cordero Patterson is also on the roster. So they have some guys that can tote the rock in a lot of different ways. But ultimately, the most important part is, have they actually been able to have some level of, validity on that offensive line? It feels like for the last 3 or 4 seasons, they've been trying to rehabilitate that offensive line.
That's been a question.
Did they actually get there is a question.
I'm not really sure if they have. I mean, it's just one of those questions. Kind of like, what is the main question we've been asking here in Houston? What is the main, unit that's been under scrutiny here in Houston?
The O-line? Offensive line.
Yeah. So, I mean, it feels like the same thing like you're talking about with the Steelers here. Right? So
maybe not the same thing because, there was a lot of problems with this offensive line that I would not necessarily say is the same as the Steelers, but ultimately your point is well made and understood. But it's obviously the quarterback situation is still going to matter a lot. I'm very intrigued to see what Arthur Smith does with this because if memory serves me, was Jonnu Smith with those Falcons when he was still there as a coach? I have to go back and do my accounting. I might be completely off there. But, Arthur Smith does like those. He does like touch. I just don't know how much I love an Arthur Smith offense in general. And to be fair, I don't know how much Aaron Rodgers loves Arthur Smith offense because the only offense I think Aaron Rodgers loves is an Aaron Rodgers offense.
Oh, of course. It's all about it.
Which I'm pretty sure is an 08 offense in this modern NFL, and I don't know if it actually works.
It still works now.
So we'll see what it ultimately looks like. But that is a big move there. The Steelers refuse to have a down year. They're just going to continue to try and push. I wonder, though, if this will be enough to make them significantly better, or are they going to be
an actual contender is what you're saying?
Although I don't even know if that should be the bar for them.
So what is the bar for the Steelers then?
Actual contender is are you amongst the Ravens and the Bills and the Chiefs? And I don't think they get in there.
So you don't think they get in there?
I don't think Mike Tomlin got that much special sauce. So
I don't either.
But a serious serious playoff team.
I mean, they're definitely a playoff contender.
I feel like they always a playoff contender.
That's been the issue is that they can't get past the first round.
Yeah, that's my thing. I know, I do feel like that organization do feel like they should be in the Super Bowl contender category, but I feel like they're not, especially with how the quarterback position been.
That's right. Jonnu basically is attached at the hip To Arthur Smith,
yeah.
Because he was also, I forgot he was also in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Tennessee, Atlanta, and now with the Steelers.
That's his guy.
Hey, man, you know what's better than being good? Having the hookup, having the homeboy.
Hey.
Shout out to the homeboy Hall of Famer.
The homeboy hookup, man.
Yeah, like, hey, man, look. Put in a good work.
Hey, you will always have a job as long as I'm in the league, too.
Exactly. That's the way to go.
I got to think about how many of those exist. Like, how many of those in situations of, don't worry about it, I got you, right? Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, right, there's a couple. Randall Cobb was one of those for a good long time.
Randall Cobb, for sure.
Randall Cobb could get a job as long as that man was in the league. I guess now Aaron Lazard got a little bit of that, although, you know, Big Daddy Aaron Rodgers done moved on.
Yeah.
Nathaniel Hackett was that at one point.
I guess he was. Aaron Rodgers, the homeboy Hall of Famer himself. Yeah. Shout out. All right, some other things around the NFL. I saw this, and I'm interested because speaking of the Atlanta Falcons, Michael Penix Jr., who will be their starter this year after starting, I think he started 5 games last year, if memory serves. In Florida, Dade City named a street after Michael Penix Jr. Obviously, you know, he did some great things at Washington in college, and now he is a starter in the NFL. But again, he has only started, I think, a handful of games in the NFL, and now there is a street named Michael Penix Jr. Street right in the heart of Dade City. Is it like, you know what I'm trying to ask without being a jerk?
Does he deserve his own street
You know
right
what I mean?
now?
Like, has he done enough to deserve his own street?
I mean, not in the NFL. I mean, if he's only started, 4 or 5 games, no. I mean, how could you have done enough within that time in the NFL? Maybe he did something within the community that we don't know about.
Yeah, I'm about to say the only way I can see him getting his own street, it got to be like a small city where it was like when that was the best athlete that came out of that city.
Well, I mean, that's probably what's happening here. Dade City, Florida, population 7,570. He's just a legend.
So it's a Dade City?
Dade City.
Okay.
Not the whole county. Not the whole county.
I'm thinking Dade County. Okay.
Yeah, Dade City. So, I mean, you know, maybe that's the situation here. I mean, because, like you said, has he done enough to warrant having his own street?
I would like to see the other athletes that possibly came out of Dade City. If he's the most popular athlete that came out of that city, then
that's very cute that you said other.
Well, there's a lot that come out of Dade County.
Yeah.
Like the whole county.
Yeah, I'm talking about city.
But the city, I'm not sure.
If he's the most famous or popular athlete that came out of Dade City.
I would have to think some of them maybe came out of Dade City, I would think.
Okay, but here's the thing about Dade City. It's a little bit confusing because Dade City is not in South Florida.
Well, then that just kind of blows everything out of the water.
Dade City up there on the western coast of Florida.
Oh, so is what, near Tampa?
It looks as though that's the case. I'm not gonna pretend like my geography is so good. It's just look at Florida and know exactly. But yes, it is northeast. It's in the Tampa Bay area. Okay, so yeah. Which I mean, that's not a bad area, but it's not South Florida, right? Like South Florida as a talent hub is something different.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Tampa's nice. I've been to Tampa a couple times. Very nice area there. But as far as the professional athletic talent, no, that's coming closer. On the of Florida.
All right, before we go around the NFL, because I think I have to get 3 things in every. Oh no, 14 things because this. So actually, I don't think I need to do this, but I will anyways.
Do it.
Do you have any concern about this particular news that came out this weekend as it pertains to the Cleveland Browns? There's a lot of things with the Cleveland Browns. Maybe we'll circle back around to some of them.
Yeah.
But Mary Kay Cabot, who is a legend out there in them Cleveland streets, from the Cleveland Plains dealer.
Yeah, the Plain Dealer.
Plain Dealer, there we go. Thank you, Cleveland.com. She is reporting that Deshaun Watson has taken Shedeur Sanders under his wing. Quarterback room.
We should all be concerned.
Saying that the veteran has been a cheerleader in Cleveland for Sanders and the other quarterbacks. You're like, I
don't even know how to digest this. I don't know where to go with this. I mean, is this like the equivalent of Diddy taking you under his wing at this point? Is that what this is?
Okay, you just really wanted to get a Diddy reference in here.
I'm just asking.
I don't know.
I'm just asking. Is that the equivalent? I mean,
it kind of is.
It sounds like it, right?
You know what I think is happening here? I think Deshaun Watson is trying to work his way into the good graces, back into the good graces, because obviously, like he's been outwardly labeled as a bust basically,
Yeah.
by the ownership group, by Jimmy Haslam.
Yeah.
And we all know that they're just sitting on the opportunity to when it is financially feasible for them to cut him. But he wanted to play. Like, he still wants that. I mean, as evidenced by him being around the building, him putting up these videos. I do wonder if he's like, and maybe this is a jaded way of looking at it, but can I do the performance of good teammate? And maybe, just maybe, them coaches look around and go, I mean, it's not like we have great quarterbacks here. Maybe we give him another run.
Maybe. To me, it seemed like he's kind of campaigning a little bit for maybe his next step.
Oh,
that's a good way to look at it.
So he's doing all this right now. I think he's done in Cleveland.
You think the Canadian Football League care about that?
I don't know. Maybe
it's not going to happen in the NFL. It's not going to happen in the NFL.
CFL, UFL.
But the thing is, I don't think anybody's going to sign him in the NFL to start right away or anything. But if he can like jump on somebody's coattail
and be a backup,
I think that's probably his plan. So he's trying to be the good teammate, put out the good videos and all that stuff.
You want the backup with the record, and mind you, like
the record.
Like there's not just that. Like there's he was the dude that almost messed it up for the NFL, like from the owner's perspective of like guaranteed contracts. Now, of course, that's also Jimmy Haslam more than anything.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Like, I don't know that anybody actually wants that particular scourge on their team. So, like,
but you can see, I can see somebody like maybe a Kyle Shanahan bringing them in for a low price just to be a backup or something like that.
I disagree. Like, I think you talk about the way the teams say we don't want distractions. As soon as Deshaun Watson shows up on the roster,
but we've seen teams. I'm kind of with Figgy on this because we've seen teams sign guys that could potentially be distractions. Maybe not the same case that same case that Deshaun Watson had, but I mean, Gregory, after he had beat up his girlfriend and threw her on the bed of guns and all these other things.
That is correct, and that was a big problem. And that is the Cowboys who seemingly embrace distraction in a way.
But here's the thing: all it takes is one.
That's your team right there. You don't see the Cowboys maybe.
It only takes one.
No,
all it takes is one. Yeah. That's all it takes.
And it's not like you signing them to a big old guarantee anyway.
No.
I like that y'all are campaigning here for this. Do y'all realize the side that you're on right now?
We're not campaigning. We just put it out there.
I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a shocker if somebody bring him in.
Does the NFL ever surprise you at what they do? Let's just be honest.
I mean, that is fair.
They are willing to do these things. It comes down to football and finances.
Yeah. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. And I feel like this is what Deshaun is trying to do right now, to repair that image a little bit so he could possibly go somewhere else.
And more power to him. I don't see that.
So you think after this his career's over?
I think he's cooked, brother.
He's cooked.
Because on top of that, like getting out him actually playing, right? Like actually playing.
Oh, I'm not saying he's playing.
Be a backup
I don't think I think he could hop on the team and not play.
All right, best of luck to him.
Or at least bring him into camp.
That's Around the NFL here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's been a lot of rumors as we reach legal tampering period in the NBA as it relates to the Houston Rockets as well, including Rockets being linked to this player. Are you interested in him? 713-572-4610. I'll tell you who it is next.
How do we feel?
Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, big voice man, you're a little wrong there. I am Reginald Atatula. That's Chris Partee in for John Lopez. It is In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Still got Figgy Fig rocking and rolling, as you can tell, by the vibes, by the tunes. All right. He said, "Yeah."
Loving them vibes, man. Loving them tunes, man. Yeah.
Is that the Bay Area jumping out of you? Is that what that was?
A little bit.
Okay.
Or I could go, yeah. That's definitely Bay right there.
Okay. All right. we might need to probe into like the Chris Partee Bay Area at some point during the program. But not just right now, because I want to talk about these Rockets, right? We are in the legal tampering period. And we didn't talk much about it. We referenced it earlier. But if you are unfamiliar, right? Technically the new league year starts on July the 6th.
Yeah, 6th.
Correct?
Yep.
And even from then, technically a moratorium on when actual deals can get signed.
Yeah.
For, what is it, a couple days? I can't remember exactly what it is. The NBA has so many rules.
But they can
and
be
regulations.
agreed upon or I guess made public.
Yeah.
July 6th, even though it happens before.
Because that's the new league year. But until that point, because the NBA knows to some degree that they have rules that people are going to flout, they offer a legal tampering period, a period for when teams can just have actual contact with players that are not their own, even though, let's be honest, they probably do it anyways. However, this is the time period where free agency in effect starts because teams will kind of have that contact and start getting their minds together and their ideas on what they might do.
Putting them feelers out there.
Yeah. And so with those feelers, we're already starting to get some ideas of what the Rockets might do. Because the big trade for Kevin Durant was incredible, but I think anybody with that could reasonably look at it would see that, hey, this team still needs some stuff. Just off of the basis of they had, 12 guys on the roster?
Yeah.
Right? And, of course, there's, the guys that they had previously had that they were still going to see if they were going to, have some level of dealings with in the next year, talking about like Aaron Holiday, Jeff Green, guys of that nature. So they're still going to figure those things out. However, I think the things that we're looking for at this Rockets team, you tell me if you think I'm wrong. Three and deep type players, because you need to add shooting, but you also don't want to sacrifice it all what Ime has defensively.
That might be the most important thing. Is 3-and-D guys. I mean, definitely the shooting, but again, you don't want to sacrifice defense just for the sake of a little more scoring.
No. And so with that being the case, I would imagine that would be a feat for Rockets. Is there any other thing that I'm missing there, or would you agree?
No, I'm with you on there, 100%. And that's what we've talked about forever, is they need more shooting.
And so with that being the case, because again, we're seeing Jabari Smith Jr. probably step into that space, which is good. But Dylan Brooks goes, and he was probably your best spot-up shooter that you had, at least in the rotation consistently. And there's not really a replication for that. Obviously, you're hoping that Reed Sheppard gets more burn, as the reporting has been that he will. But he's probably going to be on ball. Yeah. And you still need those spot-up shooters to create some space. So there's some links that are happening out there. Daniel Lerner of the Houston Chronicle put together a list. But there's one name in particular that has popped up in a big way. And in some ways kind of flouting the legal tampering because we have some ideas as to what a
just
contract,
a little bit.
Rough ideas of what a contract might look like. But there's a big link because of those rumors to Dorian Finney-Smith. Played with the Lakers this past year. He's played a lot of places in the league with the Mavericks, the Brooklyn Nets. He is a 3-and-D player. And I think the conversation is maybe him getting something like a 4-year, maybe somewhere in the 40 range, or $40 to $48 million range, because that would allow you to get to a space where he makes less than $14 million or just around $14 million, which would fit into the mid-level exception that the Rockets have, the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. With all that being the case, do you like the addition of a Dorian Finney-Smith to this team as currently constituted?
I'm right there with you because, I mean, the man shoot, I think, but last year he shot it at around 41%, right, from three. So bring that in. Now, there are a couple other guys that the Rockets are potentially linked to as well, and I'm sure you'll get into them as also. But no, Dorian Finney-Smith, I think that would be a really good fit for the Rockets.
I was talking to a friend of mine about this weekend, and I will give him credit for this, even though I told him I would just straight up steal it. Does Dorian Finney-Smith not feel kind of like a Dylan Brooks replacement of sorts? Obviously, I don't think he's going to he could possibly have a similar kind of playing time share, but I don't think he'd have to, in that guy really is a defense first 3-and-D.
Yeah.
I
don't have a problem with that.
He gained his bones developing as this is a guy who is a defensive kind of small forward, but really kind of a power forward. He can guard up a little bit. He's got enough ability to guard on the wing, and he plays with the physicality and the toughness that you would imagine what Ime would want. And then he built himself up as a better three-point shooter. Maybe he's not an incredible three-point shooter, but if you want an incredible 3-and-D shooter, you're paying bigger money. Those guys cost a lot of money now. He feels like he fits very much like that.
I think so because, I mean, here's the thing. You talked about him being able to I guess, guard multiple positions here. And I think in today's NBA, that's what most teams are looking for out of their wing guys, whether you're especially if you're a 3, but if you can also play the 4 and guard 4s, and even eventually at some point, at some level, you can guard 5s as well. That's what you're looking for. And then on the other end, you can knock down spot up 3s. It's not like he's going to be a guy that's taking, 12, 13, 14 shots a game. He's going
to absolutely.
That's when they come to him. And that's what you want. It's that guy that defense, this is what I like. A guy that's defense first, but he can shoot 40% from 3 when you need him to.
And he does feel like that. The question I will ask, though, and of course this is partially because I saw him as he was developing his three-point shot, so I don't know how much Lakers basketball I watched last year to say this definitively.
Yeah.
I'll ask you, because I know you're a huge hoop head. Do you feel like he's a good enough shooter, not just off of the numbers, but like kind of tangibly, that makes teams have to space out? Because I think that's the big thing. There's some guys who have a pretty good shooting percentage, but the reputation does not make it so that teams go, we have to stick on this guy in the corner, or we have to stick on this guy in the wing. And I think that's really what you need even more so with this Rockets team, even though they just need three-point shooting.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say he's at that level. I would even say maybe Jabari Smith is more closer to that.
Interesting.
Or at least he's working his way towards that. Maybe I put it like that. He's working his way to being more as one of those guys that, okay, we have to not leave him open in the corner or wherever it is on the perimeter.
But you just need another one at the very least.
But you do need another one.
So that, I mean, even if Jabari's not on the floor, you have someone out there. And I think you were talking about size. I think that's a good point as well, because you're kind of missing a little of those intermediaries. Like Amen Thompson fits nicely as one of those guys that can play anywhere from like 2 to 4.
Yeah.
Tari Eason isn't quite, he's kind of that, but also Tari's not a great shot right now.
Yeah.
And then you have the size in KD, Jabari Smith Jr., and then you talk about the centers. That's evident.
Yeah, it's different.
But then who do you have that really feels like a wing that you have, especially that can space? It doesn't really feel like you have.
Like you said, with losing Dylan Brooks, I guess it does kind of feel like Dorian Finney-Smith could be that Dylan Brooks replacement. Not saying he's going to be the same exact player, but he can do and bring some of the things to the table that Dylan Brooks brought to the table for the Rockets.
Okay, so if it wasn't Dorian Finney-Smith, and it feels like they're just gone very far down this path as rumors continue to come out even to this day.
Yeah.
But some other kind of potentials to add 3-and-D type players. Which of these do you like the most? In fact, maybe power rank these between Nickeil Alexander-Walker, dude who played with the Timberwolves last year, Ty Jerome, point guard, shooting guard type of guy for the Cavs last year, real scorer last year, especially late in the season and into the postseason. Luke Kennard, who is Luke Kennard, and then Gary Trent Jr.
Yeah.
What you want me to say about Luke Kennard?
Who is Luke Kennard?
What you want me to say about Luke Kennard? How would you power rank those 4 guys as potential targets, particularly as it relates to this Rockets team?
Personally, I'm a fan of Gary Trent Jr.
Really?
I like him in that 3-and-D kind of role where, he's like, I guess, probably the 7th or 8th guy off the bench in that kind of role. I like him in that role.
Which is kind of what we're talking about, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm assuming, anywhere from, not going to be the 6th man most likely, but anywhere from, I guess, between 6 and 8 is where one of these guys is going to fall in the rotation for the Rockets, I'm assuming. That's what I would assume. So if I had to rank them, number 1 for me would be Gary Trent.
Interesting. And he's more of a shooting guard type guy. Shot 41% from 3, but he is 6'5", just a little bit short.
Yeah, this would probably be an issue there, but I like the shooting.
Well, I mean, you don't have as many guards. I think he can fill it.
He can fill it up.
Okay,
he can fit in, but I'm saying he can. I've seen him fill it up before. So I mean, out of these 4 guys, I would definitely rank Gary Trent Jr. That's just me.
Okay,
I would go him over the others. Yeah,
I don't hate that. I have a great fondness for Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but
he'd probably be number 2 for me.
Okay, fair enough. And then between Luke Kennard and Ty Jerome. Ty Jerome would be interesting in that he's been a point guard, so that would add you another point guard depth. But I think with obviously Fred, Reed Shepherd, who I think is going to be your number 2 point guard by all accounts.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Them seemingly bringing back Aaron Holiday, I think that you're probably good on guards at this point.
Now, do you think that's going to happen? Or do you think they're going to bring back Aaron Holiday?
I mean, that's been the reporting that Green, Aaron Holiday, and Jayshawn Tate are guys that they're going to bring back.
Then if that's the case, then you're probably not going to bring in
a Ty Jerome.
You're probably not.
I mean, he can kind of play shooting guard, but he's really more of a point guard.
Yeah, so you're probably not going to bring him in. Then, I mean, if I'm ranking it based on realistic expectation of what could happen, I'd probably have to go Luke Kennard 3rd and Ty Jerome 4th.
Okay, all right. still very interested in what the Rockets actually end up doing, and I see it on the YouTube page. The Twitch chat. Trustin Stone. It feels like Rafael Stone has earned that for the way that he's put this team together. And
I think so.
These are the places where executives earn their money. The finishing touches that make the roster
got to round it out,
make it sing.
This is one of the reasons why a situation like Phoenix didn't work when KD was there.
Strong.
They did not round out that roster.
That's a great.
The top 3 guys that make all the money, and then you just throw some guys in with them. Can't be that.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including do we have to make something of that Lance McCullers Jr. Saturday start? We'll talk about that and more next.
Payne and Pendergast. presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the loop. On Sport, Reginald Atula, Chris Partee in for John Lopez today.
Yeah.
I love the ad lib. I love this is going to be an ad lib all day long.
I was waiting on the rap verse after that. The quick little,
Yeah. All right. Figgy Fig, obviously, always with us. Fig, I'm sure you're having a great day. Like, this is going to be a good week for you.
Yeah.
Having Wimbledon on the TV.
Yep.
Have you been able to keep locked in with the show at all? Or
yeah, I've been pretty locked in. I just look up towards the right just to kind of see who's up there right now. So.
He multitasking back there.
I
Yeah,
respect it.
they've been switching from Alcaraz to Madison Keys and all the matches. So
Madison Keys got her win, by the way, in the first round.
Yeah, okay. It was just on earlier, so I guess it's over now.
She got her win over some Rusa. I don't know her name. I feel like that's something I was talking about with you, Chris, the idea of early on in these tournaments, I'll pull up and I'll be like, who is this player? Because sometimes it's like, oh, they're not that good. It's fine. But sometimes like, actually, no, this player is kind of nice and up and coming and you just don't know about him yet. This way I find out about some of them.
Yeah.
Okay, but besides that, let's get into what's popping, including a weekend where the Astros get another series win is what I was looking to say versus the Chicago Cubs with King Tucker, with Kyle Tucker back in town along with Ryan Presley. How did you see the video that the Astros did to welcome them back on Friday?
No.
It was incredible. Figgy, did you get a chance to see this at all?
No, I didn't. Man,
I encourage you to see it. A 3-minute video. It was, how when a player comes back to a place, the ways in which a team, tries to embrace them.
Yeah.
It can be real indicative of the relationship that the team and the city have with them. And
that's true.
It felt so damn warm. Like, I appreciated it. It was like, you could feel the appreciation in the video and in the building. Not that I was in the building, but just watching it on TV. It was incredible to see. Like, it warms my heart, to see that instance where, at least for the moment, we can put aside whatever happened and how you got to that place, however you feel about it, and appreciate the two guys that together put together the final out that solidified a World Series championship for the city. And so it was good to see that. And then it was also good to proceed to whoop their ass, which was good. On
Friday night,
Friday night
and Sunday
night, which, I don't even know if you can necessarily call those entirely ass whoopers. Shout out, though, to the pitchers on those days doing their work. And I guess now I talk about the pitcher on Saturday, Lance McCullers Jr.
we got to get to that, huh?
Thankfully returns from injury because you needed guys that you feel comfortable and confident with as starting pitchers in your rotation. And Lance McCullers is often that. But it seems like whenever he comes back from injury, which it's crazy that we have to say it like that to begin with, but with him coming back from injury, the first game is just one of those ones. It's the first pancake. You know what I mean? When you make pancakes and that first one.
And it's kind of jacked up. It ain't browned enough. I like my pancakes kind of brownish, I guess golden brown. You get that first one. It don't come out exactly how you want it.
No. Do we have to make this a thing with the ways that hey, don't do that, 346.
What?
Sorry, I was going down another path. This text comes in on the text line. I guess I'm really having a squirrel moment. Somebody said Colorado's about to beat us. Love my Stros, but I'm a little afraid of this series.
My goodness.
Stop that. Although there is a little breaking news that will add a little context to that. Give me 1 second, I'll get you to that news. But before, I did want to finish at least one thought of the Lance McCullers Jr. He only goes 3 1/3 on Saturday. 8 earned runs on 7 hits for him, including 3 bombs. He got rocked. They was just hitting the mess out of him. Do we have to make anything of this, or can we just wipe this away as this is that first pancake?
I think you just said it. We've almost come to expect this from Lance McCullers, right? When he comes back from injury. That first outing, it's probably going to be a disaster. And I think that's what we got Saturday. Is a disaster. 3 1/3, 8 runs given up to three home runs.
Yes.
Yeah. There's no other way to look at that. Just kind of chalk that up and, just move on. He has to be better his next outing.
I sincerely believe that he will be. We've seen him already come back and find the stuff that he was utilizing and find his kind of pitch mix over time. I think that, obviously being away from being able to throw the baseball rather a little bit, took him away from that. I think we've seen him be able to work his way back from a 3-year absence. I imagine that a few weeks is not going to get him. 832 does said that Bad had tipping his pitches. Maybe so, but I think if there's an organization that you feel comfortable in finding a way to rehabilitate that, I think I feel good about this Astros. Plus, I will also make the excuse, and I do understand it's some level of excuse. That's a really good Cubs offensive team, and if you're not on your P's and Q's, they can do that to you.
They can light you up.
Did you feel bad at all about Espada letting him go 3 1/3 when he was clearly having those issues? Like, it got out of hand before he was even out of the game, as evidenced by 3 earned runs, and the game was gone by that point. Especially with the way that the Astros offense has been going, you don't anticipate 8 to 9 runs from them. Do you feel like he should have pulled the plug earlier?
Yeah, but I think in the position, trying to look at it from the perspective of the manager, you want to see if he can get settled down. You kind of want to see if he can kind of reel it in. So you let it go. Maybe you let it go an inning too long, but no longer than that. Because eventually it's like, all right, you've already given up this many runs. We gotta stop the bleeding now.
No, right. And I it's kind of tough because somebody asked us that question earlier, and I was like, yeah, you probably could have given yourself a chance to maybe compete in this game still. Because you also had Ryan Gusto who could piggyback and who ultimately did. He gave you 4 innings in this one later in that game. But I feel like Lance McCullers coming back off an injury, I'd much rather see him try and work some things out, which, I mean, it's a tough thing to say against the Cubs and what have you, but give him an opportunity to maybe work his way back into a feel in that game. And then once it got so far out of hand, then you were in that place. Now, here's where I think our texter that was saying the Colorado Rockies are about to beat the Astros in this 3-game set in Denver, where they might have been coming from as new when it comes to the Astros.
You want the sounder?
I mean, do you want to do? Yeah, go ahead and do the sound.
Sound.
It is.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
The Astros injury luck continues to get worse.
Oh, goodness.
Jeremy Pena hit by a baseball on Friday, didn't play Saturday, didn't play Sunday, and it appears that it was for good reason. Jeremy Pena has a fracture in his ribs.
Wow.
The Astros announced he is going on the IL. So the hits keep coming.
Literally.
Yeah, sorry, no pun intended.
Yes.
Oh,
my goodness.
For the Astros. And this one feels like this one could be, I don't want to. All right, let me press pause. I don't want to get too reactionary, but this one does feel like it could be real problematic because your offense was really predicated on being really timely and just making exactly what you need. And yes, you found enough offense for a 2-0 victory on Sunday without Jeremy Pena. Again, we're done talking about Saturday that no longer exists. I don't even know what you're talking about.
It happened. It's over.
No, it didn't. I don't know.
It didn't happen. Okay.
No, I'm deciding to completely erase that from memory. But you found 2 runs on Sunday with the Jose Altuve 2-run shot.
Man.
But where are you finding offense if Jeremy Pena is now, once Jeremy Pena misses at least a couple of weeks going on the IL?
I mean, if you look at it this season, the Astros don't have a lot of guys in that all-star talk.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about this all-star
He's one of them.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about the all-star wise.
He's one of them. He's going to be out for, you said fractured rib?
Yeah.
Who knows how long he's going to be out?
Yeah.
This is not good.
That is the understatement of the segment. What was that analysis you gave me, Chris? What'd you say this is?
It is not good.
Oh, okay.
Not good.
No,
I hate to be Captain Obvious.
No, you're very right.
But damn. Talk about timing, man.
And it happens in one of the worst spots.
Goodness.
It happens in one of the worst spots because in the middle infield, you don't have a lot of guys there. I mean, just yesterday you had Mauricio Dubon play at short, which does this then force the Astros into having Jose Altuve at second base even longer?
It might. You might not have a choice here.
And the whole idea of moving him away is, kind of mitigating his exposure to that level of defense. That might harm your defense, especially with your ground ball pitching that you have. Or maybe, and this is probably wild. It's probably a little too wild speculation because I've been looking towards the idea of, September for this particular dude. But does this put you in a place where Bryce Matthews, who has been hooping in AAA, does this give him the opportunity to maybe come up at some point? And maybe, look, They still have Brendan Rodgers. I'm done with the Brendan Rodgers thing myself.
I think it sounds like most people are done with Brendan Rodgers. It just sounds like it.
The bat isn't there at all. And the defense was starting to look a little salty, a little nasty as well.
Yeah.
Luis Guillorme at least has shown you good defense. I just don't know how much.
But where are you going to replace Pena's production in the lineup? Like that, the defense as well, obviously, but like
clearly this is Jake Myers territory. And I say that kind of joking, but also not at all.
So you saying Jake Myers got to carry this Astros team?
I mean, hey, let's get up here.
Somebody's got to do it.
Hey, look, it's a tough job. Somebody got to do it. Absolutely.
I mean, we still don't know when Jordan's coming back.
Although we did get a little update on that this weekend. He headed to Florida in order to get some live BP action.
It's all fine and good.
You're like, I don't want to hear it until he's back on the field playing baseball. Fair enough. All right, so it seems like the text line, the YouTube page, everybody's in Bryce Matthews territory. I like what we're doing here. Can we will it into action? One, and then can we will the production like we did for Cam Smith?
We're gonna have to. That's what it sounds like. We're gonna have to do that.
That's fair. And from the 713, fractured ribs, the Astros actually saying something is actually broken. Does that mean that Pena is going to die soon? I hope not. I sure hope not.
Oh, God.
Let's
not do that. Let's not go there.
But, okay, so let's watch this space. Like, what do the Astros do? Do we see a move that corresponds with the IL stint? Maybe Bryce Matthews. Maybe it's his time because he did something this weekend that was phenomenal, sending the ball very, very far. Very, very far. We'll talk about that later as well. But that's what's popping. A little bit of breaking news. Jeremy Pena, the seemingly like he was going to be an all-star shortstop. I don't know. It definitely felt like it. We'll see if that's at all in jeopardy, as the bigger thing is that, he did indeed suffer.
What's up with these Astros shortstops and these rib fractures too?
I don't know what. I feel real
Correa
bad for
went
him
through the same thing.
That is a level of injury that I do not envy at all. Like ribs.
No.
Like broken ribs feel like you laugh, you move wrong, and you in pain.
Anything.
Pain. Somebody said trade for Bregman. I mean, his team isn't all that good. They might want to get off of the asset.
That would be hilarious if that
would be
happened,
very funny.
Funny is a word you could use, I guess. All right, you're in the loop. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I don't like that news at all. Coming up next, something that I guess I like a little bit better, which is my 2024 rewatch of the Texans. We have reached Week 4 versus the Jacksonville Jaguars at NRG Stadium. Let's break that down. I have my notes. We'll discuss them next.
Texans training camp is just a Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. If you're just tuning in and you didn't catch the news, Jeremy Pena will go to IL with broken ribs, the result of the hit by pitch that happened on Friday's game. And so, yeah, that's not what you want. Not what you want at all.
Was that was against the Phillies or the
Friday?
I thought it was Friday. Unless
it was Friday.
The weekend.
They kind of run. Yeah, the days run together after a while. I get that.
It does, and I'm sad now.
But he didn't play Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah,
no,
right?
he did not.
I just brought that up because I'm like, man, if they see them again, they need to.
Oh, somebody gonna get punked.
Calling for
somebody
real,
gonna get
man.
punked.
Rules.
Hey, it's one thing get hit by a pitch, but hit by a pitch, now you got a broken. Now you out.
So somebody got to pay for this. You said,
yeah, somebody got to pay.
Somebody got to pay.
I hope you went Liam Neeson.
I hope
somebody's gonna get hurt.
I will find you. I'm gonna kill you.
Got a special set of skill. Speaking of Figgy, on the text line from the 346. Actually, was it 346? Sorry, 832. Who is it in place of Lopez today? Sounds like Figgy if he was 5'10". First and foremost, that is Chris Partee.
Yes.
You might have heard him, especially on Area 45. He's filled
Quite
in a lot
bit,
there.
yeah.
He's also hung out with Clint a few times.
Clint a couple times,
on the drive. But on top of that, Figgy sounds like Figgy if he was 5'10". What you mean? Figgy got tall energy. I think y'all need to understand that and remember that.
Like I don't know if I should be offended over this.
I think
or
so.
Is it a compliment?
Yeah, don't be trying to play Figgy, man.
I think you should be offended.
Don't be trying to play him.
I think you should be offended. All right. So I've been rewatching the 2024 Texans season.
Yeah.
As a precursor and prep for training camp and the 2025 season, just to go back, get some feel for some things.
Now, is this something you do every year?
I do this every year.
Okay.
For myself, because sometimes my memory can kind of stink, so a little bit of a refresher. But then fresh eyes.
It helps, yeah.
I've already seen like instances where watching the game and my notes look different than the notes that I took while watching the game originally.
Yeah.
So I've reached week 4 versus Jacksonville, which was a victory at home, 24-20. And I kind of want to get into it. So first and foremost, one of the things that I remembered immediately was there's additional juice with this one because Christian Kirk obviously was playing for the Jaguars. And I was like, oh, okay, this is another opportunity to see Christian Kirk in action and what you're getting in this wide receiver. Figgy, do you remember that this was the game where Steven Sims really got bad for him?
Yeah, he pushed Frank Ross, right?
No, you're thinking Boyd, aren't you?
Oh, that's what I'm thinking about.
Boyd, and that happened a little later in the season. This is the one where Steven Sims muffs a punt.
Oh yeah,
after the first drive,
I do remember
that allows the Jaguars to have a easy touchdown early in the game.
Yeah,
and made this game closer than it had any business being. Yeah. And he got benched for a good long period. Like this was the beginning and the end.
That'll do it.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Muffing that punt, that'll do
it. You are only here to do special teams, and you've done some.
You can't do that.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I will say there were a lot of so special teams last year, early on in the season, that I did not recall. Where I would like that to be cleaned up a lot earlier in this season than what it was last year. There was a lot of finding themselves last year in general as a team that I would really hope you have at least some of the other things like the defense finding itself, the special teams finding itself, because I'm already building on the idea that the offense is going to need some finding itself time.
Oh, I believe most people would agree with you with that. I mean, anytime you bring in a new offensive coordinator, coordinator down here offensively, there's going to be some cleaning up that needs to be done.
For sure. Another thing that I was looking at, this was a Nico Collins extravaganza, 151 yards on 12 catches. And a lot of it happened, well, just because Nico Collins is fantastic, but there was a lot of it that happened in breaking. It felt like this game in particular, Bobby, at least in some ways, identified in breakers are a way to get a lot of opportunity here. Yeah. Like in breaking routes, middle of the field was a way to get a lot of opportunity here. And I really did enjoy seeing that. What I didn't enjoy is just how much Bobby loved trying to get linemen into space. And I really don't know how often it worked as intended. Especially because sometimes I was like, is this the play? Or is this like Laramie Tunsil not being able to get out there in the way that you want to, or not necessarily being as invested in getting out there in the way that you want to, or whatever? And I mentioned Laramie because it felt like he did that a lot. Yeah. But then also, Kenyon Green was a guy that, ended up out in space at times. And I'm interested to see from this offensive line, just in general, how much the seeming energy that this offensive line has for playing for Cole Popovich, how much that changes getting the scheme over, if that makes sense, right? Like, how much does I just want to make this happen? How much does that help? How much does that want to help? Because I do wonder what the want to was on the offensive line. And I'm not blaming the offensive linemen themselves, but it was clear that there was a disconnect on what they felt they could accomplish.
Yeah. It definitely sounds like there's a lot of want to for Cole Popovich as far as from the offensive linemen.
You're going to see a nasty offensive line.
Yeah, but it sounds like just in general they love this guy, right? So it sounds like there's going to be the effort is definitely going to be there.
I'm going to need to see it because what happened.
It feels like it's going to be there. I should say.
No, I agree. What happened with this game without that want to? That offense was not fun to watch. Remember, no Joe Mixon in this game. Cam Akers was toting the rock a decent amount, which was fine. You got some J.J. Taylor. You got some of that happening where I was like, this is okay. Like, he wasn't getting anything additional than what you'd expect. And this is the reason why I go, okay, I see why those guys aren't getting as much of an opportunity, why we're bringing in Nick Chubb, and why here's Woody Marks. I'm interested to see what all that comes around to. This was a terrible day trying to stop the run for this Texans team, this game that we were looking at week 4. It was abysmal trying to stop the run. There was, in fact, can you give me cut 32 here? Because this one felt like an entire indication of what the day was in a microcosm.
3rd and 3 at the 38-yard line of Jacksonville. Lawrence, shotgun, bunch formation, left one back, Bigsby. Trevor with signals, handoff, Bigsby straight ahead, first down and more, 50, 45, he's on the move, right side, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5 to the pylon, and step outs inside the 5-yard line. What a call, Bigsby.
And that was a huge play. I think what was that 58, 158 yards on the ground for the Jags in this game. And so much of it was not necessarily Bigsby or ETN doing a lot of movement, doing a lot of juking or anything. It was created very easily and being able to move guys very easily. And this, again, highlights something that I think I talked about last week with John, which is I think the run stopping, the run defense is still going to be something you have to watch for this team. Now, I think they got better over the season, but I don't know that
they did. Yeah,
I don't know that we could say specifically that is something that you don't have to watch at all for this team.
So you're not completely sold on them being able to stop the run consistently. That's what it sounds like.
That was a problem that they had last year when it came to tackling, but then also just like you have largely the same personnel, especially when you talk about spinning the defense and up front. So our team's going to be able to take advantage of that, or are you going to be able to score offensively to make it so that even if teams can run the football, that it's not as productive and they need to score a little bit more quickly?
But it did feel like they got better as the season went along. Now, do you think they can carry that over? I think that's the question. Can they carry that over into this season?
I would hope so. Again, the continuity that you have in the personnel should hopefully give them an idea of how they work together, how they fit together. One thing that it did feel like happened a decent amount in this game as well was it didn't happen like the most of any teams this year. to our team this past year against the Texans defense, they got outside a decent amount as well, and really attacked those secondary players to see if they had a willingness to be physical and tackle. And sometimes they did. Sometimes not as much. So again, this just reminds me to watch that space for this team. I mentioned Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk definitely had speed. He had like a speed out, in fact, on Petrie for his first catch of the season. But I don't think he was used particularly uniquely by the Jags last year. And I'm intrigued because he has the speed and he has the know-how. I'm really excited to see the ways in which he's used, because I think even what you were looking at from a Jaguars team last year was a Jaguars team that did not use him entirely imaginatively. And so I really want to see what Nick Caley, what C.J. Stroud, what Gerard Johnson are going to do with him in particular and the skills that he brings as a really good slot receiver, but a dude that can move around and do a lot of things as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the obviously without actually having watched the game again, but I'm looking at the box score from this game. Christian Kirk had 7 receptions for 61 yards.
He did.
So it kind of, I think that speaks to what you're saying. They didn't really use him how they could have.
I mean,
or just in general last season, it doesn't seem like they probably used him how they could have.
I don't hate 61 yards either, but I think I do. I'm like, okay.
I think it could be more though. I feel like it could be more,
especially when you see like the skill set. Now, to be fair, how do you get more where you go, hey, there's 61 yards, and then you're going to get another 100 yards from Nico Collins, and then what are you going to have for all these guys? I think that, again, that's always a question that you have when you have a lot of mouths possibly to feed, is how much are you going to get to all these guys? But I really want to see.
But see, we don't know about the rookie receivers yet.
We don't
that came
know.
In. We don't know.
No.
We're hoping that what were they second and third round picks for the Texans this year in the draft, but we know a little more about Christian Kirk and what he can be and what he has been, or I guess what he was in Jacksonville. So you expect him to do something, but we don't know about the young guys yet.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
You don't know yet.
A question or a text rather that comes in. Yeah, it's a question. 832. Was Foley Fatukasi playing that game? I think he's our run stopper. He was. He is more of your run stopper, but yeah, they have not necessarily gotten that run stopping defensive tackle. It's one of those things that we were looking at coming into this draft is that something that they can address? And they didn't have the opportunity to, it didn't seem like, or maybe they just didn't prioritize it.
Yeah, and Autry wasn't playing during that time because he was serving that suspension, correct? The Nico Autry.
Yeah. But even Nico Autry is more of a
I felt like they were
himself.
I felt like they were missing something. It wasn't like their full defense.
Yeah,
is what I was kind of getting at too.
To be fair, I think that is there, but again, I don't think that I viewed Nico Autry as run stopper extraordinaire. But I look again. It did get better as the season went along, to admit, and I would love to see that carried on rather than the early points of the season. That's my larger idea. There were so many penalties in this game. 12 penalties, 93 yards of penalties, and somehow not the most that this team had last year. But at the same time, yes, the usual suspects were involved, but it was everywhere. It just was everywhere.
Man, 12.
It was literally offense, defense. It was everywhere in a way that I don't want to try and levy any level of like criticisms at D'Amico Ryans, but it did make me go, where is the discipline for these guys in this one? Now, of course, I'll continue to watch over the season because there was penalties, but I'm interested to see where they came from and where they popped up at. A couple more things. Let's see. Give me cut 33 here because I talked about the ETN play. And I think a couple plays later, that same drive, you also had the Texans defense stand on their head and do this.
4th and goal at the 1.
They're going to empty it out.
Empty backfield.
Could be quarterback draw.
Lawrence shotgun on 4th and goal from the 1. Here's the snap. Lawrence up the middle, and Lawrence is stopped. They turn back. Jacksonville. Foley Fatukasi.
So as much as, Foley Fatukasi, like, hey, man, they were running the football. When they needed to,
stepped up.
This defense still dialed it up. Like, you could see this is where the defense, at least in my mind, this is where the defense really started becoming that defense that ultimately we started seeing towards the end of the season. And that play happened because Kalen Bullock was able chased down, Bigsby on that 58-yarder that should have been a touchdown because he didn't give up. Like, this is where you start to see, like, that particular swarm mentality show up in a big way in the defense. So I did enjoy seeing that developed. And ultimately, you had a fantastic, 2-minute drive at the end in order to go and get you a touchdown that ultimately wins the game with just 18 seconds left. So you got out of there with a win. You got out of the game against Jacksonville at home with the win. I was like, I very much remember that feeling of this is bittersweet. Like, you got the win, but you left so much on the table. And I need this Texans team to be way more efficient than they were in, like, a game like this where Trevor Lawrence wasn't particularly good in this. Like, he was just missing things, even though there was open opportunities. A lot of penalties all on offense and defense. Couldn't stop the run. Offense didn't look good. And you still got to win. So there's different ways you could look at this. It's like really, really, kind of dirty way of getting a win. But at the same time, they are able to, even through all of that, get a victory. How much more so if you clean all that up?
I mean, this feels like one of those victories where if it's some other teams, you definitely don't win this game. You got to be glad that this was the performance. They put this performance out there against the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's really what that says to me. Against the Ravens, you don't win a game like that. Against even against a mid-level team, you don't win a game like that, right? So, yeah, that's one of those performances where it's like, yeah, it wasn't pretty, but we got to win, but we're happy that it was against the Jaguars.
I was kind of looking at the play call the Jags had right there. It was 4th and 1.
Yep.
They go empty?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that 58-yard play was a 3-by-1 where you have trips on one. Oh, that's 3-by-1. But you split out basically the corners, all the defensive backs, and then the linebackers pull out a little bit. So you only have one linebacker in the middle. And then they just block this thing up the middle, and now, boom, that's an explosive. So I think that they were trying to get the similar mindset with that play calling. But, yeah, that's one of those play calls where when it works, you go, oh, well, that makes sense. And then when it doesn't, you go, what the hell are you doing? And thankfully, the Texans defense made it the latter.
It did not work that time.
So there you go. A Week 4 victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars, an ugly one, but a victory nonetheless as we continue to rewatch it. I don't know how much I took from that particular game, but
that's exactly what we were saying on Monday.
Yeah, that's what we were saying on Monday of that week.
A win is a win.
But I think that it's easier to go back in hindsight and see, oh, no, all of these issues at various points were issues that this team was dealing with, and it was all there.
Yeah. In that one game, yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions as we often do. We will do that next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's do a little confessions here.
All right.
Have you done? You've done confessions.
I've done it.
Yeah, okay, very good. All right, so I don't have to explain what's happening to you. I think we're post scandal, like as a society. Like there was a point in society where like a scandal would make things shake, right? Like you would have to change your get down based off a particular scandal, right?
Change your get down, huh?
No, I mean there's instances where like a scandal occurs and it's like, okay, so now we can't do that no more.
Yeah.
And I guess I will stick to the sports portion of this without the larger society thing because I feel like that opens us up to a lot of things that we probably shouldn't talk about right now.
Too many things.
Even in sports, I think we're post scandal. And the place that I talk about that or I bring that up for is we got another player who is allegedly getting caught gambling on games, possibly is Malik Beasley, who is a 3-and-D shooter in his, or actually I don't know, is the defense there? He's a shooter.
He's a shooter.
He's a shooter in the NBA. Plays for the Pistons. He got caught up in an NBA probe for gambling on games and what have you. So he's going to be in that space. And how many is that? How many athletes is that that have gotten some level of gambling?
Yeah. And this is like from the feds too. This ain't like investigation. This is from the FEDS.
That's correct. This is serious. And I saw this weekend, and I was like, oh man, like hey, this is thing happening. And yet this ain't stopping no show when it comes to gambling. Like the gambling money is not going to go anywhere. No. And what's funny is the whole idea and the reason why like leagues were so staunchly anti, hey, we got to make sure the guys are not betting on baseball. And I remember there was a point in time where the NFL would not do business in Las Vegas well before they moved the team there.
Yeah.
They just wouldn't let people do things in Vegas for the perception of malfeasance or whatever. And now dudes who are actually getting rung up by the feds behind gambling stuff don't actually stop no show. And I'm like, we're beyond this. Like, this thing is Teflon. Like, the money is so big that this is also Teflon. I don't know what it would take in order. Like, would it have to be that there's a like Tim Donaghy plus, like where we find out that there's like actually a coordinated effort amongst officials or teams in order to rig this? Like, what would it take to actually stop gambling in sports at this point?
It would, if it was something like that, it would have to be in the NFL. I think it would have to. We've already seen it in the NBA. We saw it. You just named it.
Tim Donaghy?
You just named it.
Yeah, but we could talk about that as being like a lone actor or what have you. Kind of shaving.
I think it would. To me, I think it would have to be head coaches involved. It would have to be maybe ownership, where it's it's a whole thing. It's not just
that's
players.
a whole conspiracy right there.
Yeah, I had to something like that because these players, they could throw these players to the wolves. And just keep it moving.
And they do. And they do.
A player, especially.
And they do.
Yeah, Malik Beasley, they ain't stopping no show.
Yeah,
but it got to be like a ownership given.
Yeah,
the head coach to not play this person or
that would be
that type of
biggest
stuff.
Scandal. Now, if an owner got caught up in something like this, or like an owner and a head coach or part of the coaching staff, that would be a huge scandal.
Yeah, it would be actually kind of wild too. Like, why did you focus on these parlays and stuff like that as an owner, man? Some people do, man.
People have addiction. Like gambling can become an addiction like anything else.
Yeah,
100%.
It really can. So I don't think that's really that far fetched. I really don't.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Like you started getting to this on the idea of like kind of who is Mike Beasley or Mike Beasley. Malik Beasley. Yeah. I was like, I done made him the K-State legend. Who is Malik Beasley, right? To the general fan, what I mean is is it possible that like we are not post scandal and the scandal just isn't big enough? Like, does the scandal get big enough if we're talking about a star player? Like if it's Tyrese Halliburton. Not that I needed to put Tyrese; he's just the front of my mind right now. But it's just is that. Or is it just no player's going to stop a show because, as you mentioned, players we can.
I'm not even sure if he's big enough in the grand scheme. Like he would have to probably be someone like really, really towards the tippy top as far as players go.
Yeah, I think if it
Giannis,
Steph,
I think
LeBron.
Yeah, I think if LeBron was caught up in a scandal like this, I think it could potentially be huge because you looking at LeBron, and then now you looking at Rich Paul, who probably represents a lot of people in the league currently.
Yeah.
And you start looking all over the place like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And then you start looking at clutch sports in general like,
It's a domino effect after that.
Yeah, I think something like that could potentially call it in questions.
A Malik Beasley doesn't move the needle for like the casual fan.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. We know who Malik Beasley is.
Yeah.
But
they could just,
and that's fair, but it's just I don't know. For me, it feels like it's indicative of a time where we're at, where just any level of gambling malfeasance close to the league was a fear to erode confidence in the product. And now we've had a decent amount of those, and that confidence was not eroded. You know what I mean?
I think that probably went out the window partially for a lot of people once these leagues got into bed with the casinos and with Vegas.
Fair enough.
So once you lay down with the devil, all bets are off.
Yeah.
Like it's just over now.
And like I said, they're gonna throw these players to the wolves. They're gonna let them know you can't do this.
Yeah.
And if they do it, they just gonna throw it to the. They just gonna throw them to the fire and keep the train going.
We're seeing like you said, Malik Beasley is being looked at by the feds.
Yeah.
So yeah, that tells you everything you need to know.
These are my confessions.
You.
Oh, it's on me.
It's
Okay.
you, big dog.
Okay, yeah. All right. My bad. I was still on the Malik Beasley there for a second. Thinking about that one. All right. So I saw a video of the weekend, and it's Tracy McGrady on. I think it was on Jeff Teague's podcast.
Yep. It was Club 520.
Club 520. There we go. And they were asking him about, I guess, essentially how many points he might score in today's NBA. And he tried to be humble about it. He wanted to not just brag, but he is like, I don't want to just be arrogant about it, but I might score 40 a game. And he said, if you look at it this year, SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he put up 32. McGrady goes on to say, I scored 32 back when the league was a lot tougher to score in. And he goes on to say, basically, the league is a lot easier to score in. It's a lot easier to score in the NBA now. Now, me and Reggie, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and I gotta agree. I gotta confess that I agree with Tracy McGrady. I do believe that it's easier to average, to be a volume scorer. Maybe not a volume shooter, but a volume scorer in today's NBA, based on how many factors. I mean, now we went deep into like defense. You talked about how.
I think defense in the modern NBA is more complex.
Yeah, you said it's more complex, so that would make it harder for guys to score.
But I think there is something to be said for like the freedom of movement, the ways that's developed, the way the interpretation of rules is developed with gather step and pick up dribbles and all those things have also very much been added as weapons for offensive players. Where I would absolutely understand it. Plus, I think the easiest portion of this is some teams are more efficient offensively. So not only, are you really good at these things, but now if you're really good at shooting and we're making sure that every time you shoot, you get 3 instead of 2. Yeah. Rather than taking a mid-range shot, or every time that you're, going to the rim and maybe taking a midi, instead getting all the way to the rim and having a better percentage chance. The efficiency part of it, I think, also ups the number.
Yeah, I figure I don't know how you feel about this, but I for the most part, I would say I agree with Tracy McGrady. And I mean, if you just look at the average scoring that teams do, now compared to even the mid 2000s, I won't even say 90s because he came in the late 90s to the mid 2000s. Like, it's just two different extremes.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with him too. And even from this point, man, he also mentioned in that clip how a lot of players shoot 8 to 10 threes a game and stuff like that, and
he wasn't shooting that.
He was shooting only about 2 or 3.
Yeah,
and we in the era where they want you to shoot. I mean, you ain't gonna get benched for shooting 10 plus threes.
No,
they kind of want you to shoot that much, and if he was shooting that much, he probably could average. I wouldn't say 40 a game. I would say maybe, what was that year where I want to say James Harden was like 36 points a game, 35, 30. I think he would be around that range.
Yeah.
He could kind of do what he wants and shoot whenever he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with that. You know what I mean? And if you just look at it, from a defensive point of view, like Reggie just said, almost all the rules are skewed toward the offense. It's a lot harder to be a good defender, I would say, now in the NBA. Because, again, yeah, guys are more efficient now scoring the ball and shooting the ball, but you can't do a lot of things defensively. You can't really breathe on star players for sure without a foul being called.
Yeah.
So there's just so many things, that have been skewed toward the offense. So I agree with Tracy McGrady on this one.
Man, we got real sportsy.
Yeah, right? I like that.
Real sportsy in these confessions. But there you go. Those are our lunchtime confessions here, provided by the Men's Clinic. Coming up next, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, by the way. Coming up next, Jeremy Pena, the news of the day, Jeremy Pena going to the IL. I'll give you the more details that we've gotten on it. Plus, also, with the Rockets, they are moving quickly during this legal tampering period. I'll give you an update on what's happening there next as well.
How do we feel about the
Credits and imbalance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, it's Reggie Atatula. That's Chris Partee in for John Lopez. Of course, Figgy Fig keeping us on track on the ones and twos here in the loop. Okay, I'm going to allow you to choose your own adventure because I got a little bit of Astros, got a little bit of Rockets here, Chris. So I'll let you go from the place that you want to go to.
Let's go Rockets.
Okay, a little bit of Rockets news courtesy of our guy Kelly Eco of The Athletic, and a little bit of insight into what the Rockets are doing. We were talking earlier about what the links that they've been had as we are now into the legal tampering period, headed into free agency really coming together. So Kelly tweeted, and I'll read this verbatim: the Rockets are working quickly to secure meetings with Durant Finney-Smith, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and Luke Kennard at the outset of free agency, according to sources.
Happened to my boy Gary Trent Jr.
Didn't make the cut, dog.
Did not make the cut yet.
At least not right now.
Not right now. There's still time.
Things can happen.
There's still time.
Whether negotiations fall apart or what have you. But
there's time.
I mean, they got to type, right? Like they got to type when it comes to. Do they not? Like kind of that.
Apparently.
That mid 6 foot range, obviously 3-point shooting and capable, and then obviously really defensively.
Defense, yeah.
Luke Kennard.
I was gonna say how much as far as the defensive stopper.
Luke Kennard is also like when you're hanging out with your homeboys, it's like, and you can come too. You can come if you want to as well.
Don't do Luke.
With all due respect to Luke Kennard, because I've been
Luke
very
like that, man.
I've been really.
You really kind of had. Don't do Luke.
I like
that,
Luke
man.
Kennard, by the way. I know it don't sound like it. I quite like Luke Kennard.
You don't think he can do something on this team?
He can shoot.
He can.
He can shoot.
Okay. He can. I just feel
he's a lefty, isn't he?
Yes.
Luke. Yeah, if I remember correctly.
If memory serves.
I think he's lefty. Yeah.
But I still think that. When I'd much rather have Dorian Finney-Smith or Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Well, there's levels to it.
There are levels. We were talking a little bit about these guys before I transitioned back to the Astros and the Jeremy Pena news of the day. We were talking about the possibility of adding one of these 3-and-D type guys like Dorian Finney-Smith, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and that is kind of the size things that are coming up, where this Rockets team is sizing up kind of big. Like, just look at the starting lineup. Fred VanVleet, not that big. In fact, I probably should just pull up like actual heights and sizes on this to be able to rattle them off to you. But Fred VanVleet is what, like six flat, right?
He's about 6 foot, maybe. I think he might be listed as 6'1", but I don't think he's that tall.
Right. And then you have an Amen Thompson who is 6'7", who's probably going to be playing shooting guard.
It feels like he is, yeah.
You got Kevin Durant, who, I mean, he'll say he's 6'9". He is solid 7 foot. He's probably going to be your 3 or your 4.
That boy ain't been 6'9" since he was probably like 16 years old.
Probably. And even then, that's a question. Also playing either the 3 or the 4, you're 6'10", Jabari Smith Jr., and then Alperen Sengun at 6'11" is your starting center. Like, that's your starting lineup. And being tall is good, being long. But I think you also have a need for a certain level of foot speed on perimeter defense that even adding the likes of Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who I think has a little bit better, but even adding someone like a Dorian Finney-Smith, I have questions on, are you getting maybe to a point where you're a little too big, and maybe not just big, but do you have enough of the foot speed to stay on the perimeter?
That lateral movement,
especially if you have teams that are small, like what the Warriors kind of did to you at some points. I remember vividly Jabari Smith Jr. being on the perimeter while needing to guard a small, like whether it was a switch or whatever, and he is a solid perimeter defender for his size, but that clause for his size showed up to where sometimes he got beat. And I'm just thinking about having the optionality to maybe be able to have guys that can defend, but defend with a little bit smaller, or maybe just with a little bit more perimeter, especially if you end up with a situation where Amen Thompson is your best option, but he's guarding a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Like, if Amen Thompson is like, hey, we need you guarding this guy, and he's guarding a little bit bigger, does that then put you in a place where maybe...
Who do you go to in that situation?
For the smaller guys or what have you.
Yeah.
Again, a smaller consideration, but ones that I imagine Rafael Stone and the Rockets are considering all the way up and down the roster.
But, I mean, we talked about this, and you look at the other guards that the Rockets have. So we're hearing that, Reed Shepard's probably going to have a bigger role. What is Reed Shepard, 6'3"-ish? Somewhere in there? Smaller guard.
Reed Shepard is listed at 6'2".
6'2". Okay, so 6'2", 6'3", in that range. Aaron Holiday, smaller guard.
Yeah,
and obviously, we talked about Fred VanVleet already, smaller guard. So, yeah, you're probably going to have to bring in someone else as far as like the foot speed goes.
Maybe. And maybe it just ends up being, hey, Tari Eason gets more opportunities along with Amen Thompson in those instances. I was just thinking about the potential optionality.
But Tari Eason is bigger than those guys.
Tari Eason is 6'6". He's 6'8".
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's not a small guy either. Like, so you're right. They are skewing big here. They really are. The roster in general.
And I want to make sure that I'm saying that, it's not the issue is not the height itself. It's just like the ability to defend on the perimeter, which, again, you talk about being able to defend on the perimeter.
Yeah.
Amen can defend on the perimeter. We know that.
But he's one guy.
Tari can defend on the perimeter. We know that. And then I think Dorian has an opportunity to defend on the perimeter, but if memory serves, it can get a little dicey at times, especially with the fastest of guys. But again, just a thought, but I would not be mad at any of these as the guys that have been thrown up here, even though I've given Luke Kennard a little bit of a hard time in this particular segment.
And Gary Trent is like 6'4", 6'5", so just think about that.
Definitely has some lateral movement from the 8 through 2. I'm hitting him with lateral movement. Shout out to our guy Hakeem Olajuwon with some of the stories that have come up about our guy Hakeem. All right, I did want to circle back around to the Astros because the news of the day is that Jeremy Pena, who very much has been the best position player of this team this year, is going to go on the IL. Now, I wanted to make sure that I got this clearly because I had not said it earlier. Apparently, it was supposedly a small fracture in the left ribs on the left side. It was retroactive to the 28th, which of course was Friday. Or Saturday when this happened, rather, or after this happened.
Yeah.
There we go. And it's a 10-day IL stint.
Okay.
And he will be traveling with the team while he gets treatment.
Okay.
Now, when we were talking about this earlier, the idea of Jeremy Pena having cracked ribs or fractured ribs.
Yeah.
That sounds problematic to me personally. I don't know about you.
Very problematic.
Does the way that they're handling this 10-day IL traveling with this team, would this not seem to indicate that they feel like it is not as problematic and possibly that he might be able to play sooner rather than later? Probably with a level of cracked ribs still?
I was going to say, if that's the case, then is it really a fractured rib? It doesn't sound like a fractured rib is something you're coming back from in a couple weeks.
Well, if you say you as in me, I'm definitely not. I'm someone where if I sustain damn near any injury on the job, I'm taking time.
He's taking time.
To be fair.
Stub a toe. I'm out for a week.
Although I did jam my finger and I'm still here. So I'm a little bit above that. Just a little bit.
Reggie playing through the pain, y'all.
Look at it.
It's
all purple.
I'm
trying.
Hey,
Look,
it happens.
I'm doing a little something.
It happens.
But, that is kind of wild to hear, right? If you're from the Kicks Rocks, if he's flying with broken ribs, it can't be serious.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you're still traveling with the team, how serious is it?
Yeah.
Is it really a fracture?
Yeah. But you never know with the Astros, though, man, because they did the same thing with Kyle Tucker.
So they're misleading
They
us.
say it was a bruised leg or something like that. And it was way after the fact when he was coming back. They say it was a bit of a fracture. And I'm like, so he had a broken leg.
So Fig, you think we're being misled here?
I think
that's kind of what it sounds like almost.
It's a possibility, to be honest, because it seemed like they kind of got it wrong a few times, thinking it was something small. Same thing with Jordan. Thought it was something smaller, and then come to find out, it was some broken bones in there.
This is when you can't get wrong on it. You can't get that wrong though. Like you really truly can't get this one wrong from the 832. It's probably 60% healed.
60%.
That is a reference.
Yeah, it's a callback.
Jordan and the hand. Which, by the way, he is in Florida getting some live BP in order to hopefully get him on the path back. But all right, so I can only work off of what has been said. Of course, shout out to Will Kunkel, who was giving us the game that Pena will be with the team on the upcoming road trip getting treatment. If all of that is to be believed and all of that's true, I don't know what to do. But I'm still going to operate on the assumption that I see broken rib and I think significant amount of time, right?
Well, yeah, exactly.
So, and somebody said certain Texans running back played with 4 rib fractures. Football, but football and baseball.
Yeah,
it's just
football
a little different
though, man. Football players, they got a whole different just mentality.
But
it's different.
So I'm just gonna because again, the things that we're seeing kind of don't add up in my brain, but maybe my brain just a little slow.
It's not aligning. It's not aligning. Everything's not aligning.
Sure. I don't have as much information or insight, so that's whatever. It is what it is ultimately what I'll say on that. If Jeremy Pena does have to miss a significant amount of time, he will have to miss at least a week, right? Like we're talking about 10 days retroactive to the 28th. We're taking some time here. you do as the Astros and how you make good on this? Does this one push you in a place where Altuve has to play more? Because I know we were talking about Bryce Matthews coming up, but
you saying play more in the infield or
play
at
more
second,
at second,
yeah.
And does this then push the Astros further towards making a deal before the deadline? Because there have been reports about the Astros looking for a left-handed bat, and a name like Cedric Mullins, outfielder who plays for the Orioles, had come up. And I'm like, if Altuve is now playing more in the infield, I know you have Taylor Trammell, but I don't know how much you want to continue to play him consistently. Would that maybe make you more intrigued to go, let's go get the left-handed bat Cedric Mullins, who's played in the outfield, who's like a good outfielder, and then maybe have him run a little bit more consistently, especially as you know that you'll probably be using another outfielder more consistently.
Now, maybe the Astros are going to do that anyway. Go and get that left-handed bat.
Right.
Maybe they're going to do that anyway. But I think we'll know, or I think they will know more within probably the next few days, depending on how long Payne is going to be out. Because if it actually turns out that it is a rib fracture and it's going to be more than just a 10-day stint on the IL, it's going to be maybe a month or so, whatever it may be. Then they may go ahead and make a move sooner because the trade deadline is the end of the month, right? Or end of July, I should say. No.
Yes, I mean
today is the end of the month for June.
That is,
but yeah.
Oh man, I got to pay rent already.
Yes, you do, sir.
Oh man, sorry. It literally happens like that all the time. Just like the reminder of,
hey, don't pay it this month.
Just don't
man.
pay it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have
sleep. Not advice.
Yeah, I'm not about to have me sleeping on the couch over there, just because y'all broke bad. And y'all was like, no, you don't have to pay it this month.
You get a free month.
I wish. I've been on time for how many months in a row with no buy 10 get 1 month free.
You don't get nothing, man.
Not even no discounts. I'm so disrespectful.
You know how this works. You don't get nothing free.
Wish I didn't.
Ain't nothing free.
Yeah.
Made me forget my train of thought right there.
Yeah.
But no, I mean it depends on how long they find out or determine Payne is going to need to be out. Now, if it's not as serious as we may think it is, which they may think it is, he may only be out a week and a half or 2 weeks.
I got to be honest with you. I am struggling to reconcile a fracture in the ribs with traveling with the team, which is a flight, not only just a flight in this country, but a flight to like one of the highest points, like Mile High in Denver.
Of all places.
And, continue. I don't. And
breathing's already tough there. Breathing's already tough in Denver.
I don't. And
it's in Colorado.
A fair point that is made from 713. This man is legit injured. Taking a break will help him finish the season with the second win. I mean, you don't want to play with this, but
true.
I can't say that I know better than doctors, even if they're the Astros doctors that have not necessarily. Maybe I shouldn't say the Astros doctors, but the Astros apparatus that has not necessarily seemed to be 100%. They haven't seemed to nail it every single time. That's the way that I'll say this.
They let one get past the goalie
every once in a while.
Often.
Every once in a while, it happens a lot.
Yeah, it happens.
At least, or more than I would prefer. Is the way that I would put that. But yes,
should
heal fast on someone over 40? All right, maybe.
Yeah, but when you fracture a rib, now I've never fractured one, but I know some guys that have that I'm close to, and when it's actually fractured, it is not fun, and you're probably not going to play. Most people. All right, most even professional athletes, you're going to need a little bit of time off of that. You're not traveling with the team.
They're giving it 10 days.
Oh,
retroactive.
Well, yeah, 10 days, yeah.
Rub some dirt on it and get back to the get back to the field.
Rub some dirt on it.
Yeah, be all right.
This is your boss being like, hey, I know you sick, but
you still got to come in, man.
we understaffed, so
we need you.
We understaffed.
Hey, I'll get you some medicine, but you still got to come in.
And a fracture and a break are different. That is fair to note.
True.
But I'm intrigued to see how much that pain is actually different.
But when it's a fracture on a rib, you still can't breathe right. It hurts.
I will default to the people that know.
Ask anyone that's ever dealt with it.
I will just continue to say it's not tracking in my brain. My brain might just be broken.
I don't know what's happening.
It's cool. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it is a Monday coming off of a weekend where a lot of things happen, including that particular hit by pitch on Jeremy Pena. Let's talk about the winners and the losers. Who was the winner or loser on the weekend? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Supply. See store mattressfirm.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, man, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. That is Chris Partee sitting in for the great John Lopez.
No, go ahead.
I was waiting for the ad-lib. Did I miss the ad-lib?
Nah.
Oh, you just didn't give us an ad-lib
I just didn't do it that time.
Oh, wow. Okay. Figgy Fig.
I got to switch it up a little bit.
That's fair.
I got to switch it up.
Figgy Fig, what would your ad-lib be in this instance? Okay.
That was actually a real ad-lib from me rapping.
Really?
Yeah.
See? Oh, so you went
That make me want to say na.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Might be a little inspiration behind that one.
There it is. All right.
Love it. I love it.
We are acting a fool today. Our whole break was just me lamenting having to pay rent.
Paying rent.
It was.
Talking about
as
paying
if it's
rent.
not something we got to do all the time.
And they actually sent him a reminder too.
They did. I got an email.
His email.
As if I didn't know that the first is tomorrow. But and by the way, while we're here, hey guys, the first tomorrow, rent, mortgage, all that. Go ahead and be ready. Be ready to do that because they don't like it when you miss your time. All right, let's get into some winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. If you have somebody that should be considered as a winner or a loser of the weekend, text it in. Let us know. Two, trying to get their own win and come up. They said, Reggie, you and I should invent the MLB rib guard, sell it to the Astros and every other team for $4 trillion. I'm in.
More entrepreneurial ambition right there.
That's exactly what today has been, the entrepreneurial spirit.
We've been doing it all day.
I
love it.
I'm in on it.
I have a feeling on that.
I have a feeling that they won't give us $4 trillion, but I mean, if we can finesse it.
Maybe not $4 trillion.
Let us finesse it. All right.
That's a little ambitious right there.
If I was going to, because typically, we could separate this down into individual actors or what have you. But if I was going to just take the Houston Astros as an entity, would they be a winner or a loser on the weekend, right? They 5 or 6 out of their last homestand, including a 2 out of 3 games in the weekend series against a Cubs team that was, pretty good offensively. So you get that win, you win the rest of you win all your you do not lose rather a series in the month of June. You obviously salute a Kyle Tucker and Brian Presley return, but obviously you get victories. And then you did have a Lance McCullers rough game, admittedly. But then you also lose Jeremy Pena with a fracture in his rib on the left side.
It's tough.
That's sending him to a 10-game IL. Your best position player, who I believe Bob Nightingale was saying is going to the All-Star game, and I don't know if that was reporting as in like he has made it or like he will be.
Yeah.
But either way,
he should. I think we can agree that he should be.
Right. Where do you put this as a win or a loss on the weekend for the Astros? If I made you do it as a holistic, I know that we don't have to. We can separate this out. But as a holistic.
As much as I want to go winner, I got to say loser, man. Like, I really believe losing Pena is, man, it's going to hurt. No pun intended. It's going to hurt. You know what I mean? Because now it's going to, especially depending on how long he's going to be out, it's going to force a lot more shuffling of players to different positions or guys filling in. So I'm going to say loser. Even though, they've won 5 out of 6. They won the series 2 out of 3 over the weekend. I'm going to say loser, man, because of this.
Fig, would you agree with that?
Yeah, the injury bug is keep hitting the Astros, man. And they've been playing really good, man. If it wasn't for this injury, I would say, they're winners of the weekend. But they can't escape the injury, and I'm worried because I'm wondering if they could actually beat the injury bug by still winning games.
Yeah,
because I don't want the injury bug to hit and then they fall off because of that.
And that's the thing. You don't want them to actually fall off of a cliff or anything. I don't think anything like that's going to happen. But it's just, and I think I think also because it's Payne, he's been probably their most productive bat in the lineup just overall. That's why it's really has me lean toward them being a loser for the weekend, because you lose that guy now for what we don't know if it's going to be a short amount of time or an extended amount of time. We don't know right now.
Yeah. All right. This guy was going to be a winner on the weekend regardless. Maybe we see if there's a different, even again, you don't want it to happen in these ways. Bryce Matthews, the middle infielder and best prospect in the Astros farm system at Sugarland, in El Paso for the Sugarland Space Cowboys. He did this weekend.
The pitch home to him. And Bryce sends it high in the air, deep to left field, and there is the hit for Matthews. Out onto the Parkway, and the Space Cowboys are back in front. 7-6 on the 10th homer of the year by Bryce Matthews.
Yeah.
459 feet.
Damn.
He is in El Paso. There's a little bit of elevation that we're dealing with here, but still, hey, 459 ain't nothing to scoff at, man. 106.6 miles per hour is off the bat. Like, the bat is looking pretty good. Can I give you his stats for the month of June, which are now obviously wrapping up?
Please do.
With 98 plate appearances, 306 batting average, 960 OPS, solid 551 slug. I mean, that is a slight decline from what he had in the month of May.
Wow.
Although he had about half as many at-bats. Like,
okay.
The uptick in what his bat looks like has been good, and it looks like it's sustaining, which is good. It's what you need from him, and it was the part of his game that you were interested in because you knew he could play defense. Can that bat come along? It looks like it's coming along.
Sounds like it.
And
to me.
That does make me go, hey, depending on how substantial that injury ends up being, could he be somebody that is ready to be called up? I've been looking to anyway. He's just playing. He's playing with the level of consistency that was like September call up. That'd be fun to see him with the big league club get a little bit more opportunity. But there is at least in theory there's a possibility. I don't know. It feels like they could easily navigate this. We were talking about this where Joe Espada can and he's been comfortable putting Jose Altuve at second base again. Yeah. Could he just stay more at second base? Maybe get more Taylor Trammell in left field along with Jake Myers and Cam Smith in the outfield. Okay. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I think that for just off of the strength of the way that Bryce Matthews has continued to play baseball, he's a winner on the weekend.
Feels like it. I mean, if this is going to be something that I guess lingers, yeah, he definitely could be a winner. And based off what he's been doing in the month of June and continued that over the weekend, yeah, definitely.
All right, some other winners and losers of the weekend. Unfortunately, I got to put some losers in here. The Houston SaberCats, rugby team for your Houston area. They went to the championship, but unfortunately they lost 28-22. First MLR championship that they had been to. First appearance that they had. Okay. But tell me, does this make it any better? Not that necessarily you were super involved. I think you're just finding out about this. The New England Free Jacks is the team that they lost against. They won their third straight title in the 8-year existence of the league.
Oh, wow.
So, the SaberCats were clawing to the last minutes of the game. They lost by 6 points, and they lost to a team that was three-peating.
So they lost to a dynasty, basically.
So they lost to the Patriots, it sounds like.
Essentially, that's
they did play in New England. And, mind you, championship game was in Rhode Island. Basically,
supposed to be a neutral site. What happened?
What happened is they put it in Rhode Island, and then the New England team was really good. And they're like, "Oh, I guess this is gonna be a home game."
Damn, they ain't tired of winning.
Yeah, exactly.
Just that whole little area,
that whole region.
Yeah,
Celtics won last year. Goodness.
So yeah,
let us have something.
I know, right?
Damn.
Greedy.
They got the championship and everything.
Greedy
over there.
is what they are.
They are greedy.
Let the SaberCats get that, but shout out to the SaberCats for a good season. It stinks when you have that. Like, what's the level at which it becomes problematic again for you not going really far but not winning? Because at a certain point, like, you're just happy to be there in the playoffs. Maybe the first round. I don't even know how many rounds there are in the MLR.
Yeah.
I'm going to be completely honest. Playoffs. But, like, I'm just using, like, all right, baseball, football, basketball.
Yeah.
You get to the playoffs, you're like, we're happy. We made the playoffs. You get a little further in the playoffs, like, oh, we did something. And then once you get to, like, the final level, maybe like the basketball conference finals, ALCS or the championship series, then you kind of hate it if you lose there because you're like, damn, we were a step away. You really hate it if you lose in the championship round, and then you're great again once you win, right? Like there's this little weird spot in playoff performance in American sports where you kind of are more upset that if you had lost like a round prior. Is that fair to say, or am I wrong?
No, I see what you're saying. I mean, I think once you get to like that third or maybe fourth year where you finally started going up, you got past the first round, you're in the second round, maybe you make that conference final or conference championship game or, ALCS, NLCS, whatever it may be, and then you can't get past that level right there. Like, that's kind of when that third or fourth year, I would say, for a lot of teams.
All right.
Is where you get to that point where it's like, damn, all right, something's got to change.
Okay.
I kind of get a little upset. I think just for the simple fact you made it that far and then lose, to me, that's kind of like waiting in line for a PS5 or something, and then you get to the very front, and it's like, oh, we all out.
Damn, we all out.
So I'm like, I done wasted all my time to get up here and not get anything and lose.
That would be very frustrating.
Yeah, so that's how I kind of look at it. I mean, if it was the SaberCats' first year or something like that, and and nobody had them getting that far.
First championship game that they made it to. And it was a good team, fun to watch and all that.
Yeah, so I understand that part where you like, all right, let's come back stronger next year or something like that.
But it sounds like they're at the point to where, okay, we're on the right track.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like they've gotten to the point to where, okay, we keep getting to this level and we can't do it.
Yeah, no, I understand that part, but the other side of my brain is like, man, we got all the way here, and then we got to do this again next year?
Yeah.
We got to try to get back next year
like
this?
Me. Like, I got to do this again?
It's a grind. It's a grind.
Some other winners. A winner, Matt Freese, who's the goalkeeper for the United States men's national team. They get a victory on penalties yesterday in the quarterfinals of the Gold Cup. And it was a tough day because penalties knocked out a few big-name teams. Canada went out on penalties, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I'm failing in this moment. There was knocked out on penalties yesterday. So when it got to penalties for the U.S. men's national team, there was some tight cheeks, I imagine, clenched.
They was clinched.
Clinched in Minnesota, but in Minneapolis, Matt Freese came up big. 6 penalty kicks end up going in the PK shootout.
Ooh.
3 saves and 5 correct guesses for the goalkeeper. And I don't know if you've seen penalty kicks for goalkeepers. That doesn't happen. He was hooping in a way. So shout out to Matt Freese for helping the U.S. men's national team continue to move on. So shout out to U.S. men's national team as they continue to move on, and hopefully they make it all the way to Houston for the Gold Cup final. Some other ones I'll throw out here: Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., who fought Jake Paul and lost definitively. I mean, it was a 10-round bout, and I think he's just the latest in the non-combative opponents for Jake Paul.
I mean, he's fighting guys that are either not really like that, or they past their prime, or they just old, or whatever it may be.
The latter is definitely Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. 38 or 39 rather. He's basically started fighting really in the 9th round. He was just a punching bag, and so I'm just like, man,
a walking punching bag.
How does Jake Paul keep getting away with this?
Because people keep buying into it.
I'm so tired of it.
He has his following, and it's a large following.
It's very frustrating to me personally because like he could be a fun fighter. Just fight somebody who actually is on the level of what you're trying to do.
Didn't he fight one actual fighter that was kind of like still pretty good and he lost?
Oh wait, Jake Paul?
Yeah, I think he fought someone, and I can't remember. I can't think of the guy's name right. I thought he fought someone that was actually like a legit fighter, and he lost. Like a legit boxer, and he lost.
That I am not recalling that.
I wonder how real boxing fans.
Oh, you're talking about Tommy Fury?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Didn't he lose it, Tommy Fury?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm.
I wonder how real boxing fans feel about.
They don't.
Yeah.
They don't like it. No, they don't like him, I should say.
Well, because it doesn't feel like he's taking boxing seriously. Although, like, it seems like he trains it seriously.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like creating matches, hey man. Go ahead and like book a match that will give you a level of challenge, and then people respect the effort that you're putting in.
I don't think he's in it for that, though. I think he's in it for the money.
Yeah,
I think getting that bag.
That's the issue right there, and especially if you're making like I know the Tyson fight ain't really nothing, but when you making stuff like no knockdowns and no this and it's just all of these like weird type of rules.
Throwing stipulations in a boxing match.
It's just like, man, we boxing, dog. Like, what are we doing,
Put
man?
the gloves on, nothing below the belt, and let's rock. That's it. And he's going against all that, so I don't know. Kind of strange.
He did win. I hesitate to call him a winner on the weekend, even though
I guess he's a winner.
He continues to do it. Yeah, and he's just going to keep selling it off of us wanting to see him lose even though he's not giving you a really good fight to watch. It is like watching a reality show, 832. That is fair, because he's actually doing that.
Yeah.
And you know what the thing that made me the most mad? He wins the fight. He's in the ring after, they raise his hand, and then he's like, I don't even know what he's hawking, but he's just hawking to the camera like, you're making it evident you don't care about the sporting of this.
No.
And I mean,
he's in it for the bag.
Us sports fans like the sporting of this. At least pretend like you care about this as well.
I mean, it's almost like watching the Globetrotters. You know he probably going to win. You know he's going to win for the most part. He's got one loss.
I don't like that you compare Jake Paul to the Globetrotters. You're done.
I'm just saying.
You've lost your privileges for this segment, Chris. All right, you're in the loop right here. He turned his own mic off. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is typically the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so we got a huge Orleans Parish prison update.
Oh.
And I think me and you, Reggie, I think we got to celebrate this because we won.
Let's go.
We won something. Plus, things that happened that had the internet going nuts this weekend, including Beyonce sitting sideways.
Oh, okay. You don't want to miss the mixtape. It's coming up next.
Texans training. John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. A lot of stuff happened this weekend. I'll get to that in just a second. First, we gotta get a little funky on this Monday, man. I just been kind of feeling it a little bit. We gotta get a little funky.
Okay.
I'm gonna play a little Sly in the Family Stone as I go throughout the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we do have an update with the Orleans Parish Prison inmates that were out and about just hanging out. Was that? It's been about 6 weeks. So Antoine Massey was recently captured, and he was at Holly Grove, baby.
Oh, wow.
They called him in Holly Grove, baby. And here is WGNO with the update in the news on pretty much how they caught him.
Antoine Massey has been captured after a multi-agency operation, making him the 9th of 10 inmates caught and back in custody. Now, they escaped 6 weeks ago, and authorities say Massey was arrested today on Strollage Street in Holly Grove. Now, the NOPD, the FBI, Homeland Security, OPSO, State Police, U.S. Marshals, PSO were all involved in the arrest, the result of a tip. Law enforcement says they're going to keep up a relentless search. Groves is the last escapee remaining, and so far, very little information about where he may be.
So I mentioned in the tease that me and Reggie got to celebrate, and I'm sure you probably wondering, why are you celebrating? So we put our money on our guy Derrick Groves that he will be the last man standing.
He just looked like he was built for be on the run. He ain't had no haircut, no lineup. He didn't have a beard. He didn't have any distinctive markings. Like he didn't have no tattoos. No tattoos.
The funny thing is, I want to say on the news they were talking about how he might be the hardest to find because there's nothing, like you said, there's nothing distinct about him. The only thing that he stands out is how tall he is.
How tall was he? Or is he?
I'm not sure, but they say he's a tall guy.
Really?
So that's the only way they could probably possibly find him. But that brother could put on a wig, and you probably would never find him.
He should have put on that wig.
Wait, so our guy Antoine was in New Orleans still? Holly Grove is in New Orleans.
Yeah.
So he didn't go. No, we were thinking like, did he flee?
I thought he crossed state lines, maybe Mexico or something like that. But when I saw he did the live video, the Instagram live, I'm like, oh, that brother ain't nowhere. He just hiding at somebody's house at this point. It's just a matter of time before somebody snitch on him.
Oh,
and by the way, they did interview so it was a house in Holly Grove. The owner was pretty much being interviewed because it was her house.
Oh.
And she had no idea. A lot of people saying she snitched, but she wasn't the one that snitched. Somebody pretty much told her that.
Oh, wow.
He was at her house because they knew it was her property. And
so he was squatting is what we're dealing with here?
Or was he in the garage or
I
something?
think so. I'm not sure. They really didn't give us the details like that, but it's one more to go, man. I wonder how long this one going to stay out.
That is a good question that I have.
That's hilarious.
I don't know. But yeah, this was the brains of the operation, was it not?
Yes,
the guy that's still out?
The guy that just got caught.
Yeah.
He was the dude who kind of, thought up the
he came up with the whole breakout thing. So
they gonna have his ass in the hole forever.
Yeah. Do you feel like when he go back to jail, will people there look at him as a legend for being out as long?
I think so.
Like he was out for 6 weeks. That's a long time for an inmate to be out and about like that.
On the run, playing fugitive.
Yeah, usually when you break out of a prison,
they get you
it's
fast.
but so much. So far you can get far. So
I'm amazed they made it that long, or the ones that did.
Me too.
And there's still one out there.
There's still one out there.
Still out here.
Wow.
Yeah, but congratulations to us for winning this bet.
Yeah, congratulations, fellas.
Yeah.
Congrats.
What are we gonna get from Lopez for this?
Now, what
can we get out of Lopez?
What do y'all
What can
give
we
for this?
extort from him?
Extort?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we didn't set up parameters on the front end, so
Okay.
this would be extortion. I understand.
At this
that.
point,
yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
But I'm willing to attempt it though.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
All right, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. So this weekend, Beyonce was in town.
She was.
She was doing her Carter Cowboy Carter.
There it is.
Cowboy Carter. Yeah, show you how much of a Beyonce
Yeah, I was like,
fan.
you were in the building clearly.
Yeah. So she was doing her tour, and before we get to why she was on the timeline heavy, specifically on Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday concert. She had two of them, but it was a Saturday concert. She was all over the timeline because she was sitting sideways in a slab up in the air inside the NRG Stadium. I'm gonna get to that in a minute, but here's a little throwback of Beyonce. When she was I want to say she was around 11 years old, and a reporter asked her about her performance. She just finished performing and all that, and the reporter asked her about her on stage fright and how to get over that.
Now tell me about getting over the stage fright. I mean, how did this go from having fun and singing for a few people to where, I mean, you're going to go out there and you're going to try to make it big?
Well, I guess if we keep on practicing and we keep on performing, every time we get better and the stage fright just fades away.
That was little Beyonce when she was 11, 12 years old. And
You know what I heard?
What you hear?
You just got to do it over and over and over and over and over and over.
I think she kind of took that advice when she was around 11 years old, because on Saturday she was in a slab, like I said, on inside the NRG Stadium, floating up in the air. It was on strings. And this slab started leaning a little to the right, a little too much. So she was tipping on fofos. And it was not supposed to be like that. So here is a live reaction from somebody at the concert as she was floating through the air. And listen to Beyonce as she get on the mic, where I don't think that was part of the show.
Oh.
Damn.
If y'all don't get her down,
they about to riot in there over Beyonce, boy.
She did take her own advice from when she was 11, though, because she was sitting in that slab looking, just smiling, still looking pretty. She didn't look scared at all. But she was like, just stop.
That is,
Wow.
I
That's
can't
crazy.
imagine being suspended over.
Hey.
Yeah,
I ain't doing it.
Y'all got it. That is reserved for y'all.
You're braver than me.
Were any of y'all out and about on Saturday or this weekend? Because I had friends who deliberately were like, I am changing my routine in order to avoid the Beyonce traffic.
I was up in Dallas, so.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay.
I missed all that.
I was out and about, but I knew to stay away from the NRG.
Yeah.
I did go kind of over, I guess her neck of the woods. I was over in 3rd Ward to get some food.
Yeah.
To get some food.
Yeah, but she, I did see a lot of people just in Beyonce shirts and all that stuff. So I'm like, oh, y'all really getting ready for Beyonce
Hey,
this
let me
weekend.
go the other way. Let me go the opposite
Yeah,
direction.
but I knew to stay away from NRG area because I used to stay over in that area.
Okay.
And it get pretty packed when it comes to concerts like that.
I got caught over there during like the first weekend of the rodeo.
Yeah, that's nasty business.
It was not good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So glad Beyonce is safe. That could have been very ugly.
Especially if it happening here. And you know what I thought? And I know that there's likely no relation whatsoever, but another concert where something went wonky at NRG, right? You remember, speaking of rodeo, you remember the fire that happens during Journey.
Yeah.
And then the technical difficulties that I think happened during the Bun B, like the birthday celebration, what have you.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, man, y'all not making us look good right now.
You got to get that together.
Yeah, I wonder if the Menaires are rubbing their hands like, see, this is why we need another stadium, man. See, all these issues keep going on. Just build us a new stadium, and we can have a slab flying in the air with no strings attached.
We'll just have that slab. That'll be a permanent portion. That won't just
keep
come
it
in
up
every
there.
once in a while. That'll
It'll just be
constantly
there.
Yeah,
be in
just
there.
keep it up there.
From the 832, drove through the traffic. It was like leaving a Texans game. Yeah, I bet.
Ooh,
Goodness
man.
gracious.
Which is wild.
That's tough, man. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I don't know if you guys seen this. I think this came down today, but EA Sports back NCAA basketball.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know if y'all ever played NCAA basketball.
Nope.
Yeah.
I think I played it I actually had the game. I had the one where Josh Childress. Remember Josh Childress?
Yes.
Yeah.
With the
He was
throw
on
and everything.
Yeah, he was on the cover. I want to say he was on the cover. So I had that one. That was the only one I played.
Yeah, I played it back in the day. I don't remember which one, but I know I played it back in the day.
All right, when this game come out, are you guys going to get it or partake in it?
Probably
good.
not.
Yeah, I'm good on it. Like if I didn't jump on college football, which I'm very proud of myself not doing that because I love the college football games, but I just know myself and it would eat all of my time to the point where I couldn't be a responsible adult. Yeah. I'm definitely not getting on college basketball. Like I didn't enjoy that game in the same way that I did the college football game.
Okay.
Like it didn't appeal to me.
It
in
didn't
the same
hit
way.
in the same. Yeah.
Nah. Like I'd much rather play 2K or even NBA Live when they were still doing that.
Oh, NBA Live was my jam back in the day.
Yeah.
NBA Live? Woo,
Yeah.
that was the jam, boy.
Yeah, I think I'm out of the whole basketball game thing, man. It's to me. I tried to play the recent 2K.
Yeah.
It's too tough, man. Dude, it's too much going on, man.
All of these sports games.
Yeah.
I think. And maybe this is just we getting old, and of course, I'm sure
That's a part of it.
There's people that are listening that are like, "You're not that old. Stop it." Sorry, but like I think just generally when it comes to like games have gotten so complex. As I know that you're trying to be like simulation games, but at the same time, more than simulation, I got off work. I'm just trying to enjoy myself a little bit.
Can I have a win?
I'm here toiling. I'm here working on the game, trying to get better at basketball, and I'm like, I'd much rather not.
I'm up here strategizing.
This is supposed to be fun. I'm supposed to get on here and have fun.
No.
It's like, no. You want to get in here, you got to get in the gym, you got to lift weights, and then you got to recruit. You got to go to class. And I'm like, I'm just playing. Am I playing a game actually?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, nah, it's tough. I knew I'm too old. I'm way out the game because I tried to play 2K, and they was trying to get me to sign up for something before the game. Before I even got to the main. I'm like, what? They're talking about log into your EA Sports account. I'm like, what? I'm just trying to get to the play now. Like, I'm not trying to build no dynasty. I'm just want to play it.
They
and
want
it
you
took
to
me. Oh my God! I had to create an account.
Oh, you had to?
Yes.
Wow.
In order to play the game. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just like, man. And then I tried to be the GM thing, and it was just too much. It was too much going on.
In the
man.
game itself, you got to do all sorts of combinations and stuff.
See, I used to love all that, be the GM, build the franchise, but I just don't have time for all that.
They made, to me, I feel like the NBA version made it too difficult. Where I'm just like, man, because I do feel like the NFL, like Madden, is still pretty much the same from when I was younger. So I can still get on there and do franchise mode and stuff like that. But NBA, career mode, don't get me started on career mode, man. How you got to spend your own damn money to even be a starter.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you got to spend, you pretty much got to spend money, or you got to play for a long time.
Microtransactions where you either take a long time to build up your skills, or you kind of pay for the tokens that pay for the upgrades and stuff.
The word, man. So.
Either way, you spend the money. You either spending your time to work your way up, or you just buy your way out of that.
Oh my God!
Either way, it's probably not the most fun thing in the world.
Yeah, that was that fun, man. I just don't understand how that's fun.
Don't sound like it.
Yeah.
You sound like somebody's daddy.
No, for real, man.
That's funny.
Hey, the game has passed me.
Back in my day, you could just get on the game and put the disc in there and enjoy it.
But you could, though.
Yeah.
You really could.
For real. But I'll get y'all out of here on this. Somebody else that was making the headlines on social media, Drake. He was making the headlines. Are you a Drake fan, Chris Partee?
No, sir.
Okay.
I am not.
All right. So
I don't have nothing against him, but I'm
So
Drake is not my thing.
Are you with the West Coast on this, or is just you was never a Drake?
I'm from the West Coast.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is it a little West Coast bias? You side a little bit with Kendrick, or you just?
I'm definitely gonna side with Kendrick, but I never really got into Drake. I like a few Drake songs, but I'm not into him like that.
Okay. So he was making a lot of headlines because he posted a shirtless picture, and in this caption he said, "I'm wide awake for the nights that separate the type who get to it till they get it right from the type who just ... type."
All right.
So it's like a little thirst trap type of picture. But people was looking at his abs like, bro, did you get some work done? Because these don't look like no real abs. I see somebody said it looked like some Hawaiian rolls. It looked like a pack of Hawaiian rolls. So
it didn't look like he had put in the work.
No, the arms don't really match, and I never looked at a guy body like this where I'm like, man, this don't
analyzing.
Yeah, people was analyzing.
It was on the timeline, like if you're gonna be on Twitter, and then people's comments about these will find their way to. Sometimes you can learn things against your will, and that was me learning about Drake's abs this weekend. Was very much against my will.
Yes, so I want to get y'all out of here on this though. If you could get some type of cosmetic surgery without being judged, what would y'all get?
That's interesting.
I would get that surgery that some of these dudes are getting now where they can, like, I think they break your shins and make you taller.
Oh, you want the taller?
Yeah. I hooped back in the day too, so I would have loved to have been like 6'5".
Okay. All right. Like,
yeah, that would be mine.
Yeah, I would like to do that too, but I feel like it's but so tall I can get because I'm so short. Like, I don't think, like, I would love to be maybe about 6'2", 6'3", somewhere around there. There's no way I could get from 5'3" to 6. There's no way that could happen. So
I'll take 6'2" at this point.
But something I would think about getting if I don't be judged. I would like to get a beard.
Okay.
Like if it's legit, like a legit, not nothing that looks fake.
Going on over there?
Yeah, I don't like it, man.
Oh, you don't like it? Okay.
Nah, I'm trying to get the Reggie type of beard, the James Harden type of beard, man. Okay. My beard don't grow like that. I'm gonna cut it off pretty soon.
Yeah, mine doesn't grow that long, but I can get mine. I gotta let it really go though, like to get it.
The only thing that I would say is I want to go comical with this, which is I want to get I want like the Paul George hairline. I want the hairline where it's almost your hairline's almost touching your eyebrows. Like I want it to be that. I want it to be that full.
You ain't got no forehead.
I want it to look stupid. How much hairline?
You ain't got no forehead.
I got to happen right now. All right, text line. I see you. 832.
What they talking?
It ain't that bad being short, figgy ass Reg. All right. Okay.
Chris, I don't know if you knew, but Reggie is 5'11".
No.
He been lying. He been lying.
I'm 6 foot and 3/4 inch.
He's in the 5 foot club.
Stop
man.
It.
Now is that with or without shoes?
What? Without shoes. 6 foot and 3/4 inch. Except for this one time.
His doctor.
Except for this one time. Hold on
that
now.
was clearly a misreading.
This boy went to go get a physical, and the doctor said he's 5'11". The doctor or the nurse said he's 5'11". Couldn't live it down since then.
I mean, what happened?
I don't know.
You didn't stretch that morning?
I don't know. I
have no idea.
Welcome to the 5 foot club, man.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with it, brother.
I know, man.
We all good in here.
And this is the thing. Before that happened, I would have said the same thing. The way that I feels like there's something wrong with it. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's the mixtape. Catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's chat with the fellas of the drive. We'll do that.
Area 45.
your Monday has gone pretty well. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Chris Partee, who's been rocking with me in the stead of the OG John Lopez. Appreciate you doing that, bro.
Glad to be here, man. It's always good to work with you.
Thanks, man. One more. We'll do it tomorrow tomorrow as well.
Most definitely.
And, of course, shout out to Figgy, always holding it down in the way that he does. Oh, you did a Figgy mix. Figgy ad-lib, too.
Yeah. Got to get that in there.
Deeply unserious. Deeply unserious is the day that we put up today. Getting ready to chat with the fellas of the drive. Clint and Ron back from their fantastic weekend in Michigan. So we'll talk to them here in a moment. But we've been talking a lot about the Rockets as we have entered the legal tampering period where free agency, in a way, begins. Teams start talking to players that are not on their team and start trying to figure out what their free agency and what their team will look like in the coming weeks, I imagine, headed towards the 25-26 basketball season.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked more about the reasonable things, right? The ideas of, with the rumors that we've gotten that maybe the Rockets, and not even rumors because reporting, I know Shams Charania has also reported on this, the Rockets with Dylan Brooks going out are very much looking for 3-and-D type players to add to their team. The likes of Dorian Finney-Smith, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Luke Kennard. Those are Kiko was reporting that they are moving quickly to try and meet with. But also, I think Daniel Lerner put in a couple of other possible kind of free agent type guys, guards, particularly in those instances of Ty Jerome and Gary Trent Jr. We'll see if either of those guys end up at all being bandied about when it comes to the Rockets. But we have those as the realistic. Have you noticed all the unrealistic names, at least that I'll say, that have been kind of talked about with the Rockets? Because the Rockets have reached this point, and I think you would agree. There are certain teams that people just kind of talk about because they're in the cultural zeitgeist and they, will throw things at them, right? And
I think that's a good thing, though.
I think the Rockets have gotten there because of the KD deal. Yeah. All right, so I kind of want to do this, and look, maybe this is just nonsense. It's fine. You can indulge me. Which of these more nonsensical options would you be interested in? Because we'll start with the obvious one. James Harden this weekend opted out of his option that he had. Now, we do have reporting that he will sign a deal that's going to provide him $80 million. So you do what you got to do.
It feels like,
yeah. But, over the weekend, him and Russell Westbrook were both names that people were talking about. Could you possibly have a return to Houston with either of those names? So you got those, right? LeBron James, LeBron Ramon James is a guy who he also has the opportunity to, I believe he did, in fact, opt out of his option. Is that correct? Or did
I think he opted in.
No, he opted in.
Sorry, he opted in.
Yeah,
he opted in.
$52 million.
Yeah, but people were talking about the possibility of getting him. I actually got a trade request from a friend of mine, like, hey, what do you think about this trade that would acquiring LeBron James and sending out, and let me make sure I get this correct so that y'all can adequately dog him out as you need to.
Yeah, because I feel like something absurd is coming my way right now.
Let me make sure. Where did he put this? Because, man, we must have been talking a lot this weekend because I do not see it. Where he had a few guys going the other way, I believe, including Amen Thompson.
Yeah, nope.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't going to be long. For you to
we can stop right there. Once you said Amen Thompson, just stop right there.
Yeah. And then there's this from Zach Lowe, who was a very good and respected journalist, and this is him talking about the possibility of another kind of star player that the Rockets, in theory, would be able to acquire.
Houston is one of a few teams that theoretically, and I cannot say that strongly enough, would have the juice to go chase Jaylen Brown. There were published rumors that Utah was trying to make a run at Jaylen Brown. Everyone emphatically said that's not true, and I believe those people that wasn't true. The Hawks have been a rumored Jaylen Brown destination for a long time. I don't think there was anything ever there. I don't know that there was anything real with Jaylen Brown at any point this week.
Okay, so the reporting there is that there's a lot of talk, but nothing real. By the way, that LeBron James fake trade that was sent to me, again, fake trade. It was a friend of mine trying to see if I'd be interested in it. It'd be actually Alperen Sengun, Jabari Smith Jr., and Kent Whitmore going to the Lakers. I was like, I don't know. But which of those targets would you theoretically, in a world that does not exist that we have right now, would you be most interested in?
Jaylen Brown, obviously, right? I'm thinking Jaylen Brown is the one that I would be interested in. Now, I pretty much know it's not going to happen at this point, especially once you bring in KD. But yeah, out of Jaylen Brown. What was it? James Harden and Russell Westbrook?
Yes.
Yeah.
And LeBron.
I'm still going Jaylen Brown.
Okay.
He's a lot younger. He's a lot younger. I mean, I'm going Jaylen Brown.
Even, because
even with LeBron,
I think you'd have to give up a little bit more, possibly with the younger guy. And
you see what your boy said. He wants everybody.
He's a wild boy.
He sounds like one. Shout out to your partner, but hey, he sounds like a wild boy.
He's a wild boy. No, I find it interesting that this team is constantly thrown up there, but that there are some people out there, obviously not all of them being serious, but there are some people out there that are going, yeah, I could still add another incredible talent to this. Like Jaylen Brown is an incredible talent. The only thing I'd be thinking about is, do I feel like he's a guy that you can lean on in the ways that you might need to if you brought him in? Now plays high level defense, but
I think so.
That's been the question for him in Boston. Now, of course, they didn't win a championship, but like in the instances where Jason Tatum is either out or maybe not as good in moments, Jaylen Brown can sometimes leave something to be desired, and that was the thing that I was ultimately trying to get to.
Sometimes, but I think he showed up last year when they went all the way to the title.
He did.
He showed up more than Jason Tatum did at times.
But
just my opinion.
But because that's the one that does seem like it is more still open for the Rockets if they were to go to that space. The idea of like a Jaylen Brown trade.
Yeah.
Would you be interested at all in that, like getting a Jaylen Brown rather than continuing on the path that you are on, even though it feels like figuring out the ways that they're moving forward? They just need to execute it.
Again, who are we giving up? Who are you giving up to get Jaylen Brown?
You're going to give up somebody for Jaylen Brown.
You would have to give up.
This ain't going to be like a KD.
That's the thing.
Yeah, the baseline of it would have to start with probably Alperen or a
because Jaylen, he's not even
salary.
He's not even 30 yet, right? He's like 28, 29.
That is correct.
Maybe.
Yeah. You're going to have to give up something for him.
I'm not with that. No. Okay. I don't want to give up all the young up-and-coming depth that we have. Even if it's guys like, whether it's Tari Eason, definitely not an Amen Thompson, definitely not an Alperen Sengun. Like any of those guys, no.
But see, that's where the Ime relationship come into play. Like, how much do we really like Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, but
especially from his time in Boston, if he really wants him.
But it's not all up to him, though.
That's true.
He's not the one that's just building the team by himself. So I don't know how that's going to work.
No, and it would be very much an overhaul of what you've been doing.
Yeah.
Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity, as they always do, to chat with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how you doing?
It's good, man. Good to go. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, man. It is the week leading up to the 4th of July, and Ron, it's the week leading up to something special for us.
That's right. Little announcement to make here on Sports Radio 610. We are on Thursday, this coming Thursday, July 3rd.
Yes, sir.
Reggie and myself, we're going to do the old radio trick, baby. We got a little rapid here coming up Thursday. Me and Reggie, the Ron and Reggie Radiothon coming up 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We will be on the air all day long, of course, with a cast of characters that you all
usual
know.
Cast of characters.
A usual cast of characters.
Not just random characters.
And we're not just doing this because Reggie and I woke up one day and said, hey, man, let's go do 6 to 6. No, we're doing it for an amazing cause that we are really, really hopeful that you will help out with us, and that is we are trying to do what we can to help out the Houston Food Bank. The Houston Food Bank, they have been feeding many people in this great city for years and years, and recently in the last year, Reggie, as you know, they have had their programs cut by $11 million.
Yeah, man.
They've had 40 pounds of food. They're down 40 pounds of food in the last year, and they still are expected to service over 1 million people in 18 counties surrounding the Houston area. And
in fact, we were just kind of looking at the numbers, and we were like, we got to try and see if we can do something about it.
I mean, honestly, I just remember listening before the show one day, and Reggie was kind of talking about the Houston Food Bank and kind of the struggles they were having, just kind of on and off comment. And I kind of looked it up, and it's been something I've kind of wanted to do for a while and help some spots in need. And we came together on it, and Reggie for that inspiration, talking on In the Loop one day, and we've been able to take the steps to make this happen. But it is Thursday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We have a goal. I have an aggressive goal. We'll talk about that coming up even further. But just to keep this in your mind, on Thursday, if you text Sports Radio 610 to 71777, that's Sports Radio 610 to 71777 to donate anything that you can donate will help. And we'll have maybe some surprises in there potentially also coming up. But that's Thursday. Little radiothon. You ready for this? 6 to 6, baby?
I'm not ready for it, to be completely honest.
Bring your throat coat.
I'm not ready for it. I will have a nice 6 a.m. I will have some tea. We're starting with tea. I'm going to have some honey. And we're going to try and do some radio for an impressive cause, a cause that matters a lot to all of us, especially, I don't know, I'm going to one-up you here. As a native Houstonian, this city means a lot to me, and all the people in it.
Do, baby.
And so I want to make sure that the people in it, man, like our brethren and sistren, to say something, are able to eat.
And as somebody who has paid adult taxes in Houston longer than you have, I also have the ability.
Is this what we doing?
Yeah. I'm just saying.
This is what we doing?
Preview to Thursday.
We just gonna put it on the table now?
He's paid a little more taxes around this part, a little longer.
It's going to be, we're able to do some business and help, and this maybe not be the last time we do this. Sally, appreciate you. Awesome calls, gentlemen. Good for you. Please help us out.
Not good for me. Good for us. Yeah. We doing this all together.
Well, y'all gonna need to let me know when you're gonna need me, man. I do a little crossover, a little morning work, a little afternoon work, a little. Just let me know where you need me.
Yeah,
boys.
I know you're trying to get this thing on out the way, ain't you? Just
well,
move on past your holiday weekend.
As y'all start thinking it is July 4th, y'all start talking. I'm like, man, I may be able to reach some listeners that don't typically listen in the afternoon.
Right. Oh, okay.
Be done a little early. I don't know. Just the wheels spinning, boys.
Yeah. You want to come in early, take a little break, and then come back? You want to do that?
Oh man, I don't know about that one. I don't know. I'm like Larry Allen. Them 2 days are over.
I can hear
no
Clint
more 2 days.
Clint said, "Yeah, man, we take this thing over the phone, baby. I come early, midday, late."
Somebody got it. What is the what's some things we plug in? We take with us?
Comrex.
Hey, give me a Comrex. Hell, I'll jump on. I'll do a 3 a day with you.
Well, you know what? Look, that's all you need to say less. I'm gonna see what I can do to make sure. I feel like I'm an agent. We'll see what we can figure out.
Reggie got his pen out taking notes.
Shout out to the Bull, the Mix, and all of our clusters, all of the stations in our cluster. They are also helping get the word out as well. As we'll try.
That's sweet of them.
It is, man. Shout out to them.
They also live in Houston.
They do.
Well, it's just hey, look, it's just nice to get that old back scratched every now and then.
That's right.
I mean?
That's right, for sure.
It is. So hopefully we can do some things, small thing to help with everything that's going on.
That's right. All right. A small thing I'll do to help is get out your way. Let you guys cook on a Monday. Chris, I'll catch you tomorrow.
For sure, Riz.
Figgy, I always appreciate you. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston and IT Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. You're right, Andrew. And the spot as well. Yes. And the spot also helpful with us. Again, as we said, I like that. The Ron and Reggie radio maybe.
It's a lot of R's, man. It's got a lot.
Right, man.
It's heavy on the R's.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Like I said, it'll be some surprises and things to help out, but it's a great cause, and hopefully you can help us help this great city that let's say, man, $11 million cut, still having to feed the same amount of people. That is some work. By the way, also canned goods, food, that is also helpful in donations as well, and so it'll be a good time. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Somebody text in, Ryan, better take your ass to sleep Wednesday night.
Early. At 1:30 a.m. ain't gonna
late watching them shows.
Ain't gonna help you right there.
Oh, man, I better slow down. I'm gonna be real Tyler Milner like.
What's that?
I might have some energy drinks in here, baby.
Gotta add the caffeine. Yeah,
I feel like Tyler should have either a 5-hour energy or a what's that drink you usually drink?
He's a monster.
Are you a monster guy?
He likes the white can. I'm a white can monster.
It's like Hunter Brown. Yeah,
I feel like we should really tap into that dirt dirt bike background.
Yeah, I don't have a dirt bag background, but I do have a heavy dirt bike background.
Well, we can debate that later. I think we all got some dirt bag in us, but there's the dirt bike background and get you a Monster vest or a 5-hour energy vest in there. You should that should be your sponsor, no question about it. They're really missing an opportunity there.
I'm telling you, man.
Value
right there,
added piece, no
sounds
question.
like T Mill's Best Bet, sponsored by
Monster Energy.
Turd List, sponsored by
Everything's
5-hour.
Everything's so think about dirt bag. Oh, turds.
Oh, turds, baby, right there.
Oh, turds.
That's another way to say it, yeah.
Everything is sellable. But no, that's coming up on Thursday. Please keep that on your calendar for us coming up, as we will we'll have a good time on Thursday. All right, a lot to get to. We had ourselves a weekend. We were able to get back.
Who had the better weekend, us or the Astros?
I would say the Astros,
Come on.
especially that tree. You'll learn more about that a little bit later on. Tyler, after I left Friday, I said, "Man, the golf thing wasn't that bad." It got much worse for me. I knew I should have just left it. I knew I should have just played like I told myself on Thursday night, but I got up for some reason and played Saturday, and it did not go well. So
that game of golf will do it to you, brother.
We'll let you know, but I mean really bad. We'll let you know.
Don't beat yourself.
Clint had to come to the rescue. Tyler, for about 17 minutes, I was pissed. I was
contemplating some life decisions.
I was good and pissed.
Tyler, you know this. We've been with Ron long enough. Like, Ron's got some really obvious I'm pissed body language.
He's got some tells.
I mean, it is. Yeah. It is.
I feel like it takes me a little bit to get there.
No, you're better than there's no question.
Not for those that know you.
There's no question it's harder and it takes time for you to get there than most. But once you get there, it is blatantly obvious you're there. It's in your walk.
Can't hide.
It's in your posture. It's in your swing. It's in your face.
I am definitely if one more time. And then there's the snap. There it is. But we'll get to that. Let's get to the big news here coming into the day. If you're just joining in with us, Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena, he did not play, I know yesterday, and had to come out of the game early in the series against the Cubs due to a rib injury. Well, now it has been announced that the Astros are placing their shortstop, their what I believe soon to be all-star shortstop, MVP candidate shortstop, Jeremy Pena, on the IL due to this rib injury. His stint is retroactive to June 28th, Clint, so it should be at least 10 days for this injury. But they do place him on the IL. And listen, Yordan Alvarez, no problem. Maybe they're going to keep rolling. They got the second best record in the American League, and they are rolling through. Half their pitching staff. Ronell gone. Spencer Getty, he ain't pitched in a long-ass time. Hell, Lance, he went on, and then Lance had a rough one on his first start back, but that's just one. Right. I got all kinds of guys, all kinds of guys from the rotation who have gone on and had a stint on the IL, right? Paredes had to go down and miss a few games, right? And Zach DeCenzo, these nuts, has been hurt, and Chaz has hurt, and they've had a lot of injuries to significant pieces to this team thus far. This has clearly been their best player to me in terms of everyday players. Jeremy Pena. Is this the one? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you think this is the one that potentially hurts the Astros and we see them take a step back? Or are you in a spot where you're like, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out like they've done with every one of these guys. Because I'm not going to lie, when they were down to Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez and then other guys that they had fully planned to be in the minors for the full year, I thought, boy, this might be a problem.
It's not ideal.
Nope. They rolled through it. I thought to myself, boy, you look at that lineup and there is no Yordan, and we're taking cards and just shuffling the deck a little bit. Hell no. He wins. Is this the one, though, Clint?
I think you feel it. I absolutely do think you feel it, but I don't think it's the one that knocks him off track. I think you got too many young guys that are athletic with speed that are helping this team generate runs. It's coming from all over the place. Cam Smith and Yainer Diaz and Paredes. I mean, it just seems like these guys are playing as complimentary baseball as you can in terms of when they decide to light it up. And so I definitely think you feel it. I don't know how you don't feel a leadoff hitter that's manufacturing, not runs, but definitely action on the base pass. That's obviously leading things off every night and is a tough out. Like I don't know how you don't feel that, but I think this team.
Don't it just feel like they're gonna figure it out?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just, you look at this past week. I mean, this 6-game homestand against two of the best teams that the National League has to offer. You just look at how they won games. I mean, it's erratic as hell. There's nothing consistent. You score a bunch of runs.
Well, the pitching is consistent.
The pitching has been consistent. But you look at talking about at the plate where Pena, to bring it back around to Pena. I mean, Pena's been really good, but if you look at it, like I said, Yainer Diaz, Cam Smith with bombs in the first game, and you score 7 or 8 runs, right? And then you come out and lay an egg in the next game, even though Cam Smith still had a hell of a game. I think you lay an egg in the next game and you get blown out, and then game 3 you come out there and you win a tight one, low scoring tight ball game without Tuve bomb. I mean, it's coming from it's not like Wayne. Jeremy Pena has been great, and Jeremy Pena deserves every bit of the credit that he's getting, but. They feel it. Yes. Does it knock them off track? No. I think the production is coming from too many different people right now for one to knock them off track.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Do you think this is listen? The Astros have suffered many injuries up to this point, and this ain't right. Like we've seen before, this is, and what we've said, this ain't just small guys. Like now. This is Jordan. This is Pena who's going to have a stint, right? This is, from the pitching staff, 3 guys in the rotation you thought were going to be in there, right? This is a big injury. Someone texted in, I'm a little nervous. Who's going to play shortstop over the next while? I mean, I think defensively,
makes us all nervous.
They're gonna.
You know who's gonna play shortstop? The guy that had 4 bombs in about a 4-game stretch.
They're gonna
help this win.
They're gonna put Dubon there, and I'm sure they'll have to bring somebody else up there that can come in and as well in the pinch to go and slide over and play. But it just thus far, it is just hard to look and think, they won't. They'll figure something out. But if there is one, though, there is one to get you a little bit. It is the guy that plays the premium position on defense. Yeah. The guy that is hitting .322, one of the best on-base percentages at the top of the lineup. One who really steals bases. He's got 15 steals, leads the team by far with 2, with only caught stealing twice, almost a 900 OPS. And this is a guy who has the second best WAR in the sport behind Aaron Judge thus far up to this point. So, I mean, if there is one that you would think it could hurt him, it would be this one. But if it's just like a 10 to 15 days span, I think the Astros have proven they can pitch well enough to uphold that. If this was like a Jordan type of length that we're dealing with, it, I maybe feel differently. But if this is just 10 to 15, right, with the ribs, and he's able to get back, I think they should be able to hold up, where I don't think they're about to just go on some sort of 2-7 stretch or something.
And you got to think at some point they're going to get Chaz back if that is the route they want to go. Zach DeZenzo back if that's the route they want to go.
Chaz is the first name.
Well, I'm thinking about somebody to fill in the role of Dubon in the outfield, where he kind of. I mean, they're going to need somebody out there. I don't know. Is it Hummel? Is it one of these other guys that they brought up? I don't know. They're going to have. Point is they've got plenty of bats. Dubon is going to fill the role defensively, and he'll be just fine. And to be honest with you, he's not Pena at the plate, but he has been as productive as damn near anybody out there not named Pena. And so I feel like that void, even if you wanted to put him at the top of the lineup to kind of fill that role, I would be A-okay with that.
Do you like Paredes at the top?
Don't care. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
So what were you saying before? You would now you know he's going to be gone for. You'd put Altuve back up there.
Yeah, I'd run Altuve back out to second, and like y'all said, Dubon at short.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be opposed
but
to
lead
it.
him off and lead Altuve.
Lead Altuve off. Yes, in the batting
I
order.
wouldn't be opposed to it, but just the top of the lineup. I mean, look, this year, guys. I mean, we've seen Altuve, Pena, Paredes, Jake Myers, Cam Smith. I mean, who else is hitting the 2-hole? I mean, has Dubon been up there at all? I mean, it's like the 1 through 3 hitters this year have been all over the map. So guys have proven that they can hit up there. It's not a big deal. They've been productive up there, so I don't really care what it looks like.
I remember
Dubon
had a nice stretch that year where Altuve broke his hand in the WBC and he had extended play at second. I think they were either leading him off. I think they were leading him off. He was leading off for batting second, and he had a good run where he was hitting 300 for most of that stretch. So he does have a spot there, but you were saying you agree with Tyler.
Well, yeah, I agree with Tyler. I mean, I think the comfortable thing to do, the common sense thing to do is probably just throw Altuve back up there, and then that way when Pena comes back, you move Altuve out of the way no matter what he's doing, and it's seamless, right? But again, it's when I look at Paredes and you talk about the quality at bats, and hell, he's been again the best hitter, not named Pena all year long, most consistent guy. So I don't mind him being up there, and then I don't even mind I really like the Dubon situation of him being up there somewhere, maybe not lead off, but in the top 2 or 3 hitters, so that you're not just shuffling everything around, not on a nightly basis. But we know a spot he likes to shuffle that thing around. I imagine with Pena not being able to shuffle thing around too.
You think there's a part of him that says, "Yes, all right, now we get to have some fun here.
No
Maybe
question.
Let's see what we can do.
How can I
Let's put a
get me some
little trammel in
speed up
here."
there at the top so I can get some speed on the bases?
Let me see what old Hummel can do up here. Let me see what old Trammel's got in here.
You may have just named the 2 that would shock me.
Those are 2 that would shock you. Stir him up, yeah. He's had Paredes and Jake in that 1-2 spot in these games that Pena hasn't played. So, someone said, "Are y'all playing Hocus Pocus by Focus in the background?" Is that what that is?
No, it's a Wale song.
I thought I was going to say it. It didn't sound like Hocus Pocus.
Yeah, Wale. Doesn't sound like. And then, unless there's some association to Halloween and Hocus Pocus I don't know about.
Yeah, maybe. All right, so that's the latest there. Jeremy Pena on the IL with those ribs. Hopefully it is just the 10 days and he can get back to having his great season on, and hopefully even more, Clint, it doesn't affect him.
Yeah.
If he comes back early. And this is one, too, to me. Right now, you're 50 and whatever you are, and you've got a clear lead and you're rolling right now. This is one, like, let's make sure you're 50 and 34. You got a 6.5 game lead. Make sure, he comes back and he's fully healthy and being able to do what it is that he's been doing all season. All right, coming up as we continue, there's a team in the AFC that apparently is all in. They are pushing all their chips to the table right now, and they made another big move. They add veterans and win-now guys all over the place. Any concerns for this team in the AFC for the Texans yet? We'll discuss that coming up next.
We're fixing to talk about
best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, looks like the old Pittsburgh Steelers, after a very odd offseason there. I heard Peter Schrager say, it may look weird and funky to you, but the Steelers are all in, baby.
When I came out of the darkness,
they're pushing it all in, baby. They got it's been a weird one though. They traded old George Pickens to the Cowboys, got some picks there. But in the offseason, they have acquired DK Metcalf and brought him in and signed him to a new deal. They obviously, the big one they finally got together was the quarterback. They got Aaron Rodgers here the last couple of weeks. And they've made some other moves. Their drafts were play now, win now moves. The defensive lineman they got from Oregon, they drafted right away in the first round. Many people were talking about, are they going to go quarterback? Are they going to? And then they just make this deal today, Clint, where they trade for Jaylen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. Jonnu Smith, I know, is a tight end that you have liked, especially receiving tight end. Now to go along with Freiermuth, who they already have. That is a hell of a tight end combo for Aaron Rodgers to go with DK on the outside. Now they do give up Mika Fitzpatrick, who's been an All-Pro and Pro Bowler the last several years with the Steelers. But they bring in, I would say Ramsey's still probably a top 15 corner. And they bring in Jonnu Smith, who had a really good year with the Dolphins and a really good receiving tight end there. So it looks like they are really going for it in their own way. I don't know how I feel about their goal.
Yeah, look, I think it's either going to be the penthouse or the outhouse. I don't think it's going to be. It's either going to really work well, and we're going to be talking them up, week 8 as one of the best teams in the league, or it's going to be dysfunctional. The wheels are going to come off, and even what's my Tomlin, even Mike Tomlin's going to be could be up out of there if this doesn't work out. So I think it's going to be penthouse or outhouse. I do like the moves individually that they're making. Obviously, I'm a bigger fan of Aaron Rodgers than most. I'm a bigger fan of the veteran quarterback that can still spin it around the park more than most. I love what DK brings to the table. I think the one thing is they probably don't have enough weapons. You mentioned Pat Freiermuth. He's a good all-around hand-in-the-dirt tight end, can do a little bit of everything, so he's a high-quality tight end.
They got Robert Woods as a starting wide receiver.
You got Robert Woods as a starting wide receiver. Well, the thing is, Jonnu Smith, and I haven't covered Jonnu Smith my entire career, but I believe I know he arrived and had some of his best years with Arthur Smith at Tennessee. Before he started bouncing around to, I think, Atlanta and Miami.
Went to Atlanta with him.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, good point. So, look out there. That is a serious weapon that I would think Arthur Smith knows exactly how to use, and I would think that Aaron Rodgers can get him the ball. And then Jaylen Ramsey. It's interesting. Like, Miami is a place where guys typically go, and it's. They've already played their best ball. They go to Miami and they kind of just fade. They've kind of become pedestrian. Pittsburgh is a spot where that may be the exact opposite for Jaylen Ramsey. You get in a system where you've got the pass rush that they have coming off the edges, and all of a sudden the safeties in the corners are a little bit better than they maybe are if they don't have that kind of
and
pass
they got
rush.
Joey Porter Jr. on the other side, who's probably better than him right now at this point.
Yeah, they got some dudes now, so that's a good point. He doesn't have to be the number one corner. So
and they got Darius Slay too. If you got they brought him in the offseason also. So they are really they have him listed as a nickel right now.
Yeah. Wow.
Jaylen Ramsey.
I like these moves for the Steelers, and I like the Steelers. I don't like the Steelers. I'm a believer in the Steelers as an organization with Mike Tomlin and really, hell, whatever coach has been there over the last 50 years. They've only had about 3, but I'm just a believer that they are going to get the best out of whatever players they bring in, whatever Jonnu Smith, Jaylen Ramsey, DK Metcalf, Aaron Rodgers, whatever they have in the tank. I think you're probably going to get closer to
should
the
they
best
be a
that they
concern
have
for the Texans?
Absolutely. I think they should.
You think so?
I think they should be a concern for the AFC. I don't think they're Super Bowl contenders, but I think the AFC has to look at Pittsburgh now and go, hey, man, they're no longer the team that can't get their quarterback right, and they got games and really scheme against a young quarterback or an inexperienced quarterback or just a not very good quarterback situation. You hopefully for the Steelers, you no longer can go into a game and they got guys out there that are good players, but they're not blocking because they're scared of getting hurt in the run game. Hopefully they've done away with that. So, I think they're a problem is what I would call them in the AFC. I don't have them right now as a team that's going to go out there and just shock everybody and win the whole thing. But they're a problem.
Would you be shocked to see them win? Like I know it's hard right now because we haven't seen them strap it up and play. But looking at what they have, would you be shocked to see this team find a way to win 2 playoff games? Because to me, you win 2 playoff games in the AFC. I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to be a 1 seed and have a bye. But because you win 2 playoff games like the Texans have tried to do the last 2 years. You're in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Would you be shocked
No.
of that? Okay.
No, I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not betting on it. But would I be shocked that Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers and this crew found a way to win 2 playoff games? No, it wouldn't shock me. I mean, you're talking about one of the greatest to ever play the position, one of the greatest coaches to do it. Yeah, no, it wouldn't shock me.
Put the AFC in tiers. I'd put the Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens to me in that top one.
Fair.
Are they in the next rung to you? Because the next rung to me is the Texans.
I mean, you got a lot of newcomers. You got Chargers are in there. The Broncos have to.
The Texans, Chargers. Do you put the Steelers in that next kind of tier there?
Yeah. I don't know how you don't. I mean, at least looking at it at this point, I don't know how you, unless you're just not a believer in any of these guys they're bringing in, and you don't think Tomlin is going to last in Pittsburgh.
Tomlin's had winning seasons with worse.
Tomlin could coach I could be quarterback, and Tomlin could coach that team to a 500. Right, and so I got to believe Aaron Rodgers can do a little better than that.
This is just your feel about Duck Hodges. That's just where that came from.
I mean, hell, he went and got Laney Wilson. He ain't too bad.
This is your feel about Duck Hodges.
I know how Duck got running the NFL. He got that Laney Wilson kind of game.
Duck Hodges got a 500 record, and Clint's convinced. I know Mike Tomlin can coach me to 9-8.
Oh, he coached me to 9-8. Ain't no doubt. Ain't no doubt.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, so, Jaylen Ramsey, somebody texted and said, yeah, man, the Steelers are crushing it for about 5 years ago. That would have been a Super Bowl contender for about 5 years ago.
That's fair.
Like, you're right, though. Your initial assessment. This, like, you could look at this and say, okay, they're improved. Right, if you exchange DK Metcalf for George Pickens, it's a more dependable weapon than what you're going to have.
Yeah.
And I think you could trust him more. And then you add the 2 tight ends, which is an interesting thing. You lose Najee Harris, but I think they love what their running back can do. And they drafted a kid who they really, really like. And your defense was good. Now, Mika Fitzpatrick, Jaylen Ramsey, to Slay, to Porter Jr. with a lot of different things you could do. So they have some pieces this year. I'd be surprised if they're jumping the Ravens in that division.
Yeah, that'd be a long shot.
I think they compete with the Bengals.
No question.
Even though you look at the Bengals and their weapons or whatever, I think they could compete with the Bengals.
No question.
I don't know if that's the case. All right, coming up, we got to look at old Framber Valdez, man. He is it is I mean, we're starting to get to the consistency thing, man. I mean, have you seen what he is in the last 10 times he has started? What the Astros are and what
I've not seen the numbers, but I know it's good.
Yeah, it's nuts. And we flew back from Traverse City, Michigan Sunday morning, and it almost got hairy. Almost got real hairy for you, boy. We'll discuss that. I wish I was Tyler at that time. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
These three teams right now, the Astros, Rockets, and Texans,
on now. Together, let's drive. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Watching this Wimbledon, man. The gentleman, the fella, the guy who wears the deep V-necks, like real deep V-necks.
A deep V fella, huh?
Yeah, I don't trust that person. That's an odd, like not just a V-neck, but I mean deep. This guy here,
unless you're lead singing for Kings of Leon.
I'll take that. He had a deep one, then he had his sunglasses in it to make it even deeper. I mean, it was.
Is he just watching?
Yeah, he just watching.
Oh, I think
he was just a fan out there somewhere in England. Just the deep V-neck guy. Not a fan. Not a fan.
Well,
ladies with the deep V-necks, it's a different story. I mean, you really go for it. But the fellas with the deep V-necks, not a fan. By the way, I hate disappointing Tyler, but I feel like I don't know where Clint is. I feel like we do got this weigh-in at 3 o'clock coming up.
Yes, sir. Monday at 3.
Oh boy.
Mondays at 3.
I don't know if I got there, but I think I'm close.
You got close? Yeah.
I think I'm not sure at all, to be honest with you. But I felt like when I got out of the car this morning.
I know I didn't get there. I would assume.
We need a big target for next week then.
I don't think I got bad. I just, we did some wine tasting. We had I don't think we got out of control. I think we served about things we ate.
I mean, we did. I did. Hell, I thought you did good unless you just went ham when I wasn't around.
No, I didn't go ham, but I know that. I mean, there were still some hits Friday night, especially. I got suckered into that Snicker martini. Yeah, that one.
Oh damn! So
that was the worst thing I had. But I mean, it wasn't just like hardcore like I've been on it. We did get some sauna action together.
Yeah, wasn't hot enough though.
I know. About
stayed in that sauna for 60 minutes.
60 minutes in the sauna. Probably not the way they prescribe it. But
I don't know how aggressive the resort sauna wants to be with the temperature.
He told, he would. The guy told me when I went down there the first day, he said, about 25 minutes in there. Yeah, okay. I did at least 30 in there. But we'll see. So weigh-in coming up. I know you were trying to get to 243.
Back to 243.
I was trying to get
I don't know if I got there.
I was trying to get to 290. I was at 240, 204, or 204, my ass. 294.8. I don't think I know I didn't get there. I just hope I didn't take a big step back like you did last week.
It was a rough step last week. I'm okay with my decisions. I'm not real. My effort, I think, may have get me this time. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of jogging. There wasn't a whole lot of sweating going on for me, boy.
I told myself, walk like that. Golf got into good steps, got in a good thing, but wasn't the calorie burn that I've had. When you go to the gym. So we'll see. But our went up again. Also, if you missed it, we talked about this, and you'll start to see it all over social media, and you'll hear about it when you listen to Sports Radio 610. You can catch it on at sportsradio610.com. But coming up Thursday, we are doing our first Ron and Reggie Radiothon, where we will be on from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. As we are trying to raise money to help the Houston Food Bank. The Houston Food Bank, they have been struggling this year as their funds have been cut by $11 million. Over 40 pounds of food they have lost in the last year. It's been cut, and they are still expected to service over 1 million people in 18 different surrounding counties here in Houston. And on Thursday, we are hoping to help them out as much as we can, and that help coming with you as well, as we will have the opportunity for you to donate and help out the Houston Food Bank. Keep that in your mind. 6 a.m., 6 p.m. We will have some surprises as well, and we will have that rolling for you. You can text Sports Radio 610 to 777 to donate. That is Sports Radio 610 7177 to donate, and we will we'll have a really good time for a great cause coming up on Thursday. Thought in mind for you. All right, Clint, man, we got to look at Framber Valdez, man, dude. His last 10 starts,
it feels huge.
He is personally 7-0, and his last 10 starts, and the Astros are 10-0 in his last 10 starts. And when you start talking about Cy Young stuff, by the way, Hunter Brown's on his team too, and he's probably at this point ahead of him. But you start talking about that, when you go out there and your team wins every time you go out, and his numbers in terms of ERA and things like that have been falling over the last month plus, and he is looking like one of the aces, and he is looking like a dude that is going to get paid right now. He has been absolutely spectacular, Clint. You just can't ask for more. When he goes out there to pitch, and this ain't just, oh, man, it's been the last, no, it's 10 straight starts. When he goes out and pitch, the Astros win.
Yeah.
That is crazy. And it ain't like, Clint, ain't no 8-7s in there, right? Like, they are winning, and he is dominant.
Well, he's given a young, inexperienced lineup a chance to win every time he steps on the rubber. This isn't just he's giving a typical Astros lineup a chance to win. He's when I look at Framber, as you mentioned, he's been great over 10 starts, Ron. But if you really look at it, I think the last two, I think the last 6 games, this homestand with the Astros was very telling. Can dig into the depth of how they won games, but they took 5 of 6 from 2 of the best teams that the National League had to offer.
Yep.
And in that process, nobody was better than Framber Valdez. Framber Valdez went 13 innings. He gave up 9 hits in 13 innings and 0 runs against two of the best teams that the National League had to offer.
Yep.
And got dubs,
great
obviously.
Lineups.
Yeah, so it's just like he's been great for an extended period of time, and he just put the cherry on top with what he did these last 2 outings, giving the Astros a chance to win versus 2 of the best teams in the league by throwing up goose eggs.
Yeah, Clinton Tyler, we talked about this with Kyle Tucker Friday, and I don't want to bring up sad thoughts, but I mean, let's just be real about it. Astros fans need to be cherishing this time with Framber Valdez in an Astros uniform. The way he is pitching is not helping his ability that you would think for him to sign back here. And actually, for the Astros and what they're doing, I would understand it, right? But if you're not going to bring him in and you got a younger Hunter Brown that you're hoping to be your ace the rest of the way, I would think that would be the guy you would pick to spend big money. Now, I have accepted the fact they're not going to be in the business of paying 2 guys that type of money like you would hope they would, but I can understand it. But I do wonder, we talked about that Kyle Tucker was not as much looked at as a beloved figure with the Astros, and it was like, hey man, he was a good player for the Astros, but not beloved like some of the guys from this era that have been beloved. Where does Framber fall in that, do you think? Is Framber more closer to the Kyle Tucker, or is Framber more closer to the beloved territory?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because he's had some moments. I mean, he's been a part of obviously your most recent championship, and he's had some big moments in the postseason. He's had some tough moments in the postseason. He's had some low moments. We've seen.
I would say closer to Tucker than
really?
The way some of these other guys are cherished.
And I would agree. Strictly based off the fact of the past days of which Framber you're going to get, and the having to be talked down kind of in certain situations on the mound. I think that moves him more in the Kyle camp, yeah.
Really? As I see, that kind of stuff, I personally, it just felt more human with him, and I liked it. I felt like he was vulnerable and just kind of let it let it out. Now, I don't love the hair choice, but that's neither here nor there.
The added weave.
That's what I'll never get over. But I don't know, man. Framber.
Well, I think this year's important for him. I think.
Yeah, you're right. If he has a huge postseason or something like
even, and I can just tell you where I stand. Even the years when he was actually better than Verlander, statistically, it was still Verlander.
You would never come off of. We would do that. I'd rather Verlander.
Yeah, and that's so. I mean, maybe it's just me.
Because is Verlander in the beloved territory?
Absolutely.
He is, Tyler. Yes,
100%. Absolutely.
Yep.
But there was always, like, this is the first year where I think it's safe to say, even though Hunter's having a great year, I think if they both pitch well, I think your quote unquote ace is going to be Framber Valdez.
Yeah,
like I don't know that Hunter, as much as I like him, I don't know that Hunter, if they're both pitching at their best and both performing well, I don't know that Hunter would take the starter, the quote unquote a starter crown.
You still think he's starting game one of a playoff?
Well, if you ask pitching the way he is right now, hell yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think if they're both just even, I would probably lean Hunter, but because I like Hunter, I like Hunter's approach and the bulldog, I like that approach. It entertains me a little more. I'm a little more fascinated with that. But I mean, it's. I still think that this is the year for Framber to be the headliner.
Yeah.
There's always been some aspect of Verlander in and around Framber Valdez's great years. This is his year to be the dude. And I think he's obviously stepping up to the plate.
Do you think he could enter beloved?
Yes. I think if they make a big-time run, which he's going to have to be doing what he's doing right now, I think absolutely he can. Absolutely.
It's crazy because I feel like for some people, Hunter Brown is almost sliding into that period.
Yeah.
And Framber has obviously been here longer and done more, right? Like I can remember him during the COVID year. He was clearly the guy. I remember Correa had to stop him in the middle of the mound while he was walking around getting mad.
Yeah.
But he was the guy. No, it's wild, right? A little bit. I can see Tucker being, as Tyler explained, like standoffish and a little jive. I mean, Framber is, I don't know, but I think it is fair, even as good as he's been. How many times have you thought of the pitching staff being like Framber's? Like Framber, the lead cat. And because there's been moments where Christian Javier has outshined him in big moments, but as someone texted in, he can be so aggravating, and I think that's what Tyler expresses. Why?
There's no doubt he can be aggravating, but at the end of the day, to your point, Ron, if you stack his stats up against some, the other guys, they're as good if not better.
Oh,
and they scream he should be beloved, but I think there's also something there too. I mean, like the language barrier and the inability to fall in love with the guy because you're always listening to the interpreter instead of him. I think that has something to do with it.
Yeah.
So it's
all right. We'll weigh in. Clint says he thinks he's close. I'm coming next, and we got to discuss the news and the move the Rockets did. Not only was Jabari Smith Jr. clearly not going to be included in a trade, they went a step further and went ahead and locked him up for a while. We'll get into that as well coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, around these parts, this is the best time of year, in my opinion, to get outside with
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive as the band is back in the building. We missed you, Tyler. We really did, man. Missed you guys. Your golden eyes. And apparently...
Golden eyes? Thought they were hazel all this time.
Nope. Golden.
I like it.
Apparently somebody... Tyler's got a real fan on here, man. Oh, man, dude.
Where? What happened?
I'm going to tell you what. Hey, Megan... Look out.
Somebody is
saying,
wild
man,
and dirty.
Somebody jumped out here early, man, and told Tyler, someone, can I read it? Yeah, I can read this. This ain't.
Be careful.
I mean, early, man. I want Tyler to spit in my mouth and choke me out. His voice is so sexy.
Good God. Whoa.
Well, who is it?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Did they respond after somebody else?
They've responded, but they haven't said who they are like I asked.
Oh, you asked. What tell me that. Let me.
They followed that up with whenever we were talking about last segment. We were talking about deep V-necks. This person said, "I got a deep V for Tyler."
Oh my!
Yes.
Good Lord!
Yes. What does that deep V stand for?
I think the female lower parts.
Oh, you were thinking vasectomy. I got you.
Oh, no, wow. I think.
What are you talking about? What does that deep V stand for?
I think it stands for the genitalia.
What options did you take?
Wow.
Somebody, DeMarcus said pause. I don't think this person's pausing.
No, they're not. They've ran the stop sign. What is
being so nasty?
What did Tyler? Did you respond to it?
I did initially when the show was starting. I just said, "Holy hell, who the F is this?"
Yeah.
I mean, you got to get that going. Who is this?
No, you
man?
do not got to get that going. Someone texted. The person it is texted and said, "Now I'm blushing."
Who are you?
Hey.
No.
At T-Mill Real Deal.
At T-Mill Real Deal, send a pic.
I don't know,
and
man.
We'll all decide.
I got a Manti Te'o situation going on here, man.
No, I mean, you got to send pics.
That would be cool.
So Champ Slice said, y'all got some weirdos texting in.
Anybody can talk dirty.
Maybe he's in love.
Anybody can talk dirty.
She's in love. Who knows what it is?
That's a good one.
I'm just telling you.
Y'all thought I was nasty.
I knew it, and I knew
choke you out.
I knew it, man. As soon as Tyler put out that video of him gyrating his ass to that ass up, that's when somebody, whoever this person is, said,
they all start flocking.
He said, that person said, that's what I've been waiting
right
for.
There. Deep V for
I needed one thing to let me through, and there it is. So,
it's like some of these animals in their mating call.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. Tyler's out here.
Spit in my mouth and choking
Tyler
me
on
out.
a Monday, Monday's out here doing his thing, baby.
I'm telling you, my nasty's rubbing off, apparently.
Tyler, that nasty, he put it out there, and now he has got a flock. Spit in my mouth.
Man, getting real nasty with it on a Monday.
Did we get a name yet?
No, we didn't.
They
just the last thing they just said is I'm blushing.
They just keep hitting on me. They're not saying who they are.
Can we at least get? Can we get male or female?
You talk about
blink your eyes once for male, twice for female.
How do we know that they're blinking?
I don't know.
If it's a female, we ain't going to get a name. If it's a male, we'll eventually get the, I was trolling your ass thing.
I don't know.
Which will be weird.
I want you to spit in my mouth and choke me out. That sounds like somebody probably give a name.
Strong, awkward troll.
At least give a gender. Jeez.
That's the kind of stuff that makes us number one right there.
That's it. At least give us a gender. Are you kidding me?
My God, you talk about a P1, Tyler.
Oof.
My God.
They want me to be their P1.
Somebody texted and said, "Oh, panty dropper Milner right there."
Yes, indeed.
Dropping panties, man.
Oh, make it tingle Tyler in there.
I've always been guilty of that, but I ain't never seen no text like this on the text line.
That person responded, Clint, by I'm blinking 3 times.
Good heavens.
So
let's just.
What is that?
I'm so happy I rev your engine, but give me some ID here.
Blinking, 3 times.
Or a hint.
I asked once for female, twice for male, and they said they're blinking 3 times. I don't know, Tyler.
I'll keep an eye on it. Jeez. I mean, I got someone thinking atrociously dirty things.
We got to weigh in. Let's just weigh in. Let's do something else. Let's go. We got.
It is 3 o'clock. It's time to weigh in, boys.
Blink twice. All right. Clint said. Clint was to get to 243. He's getting them off. Taking them off. He's taking it all off. He's coming out to every time he acts like he's gonna do it right there, taking off the shirt. What's he feel, man? He must have had a good day. And some gamey lamb. I saw him eat this weekend. Yeah, now I'm thinking about that $11 sandwich I paid for him. Where we at? That's good though. 46? Man, you lost a little bit more than I thought you were going to. So what, you got to 246? You lost. I'm trying not to blow this thing up here.
246.6.
I can take it. I got a wallet in here. Let me
get it off. Get it out, man. I think I could have got to 45 and took the shirt off. What do you think, Tyler?
Probably.
I think I could have got to 45 and took my
probably.
BP off.
What we got, Ron?
I got a 296.
What were you?
290. I was 294.8. Yeah, a little disappointed there.
4-day vacay.
4-day vacay.
All right, this is where we got to get serious for next Monday's target.
Man, this damn 4th of July is sliding in on the
4th of July.
There's always going to be an excuse, boys. How bad do you want it?
I hear you. 296.2. I hear you, but damn it.
Weekend after that'll be someone's birthday.
It's always something. That's what I'm talking about. That's the Tyler I've been waiting for right there.
Good. You're right.
That's a damn good point right there, Tyler.
Thank you. I've been gentle with you.
It's always something. You're right.
I've been very understanding with you guys on this journey. I'm rooting for you.
DeMarcus said you should have came out that shirt. That would have been a pound for you.
But we're now, we got to get through some excuses.
I've got to break this 290 barrier.
Let's make it this next Monday.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
What's our target?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna
tell you, my decision making has been. I'm pretty proud of my decision making overall. My energy, my effort has been pissy po.
I didn't. Yesterday was bad for me. I think yesterday. I think during the week in Michigan probably did some. I don't think we were bad. I'm actually happy about we were cognizant of the choices we made. Yeah. We went to that one place and we did that damn salad as many times as we possibly
I ate the Caesar salad, which I preferred. I wasn't. That's one thing on the weekend I was not overly impressed with.
What
was the food at that grill?
The grill, yeah. But just the options.
The options were limited. So I don't know. I went ahead and went with that. The Caesar salad was big and good.
Yeah. We went to dinner. That we didn't do too bad. Got chicken and we went to dinner. We had a couple of big dinners for us, and then yesterday for me, we got up at 4, but it was really 3 o'clock in the morning our time, and we flew out. And I got home, man. I don't know about you, Clint. You sound like you must. I don't know about you, Clint. I didn't have a workout in me.
Oh no, I didn't have a workout. I did everything I fell asleep next to my baby's crib when she was taking a nap. I slobbered all over myself.
I took a nap and I got up And mother-in-law did get me. She made a chicken pot pie from scratch, and I did have a little of that chicken pot pie from scratch. But listen, I mean, we got our workouts in.
I did.
Yeah, we walked. Yes. I had a workout in Friday. Got to the sun a couple of times, so you're right. But you know what, Tyler? I almost cussed. I love it. I love it from you, Tyler. I love that from you. How bad do you want it? It's always going to be an excuse. I do think 4th of July is a pretty good excuse, but it's always going to be an excuse.
Mm-hmm. Y'all got this, man. Just get serious.
Yeah.
Buckle down.
We got to stop. You got to stop. I'd step back maybe 1.5 pounds, I think. Got to stop stepping back. Just got to keep loose.
Onward and upward. Not with your weight, though.
Start walking more, eat less, consume unsalted soup and celery. Where are you at?
No, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not doing that.
No, I'm not doing that. I want because you do that, you swing so far the other way, you put it on so fast. All right. So I don't know. I want vacation.
Well, it's not reasonable. You're not going to continue eating that soup and celery. You're not going to continue. That's not.
No. I'm with you on that.
I got to be more active tomorrow. To be honest with you, Monday through Thursday.
I got to work out in
Monday
today.
through Thursday is where I'm dropping the ball. I'm pretty good once we get closer to go to weigh-in time. Monday through Thursday is where I'm dropping the ball.
I got 2 miles. I got 2 miles in today, but
that's why Monday's tough. We should have weighed in on Thursday or Friday.
No. It's always going to be something. Thursday and Friday though would be a great day for me. Thursday, if we waited on Thursday, I do think we'd probably see a good swing of change. Monday, we're good on Monday though. Monday is a great day. So Monday weigh-ins 3:00. Clint got down to 246. I'm proud of you, man. And I went from 294.8 to 296.2. But I love that man-to-man pep talk from Tyler Milner. I like that from you. All right. Speaking of the Rockets, I don't know why I said that, but the Rockets and forward Jabari Smith Jr. It looks like they're going to agree on a 5-year, $122 million extension to him. 122. So they locked him up. They have him. They have Şengün locked up. We imagine we're going to see something with Kevin Durant where he is locked up past just this one season that he's locked up right now. We obviously see Fred's locked up for the next 2 years. Your overall thoughts and feelings, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, jump in as well. 5 years, 122 for Jabari Smith Jr., a guy who hasn't averaged more than, he's not gotten to 15 points a game last year. He was at 12-8 a game, 7 rebounds, and just over an assist a game. Your thoughts about locking him up for he's a 20-plus million
25
a year player. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, I love it. I love it. I feel like we've talked, I think, to me, as just a casual fan, I feel like we've seen Şengün play at his ceiling. Now, he's going to naturally develop a little bit as he gets older, get smarter, but I don't think all of a sudden we're going to see a different Şengün. Like, I don't know how fair it is to expect Amen Thompson to be more than the defensive specialist and a super athletic player on the offensive end. I don't know how real all of a sudden this jump shot is going to be. Maybe it is, maybe I just don't know how real that's going to be. Jabari's the one to me that obviously he's going to be a starter with the exit of Dylan Brooks and company and now this contract.
Hell yeah.
But, where does he fall? Because I don't think we've seen anywhere near what he's capable of. I think the hard part, which is can he shoot or not, I think that is obviously he's a spot-up shooter and a long defender and a guy that brings some significant length to both ends of the floor. He's the one that fascinates me the most. Of all the young guys, including Amen Thompson and Şengün, Jabari Smith is the one that intrigues me and fascinates me the most. And this just tells me that clearly, they think really highly of him as well.
That's the part for me is I am a tad surprised in their belief in him.
Yeah.
Just judging by how they, like, he went times in the playoffs where he's playing under 15 minutes, under 18 minutes. Like they're not getting a lot of shooting. He was sitting on the bench in some of those playoff games against the Warriors. Like they didn't bring him out there and play him at times as if he was somebody that they really trusted out there. You could see the belief in Amen Thompson. You could see the belief in Şengün, and I'm good with it. I like I said, I think he's got a chance to be a real top level tier role player. In this league, that's a guy that's off of the 1 or 2 stars that you have. I think he could be a really, really great role player with all the things he's capable of. But I'm just a little bit surprised that they have this level of lockup 5-year 122. I mean, he was never thought of to be traded then. I would imagine. With it,
he was an off-limits guy as well, right?
Yeah. So that's just the part for me is I'm a bit surprised because. He didn't. I wouldn't have put him in there in the thought of like he's one of the guys Udoka really trust because he just at times didn't play. I bet you he didn't average 20 minutes in the playoffs. Bet you did. So, but they lock him up, and he is going to be here with an extension of a 5-year, $122 million contract extension. I think a lot of people are saying what you're saying here on the text. I'm saying he's got a high ceiling. Potentially, and that's maybe what they're looking at. All right, coming up as we continue here, Dana Brown had some comments, shortstop who they recently had to put on the IL, and it made me wonder how many other guys potentially fit for the Astros in that same grouping. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. Let me take
countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's a panty dropper.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A little update. We kicked off the show with the news. Astros that plays shortstop Jeremy Pena on the IL due to that rib injury. It is retroactive to June 28th. And our guy Will Conkle, who will join us tomorrow, Big Conk, he'll join us tomorrow. But Will said in a tweet, the hope is Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena will miss just 2 weeks per source. Of course, the healing process will dictate the timeline. By the way, he'll join us. When will Will be this?
2:20 p.m. tomorrow.
2 o'clock, second segment for the rest of the hour tomorrow at 2. But so we'll look forward to talking with him coming up tomorrow. But he said Jeremy Pena, the hope is he'll miss just 2 weeks with that rib injury. So that is one to look at there. As we said, hopefully it's not a long period. The Astros, this will be yet another test. They've had a lot of guys out. They've had a lot of important guys out. Obviously, Jordan has been out. I can't remember the last time Jordan played. And a lot of their pitchers out. This is just an addition. Now these guys are all out at the same time, so we'll see. They have the Rockies coming up though, so that always helps. And then I believe they get the Dodgers, so they really are. They'll get the Phillies, the Cubs, and the Dodgers. Those are the three division leaders in the National League. And
I'm going to tell you, Dodger fans are the worst.
They're 5-1.
I'm telling you that the late team games, which they got 6. Who do they have after the Dodgers? Because they got the Cleveland Guardians at some point. I mean, it's out with the exception of I believe of the Colorado Rockies. I mean, with the exception of that, you got some pretty good baseball.
But this
teams.
is their big run.
Guardians are right after the Dodgers.
Yeah, the Guardians, and they're actually kind of coming back a little bit. But after that, though, Clint, well, they've got the easiest schedule the rest of the way as of now, as we look at things. So a lot happening there. And by the way, over the weekend, Dana Brown, he was on with the Astros flagship. And talking about Jeremy Pena, by the way, he said he called Scott Boras, who is now Pena's new agent. By the way, he's also Diesel, his agent, to Hunter Brown. He said right away after Jeremy Pena hired Scott Boras as his agent, Brown said he told Boras that we're still interested in signing Jeremy long-term and we'll be in touch.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
And as he should be, especially the way he is playing. And Clint, do you think he has reached a space where he is a priority? Like Jeremy Pena is a priority to sign long-term for this team? Has he reached that status, especially how the Astros are looking at that at this point?
Well, look, I would think so. Yes, I would think so. But I don't know. There's several things that play. I mean, we talked about one last week with the Dana Brown effect on Jim Crane. Like Dana, again, if I remember correctly, coming out of Atlanta, I heard him make the comment either right before or right after that they like retaining their guys. And I don't know that Jeremy Pena has been a Dana Brown guy long enough for Dana Brown to think that's one of his guys and be willing to truly sign him long term. Are you just playing the game here with Scott Boras, knowing he's going to ask for a huge deal, long term deal?
To add to what you're saying, Ronald Acuna Jr. was like their guy in Atlanta, and they re-upped with him.
Right. So I don't know where Pena falls in that. I don't know where Hunter Brown falls in that. So there's the dynamic of the Dana Brown effect on what's going on. There's also the Dana Brown effect of he'll make moves like trading Kyle Tucker for really young, talented guys, and I mean I don't have a reason to not have confidence in that because it's playing out really, really well.
And Jim
right
has no reason to feel like it won't work either because this is thus far with Paredes and even Wisniewski before he got injured. And
Cam Smith.
And Cam Smith he is really coming.
Yeah, and you look at you look at the farm system, you look at the minor league system, and at some point they're going to have to do something to kind of replenish that. I guess I don't know. There's just a lot of things at play here, but I think just the 30,000-foot view of Jeremy Pena. He's young, he's homegrown, he plays a premier position. He now is a one of the best leadoff hitters in the game. Whether you're talking about his numbers and what he brings to the table. I mean, there's a lot going on, and it would be a hell of a deal to watch this guy walk out the door if they weren't able to get it done down the road. What has he got, 2 years left? 2 years of control
2 years,
yeah. So, I don't know. I say all that to say I don't have a clue what Jim Crane's going to do.
And the thing is Jeremy is a little bit older than maybe you would think. I think Jeremy Pena and Kyle have to be probably near the same age. I know Kyle Tucker's 28 and Jeremy Pena is 27, right? So they're a year apart. And he'll be 28 in September. So he'll be he's going to be 28 soon. He didn't just turn 27. So they're a lot closer. So the age thing is different. How the Astros think. Do they think, all right, do we want to have a shortstop at a premium position who his game is with speed and somewhat? We don't have a long stretch of, back of the baseball court, so to speak.
Yeah.
Of him doing this. Do we want to pay somebody in their 30s big money? Just the way that the Astros have been doing business here of late. So, I think he should be a priority. I think him and Hunter Brown, Clint, should be priorities. It seems like right now for this team.
I think Hunter Brown is a no-brainer just because of what we've been able to see from Hunter Brown. Assuming he continues this until that time comes, right? The one with Jeremy Pena is look, at some point Altuve sooner, like you guys have not just a good player like you have with Springer and Correa, but you got to look for the replacement of the next iteration of the team, right? At some point Altuve is going to be gone. And I don't know Jeremy Pena in the situation. Well, is Jeremy Pena, is he just a good player, or is he a guy that impacts the clubhouse the way that Altuve and Bregman and those guys have in the past? And if he is, then that changes the dynamic as well. I know he's a hard-working dude that, for the most part, I had to say now because he's injured, but he stays healthy. He's obviously unbelievably talented. Can you, on top of that, also say, no, he's a cornerstone. He's an important piece that you can build around. Yeah. I don't know. Looks like it, seems like it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he would be a top 3 MVP finisher right now.
Yeah.
Started.
Yeah, man.
If it ended right now. But to that point, he's almost 28, and this is really the first time we've seen him show this at an extended period. And we know 5 years, 105 was enough for them. That was what the hope was until Scott Boras has come around. But yeah, Hunter, to me, if you were to tell me guys that should be priorities, Jeremy Pena right now of the position guys, because you have Jordan locked up right now. Jeremy Pena would make sense. And then Hunter Brown is obviously the number one player to me on this team that's a priority to lock up. He is clearly the number one person when it comes to that. All right, as we continue here, it was an interesting weekend in the sports world and all over the place. It's Monday, so we will do our weekends worst, weekends best. Weekends worst, weekends best. You can text yours in 713-572-4610 or on YouTube and Twitch. That's coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
How do we feel about the KD trade here at 610? Well,
eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Top Dog Fireworks. Say it with a boom.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Jeremy Pena, World Series MVP, not a fluke. His first half, he's proven that. Pena is for sure a glue guy on this team. He should be priority number one when it comes to position players. Yeah, I would think outside of Jordan, I would think right now, yes, I'm with you. Without Tuve's age, and he's locked up, but he should be priority number one. If when it comes to position players with his age and everything.
Yeah, I think my deal was more, I don't know how much, and not has had nothing to do with a World Series MVP or anything like that. I'm just talking about guys that you build a program around. I don't know if Jeremy's that guy or not. It doesn't have anything to do with what his accolades, but the reality of it is will Jim Crane do the stars align for that particular player to be a guy Jim Crane wants to keep here for? I mean, I would imagine. What do you think Jeremy's going to sign? At least a 6 to 8 year deal?
Maybe at 28. At 28, maybe it's closer to 5. Maybe those years are all right. I think if he went to the open market, it could be 6.
Well, Scott Boras ain't gonna let him sign something that doesn't match.
Yes, I mean I do think if we're looking at, all right, hey, you're gonna be 30 when you can become a free agent.
Yeah.
Then I think maybe they're more apt to, all right, well, maybe we'll come down to 5. I think they're gunning for 6 or 7. And we'll sell that. He's a shortstop. Look what he's done and all this, that. But I do think the right number at 5 could happen. Now, if he were 26, no chance, right? If he were
right.
He were younger, but I think that could happen. Someone texted in 3 years, Pena will be looked at as a superstar in the league. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe. All right. As we do each and every our weekend's best, weekend's worst. As I say, I'd like you to participate as well. You can text in. I see somebody sliding in here, fellas, with a weekend's best. Somebody said Texas State moving to the Pac-12 conference.
Yeah.
That's for Texas State. That is a weekend's best.
It's got to be Santiago texting in.
Might be for Texas State. That is a weekend's best. For the history of the Conference of Champions, as Bill Walton used to call it. My God, where the Pac-10 now Pac-12 has gone. That Texas State. What conference was Texas State in?
Sun Belt?
Were they in the Sun Belt? Did they get?
Yes,
they had to have moved up to that. That was. What is?
I think they were in the Sun Belt, and they had given. I think they've been given permission to leave. Obviously.
My God. Ahead of the 26 season, they will be members of the Pac-12. I mean, the history of the Pac-12, the USC and UCLA and Arizona and all of those, Oregon and what they were rolling in. And right now they got Oregon State and Washington State. And Texas
Oregon State. Texas State, yeah, baby, they're coming on up.
Here it is. It's Boise State, California State University in Fresno State, and it's Colorado State. Gonzaga is going to be a future member. San Diego State, Utah State, and Texas State.
There you go, bunch of states, man. Congrats to all my Bobcats out there, man. My mother-in-law's a graduate of Texas State. Back then, it was known as Southwest Texas State, or Southwest Texas, one of the higher ranking party schools in the country, I believe, at the time. It's where I would have gone to school had I not played ball.
Texas State is?
Texas, absolutely, no doubt.
Really?
There's a river that runs right through the middle of it. You can hang out at the river midday between classes if you want to. And,
like
and it's a co-ed sport there, hanging out at the river. I don't know
co-ed,
if you Yeah, it's a co-ed sport. So, it's that's where I would have went, man, the old Texas Hill Country School. And but ball was a thing, and so didn't make it there.
Also wrestling. Cal Poly, Cal State Bakersfield, and the University of Arkansas at Little Rock is in the
Euler, baby. UALR. I see you.
Pac-12 for wrestling.
I'll be damned.
You know I love Arkansas.
You had to put it back together. I mean, maybe some good basketball there with Gonzaga. I don't know. That is, that's a weekend's best for Texas State. Your weekend's best. Clint, what's your weekend's best?
Well, my weekend's best is all about. I'm going to be selfish with this one, man. It's Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, man. The not just the place, but the people. Caroline in particular was absolutely tremendous. You want to talk about hospitality? You want to talk about rolling out the red carpet? Met us at the airport, took us to the hotel.
Shout out to Tim, the GM. He's fun too.
Yeah, man. It was unbelievable, that resort, man. Everywhere from the spa, which you got to enjoy on a couple of occasions, as did my wife. The 3 golf courses that are right there, literally across the parking lot. The 16th floor. I can't remember the name of the restaurant up there, but it was absolutely tremendous. We ended up taking a peek the last night we were there at a private beach and private pool that's actually on the bay of Lake Michigan Bay right there.
Yeah, that was nice.
So we did put our toes in the water. Didn't get to enjoy it with our families, but we know if we go back, we'll get a chance to enjoy it. And all the wineries, nice little Italian food restaurant patio that we experienced, and all along the way, Caroline, which is for all intents and purposes, Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. Representative was absolutely tremendous. You want to talk about hospitality? You want to know how it's done? That's it right there.
She's the one who talked me into that Snicker martini.
That she did.
Yep.
That she did.
All of them. Oh, come on. You know what they got? You know when they got me, right? Oh, Tim said, Tyler, come on, you ain't paying for it. I said, well, you're right.
Is that my boy Ron?
Why not, man? Pay for it in another way, but why not? All right, my weekend's best, and I'm sorry, Tyler, and some of the others is James Harden, one of the originators to helping invent the turd list. Mm-hmm. He signed a 2-year, $81.5 million deal with the LA Clippers. He is still at 36 years old, about to be 36 years old in August. He is still commanding this. And he is not someone you hear talked about as much when you think about Curry and LeBron and the KD, even to that point. But he is aging pretty decently with his game as well. I mean, he was all NBA this year again, which I don't know if at 35, 36 years old, I thought James Harden would do that. Now, obviously his game is not as much predicated on athleticism, and he could shoot, but you wondered if he would still be able to stay. He averaged 23, 6 rebounds, 9 assists a game this past year at 35.
Average a double-double.
Yeah, and still impressive. So he could still garner $81.5 million over 2 years.
It's a lot of money for a turd, man.
It's hard to think. But that's the one thing we always said around here is watching James. I mean, one reason that he always stayed healthy and that his game was going to age well was he was smooth with it. It wasn't predicated off of like crazy athletic ability, right? He was real crafty, stayed low to the ground, and he was unorthodox, I guess, in the way that he was able to be an MVP and score the way he did. And it was always going to age well, and it's damn. I'm sure doing that. It was a quiet, damn near average double-double, by the way.
He was third-team All-NBA, another All-NBA season. But, yeah, shout out to, for him. It's a good weekend where you can go ahead and sign up for 2 years and get $81 million. And then
it's a lot of honey buns you can purchase right there.
I'll let us in on Clint's weekend's worst, so I'll take it. My weekend's worst is Malik Beasley. Somebody last week, I said, hey, man, he's a free agent. He'd be a nice fit for the Rockets, a good three-point shooter, veteran on the bench. Well, he was up with potentially getting an extension with the Pistons, 3-year, $40 million. They have put that on hold because the U.S. District of Attorney's Office is investigating Detroit Pistons guard Malik Beasley on allegations of gambling related to NBA games and prop bets, sources told ESPN, a serious development surrounding one of the top NBA free agents. And, Tyler, we are now, of course, seeing all kinds of video footage of him looking questionable, which I wonder how fair it is, looking questionable on, some things. There's one at the end of a game where the spread was 8.5 and they were down by, I think, 9, and it was 2 or 3 seconds left, and he came in, got the inbound, and raced it up the court for a lay-in at the buzzer to get under. And then he just really went for, I think the heart of this is he went for a 2-week period where he was just way down on his rebound numbers. Way down, and prop bets were coming up. So I don't know if it's real. They're really investigating it, but this is going to be something that
it's been going on for a few days now, right? This investigation has been talked about for a week, damn near. I mean, this is where there's smoke, there's fire. I don't think they just come out of nowhere and go, "Yeah, we heard you were gambling on prop bets and
we're
fixing
wondering.
games."
It just looked funny, but that's what they're saying. So he may lose. Not only that, contract talks have stopped. He may lose a lot more than that, and we're probably going to see this a lot around the league with all the gambling stuff around now. All right, your weekend's worst.
Ron the Show Hughley.
Is that my boy Ron?
Yeah.
I mean,
that was my weekend's worst, and then I saw you have it. I said, "Well, I'll leave that. I'll go in a different direction."
I mean, we could probably work together here to pile on you. Me and you.
The back nine was leaking, folks.
Well, I mean, hell, I was talking about the $84 two $84 drinks. Not buying Tyler a $114 shirt.
I could do that.
Getting the Boss Man's Club stuck in a tree.
Shocker.
Then
I do not have a souvenir in my hand today. Shock.
You're leaking oil on the back nine there.
I got a few things for you. I had some chocolate covered cherries, but unfortunately, Nicholas really loved them, so they didn't make it to you.
As I said, shocked that I do not have a souvenir from these guys' Michigan trip.
He tried to get you some cherry jelly that they specially make up there, and they took it from him at the airport.
From at the airport.
Try in one hand, and you know what in the other.
That's right.
You're right, I did. No.
So I'm going show Tiger Hughley.
It was tapped off. I had some really bad luck. As I said, I was leaking on the back nine, Tyler. I had had my final chip. I walked into it and I said, if this, I'm going to do everything I've been told. All right. Tyler Clint really walked in, told me about, all right, man, we practice this hinge and hold. That's what we're doing. Just chip it right in. Had it right there. It was just in a little rough, right off a bunker. Easy little chip right there. Should have been right there just to get on the green. I didn't care where it would go on the green. I just want to get on the green.
Towards the green.
Yep. I hit a sharp grounder that went right into the bunker.
Got past Christian Walker into the bunker.
And I had some confidence. I decided to bring my putter with me. And that thing went sharp right as a grounder into the bunker, and then I just threw the club up in the air. And next thing you know, it got stuck in a damn tree. And then Clint, after one attempt, I knew that Clint had a better shot at this than I did. And
going to a playoff.
I was very frustrated. Clint had to come over with one of our boss man's old clubs. That one then got stuck in the tree as well. Then we grabbed the rake because I'm not paying for that club. We'd have been there all day, and those people behind us,
zero chance.
Those people behind us were going to wait.
They were nice too, Tyler.
and
nice rentals.
And finally, Clint, after about 10 tries, and then it became a good thing because Clint then started to get really into down. How am I not hitting? I'm hitting the limb.
I'm hitting the limb. How's it not coming down?
And he got it down. With the very thankful. Got it down finally, and it did not get better throughout. Hit my last good shot on 18. Nobody knows where it went. Went straight up in the air. Nobody could find it. Capped off. So tough weekend for me. Yeah, that's right. What you got coming up?
Well, there is one thing I got to give Ron credit for. Ron, I'm talking about the Tiger Woods version of Ron, the golfer. I got to give him a little credit on something. Number 2, over on the east side, I desperately need some help from the people out there. I've struck out a few times. I need a little help in the service industry, if you will. And the Astros, yes, Framber was great, absolutely tremendous. But this 6-game stretch versus 2 of the best National League teams goes well beyond how great Framber Valdez was. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. You want to talk about something being great, y'all?
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 6, A Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all. It's hard as hell to say, but it's easy to dial. 281-222-2222. We just got back from a little company outing up in Grand Traverse. I guess it was Traverse City, Michigan, at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, and we played a lot of golf. We got a lot of stuff accomplished. If anybody is out there thinking about family vacation, guys trip for golf, girls trip for golf, a little couples trip for you and your lady, maybe you
we
and your
saw
lady.
all of that.
Every bit of it. This is a perfect destination. They've got a direct flight up to Traverse City, Michigan. When you get there, it's relaxing, it's slow motion, it's small town feel, there's so many things to do that you won't be able to get them all done unless you stay a week. The weather is absolutely tremendous. Even the couple of days that we were there, mornings that we were there where it was supposed to rain, it was rain a little bit and you can go out and play golf. It wasn't one of those just hell or high water, you can't even get out of the hotel kind of deal. You're right there on two different bays on the Lake Michigan. There's two different peninsulas. It's absolutely beautiful views, absolute beautiful weather. We did a lot. But Tyler, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Ron over here, good bad golfer.
It's a good starting point.
He's a good bad golfer.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing worse than when you. And I'm not a good enough golfer to complain about anybody, but I will be vocal here since it's what we're talking about. Like, you know, when you play with that person that is not a good golfer, but yet they want to find every one of their balls they hit.
Oh, yeah, I know that person exactly. I can think of two or three guys that just immediately come into my mind when you say that.
Don't throw your guys under the bus, but
looking at you, little Brian.
And all of a sudden it is slow as Christmas, son. I mean, it is one of those where
I'm very cognizant of it.
I mean, now Ron, he don't waste. If he does find his ball, he wastes zero time getting over it and hitting it. Zero time. He is over it, hit it, may have hit it twice before you can even turn the music up.
Absolutely.
My golf coach back at Ross S. Sterling in Baytown would have said, that's playing ready golf, bud. Playing ready golf right there.
Clint said that multiple times.
I had to say it multiple times. We look around in our group, we got guys sitting and waiting for the guy furthest down. No, we're ready golf.
That was my whole goal was, hey, I just don't want to hold people up.
It's good etiquette.
Well, that was that was like I would have no problem. I would have no problem golfing with you anytime you want to golf. The guy that struggles a little bit and wants to find every ball, hit every ball, finish every hole. That is a tough run. That's a tough 4 hours, which usually turns into 5 or 6 hours. I'm telling you, man.
Let's go.
I tip my cap. You're a good bad golfer, man. Hey,
I had a couple of swings in there, man. I did. I really did. My drives weren't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
No, they were.
No.
And we were not leaking oil. I thought the wheels were coming off. You hit a good one, and you were like, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Nobody, Tyler, can mess up a good drive like me. Not quite nobody.
Have it in the fairway for a little bit until you get back up to it, huh?
Oh, that one on 18, I drilled right down.
Right down the gut, baby.
Yeah, you said aim for the street. Just want to hit it to the street. Hit it right there, right in the middle. Then I said, F it, man. I'm gonna pull out this. It was a big par 5. I said, F it, man. I'm gonna pull out this 3-wood. And I hit it to the tower.
And the tower was 90 degree angle from the green.
Clearly not in play.
Oh, damn, so
lost that one.
Oh, that was good. Hey, Ron is a good bad golfer, man. So anybody out there that wants to play golf with Ron, don't be afraid of it, man.
Don't
be afraid of
it. Don't be taking all damn day.
Well, you did a good job there. Hey, look, while we were up in Michigan enjoying ourselves, we didn't get to catch a whole hell of a lot of the Astros, but we've had time to catch up. But boys, taking 5 of 6 in a 6-game home stretch versus 2 of the best teams the National League had to offer, the Chicago Cubs and the Philadelphia Phillies, was impressive. I mean, that home stretch was, to me, I'm going to look back on it. I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the season, but I'm going to look back on it, and this could potentially be a defining moment of, okay, this is where I think they solidified, hey, we are a championship caliber team, organization. We are a team that you better take serious moving forward in the American. And this, I think you could probably say that at any point in time throughout the year, given the kind of ball they were playing and kind of how they were winning and the record. But now, after doing it against two really, really, really good National League teams, I think it's hard to deny. And Ron, we've talked about this multiple times. Starting pitching was absolutely tremendous across the board. Across the board, the starting pitching, with the exception of Lance McCullers, was pretty damn good. Was really good.
He is never going to recover from that Washington start and now this one. Those two starts where he is giving up 7-8 runs in that short period of time.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to have that kind of outing, and then you and I are talking about it, and you go, Clint, it gets worse. He had a runner on third, no outs, and he walked 3 straight batters, walked the first run in. I mean, like that. Those are the kind of things that, look, that's his Achilles heel, right? Is not being able to locate and not being able to right the ship. We talk about Framber Valdez, who, by the way, in a game against Phillies, he came up the Phillies and the Cubs. That 6-game stretch, Framber Valdez, it laid out in a way where Framber got 2 starts, 13 innings, 9 total hits gave up no runs. The strikeouts were down significantly, which when you play a better team, I would imagine that typically happens. But Framber Valdez was lights out, and really all the other starting pitchers were as well. But Ron, it goes beyond Framber Valdez, right? And I think where we got to start, other than the Jeremy Pena injury, and we've talked about that a couple of times today. Jeremy Pena IL backdated 2 days, June 28th. And the injury is expected to be a 2-week injury. I think it's a rib fracture. And we'll see if he gets back in that 2-week period. And hopefully he's still hot when he gets back. But Cam Smith is the one, Ron, that I just don't know. I know I don't feel like I've given it enough credit, if that's fair. Right now, Cam Smith is hitting .276 with an OPS of .776. And when you look at Cam Smith in the Phillies and the Chicago Cubs series, I believe he started every single game. He had a 7-game hitting streak, counting that last game against the Angels before they came home for this 6-game homestand. Ron, he had a 6-game hitting streak. 5 of those games being against the Phillies and the Cubs, who can roll out some pretty good starting pitching. And against the Cubs in particular, he had back-to-back games where he had 3 RBIs and 2 RBIs. He had back-to-back games in which he had home runs. And it happens to be both of those games that I just mentioned happened to come against the Cubs when the other right fielder for the Cubs is who he was traded for. And again, I'm not saying Cam Smith is in any way, shape, or form Kyle Tucker, but it's looking that trade is looking better and better and better the more we see and we get from Cam Smith, Ron. This is impressive. I mean, he's hit safely 6 of the last 7 games, and it doesn't seem like he's just doing it against crappy pitching. You know, he's doing it in bigger moments. Even when he's not getting hits, he's walking and he seems to be making noise on the base pass for the Astros as well. Man, this Cam Smith kid is fun to watch.
Yeah, it feels like, maybe he's getting to a point where he is starting to get comfortable with Major League Baseball and Major League pitching. He's starting to get comfortable in his skin. And I think the Astros have handled it great to a point of, they may have moved him down in the order some, but it's not like, all right, man, he was struggling at one point and they set him down. Nope, you're going to play every day.
Yeah.
And they played him every day, and now he is starting to get some things to click. I do want to see if this is, a good stretch, or is this him turning the corner to, baseball, right? He's getting confident. Couple of bombs he hit, and he's starting to pull it. It looked like everything, he may have been either late or going opposite field a lot. I mean, you saw that one home run he hit against the Cubs. One of them, he knew it was out and put money and pulled it and hit it out. Not just because it was a Crawford box home run. He tattooed that thing, but he's starting to get more comfortable. But that is the deal. Is this a good little stretch right now he's in, or is this now starting to see like he's turning the corner and he's getting things, hitting up in the 270s, 276, I believe last I saw. That's every day.
Yeah, I mean, and that's 276 on the heels of an 0 for 4 outing. He didn't swing it well yesterday, but boy, previously he had been on an absolute streak now. But you, boy, that Kyle Tucker trade, you look at it, Paredes is swinging it well, Cam Smith is swinging it well. The Wisniewski deal was very promising until the elbow injury, which a lot of folks think is an Astros thing, not necessarily the said player, but that's much more promising. And the better Cam Smith is, if he just becomes, like you said, which I think he is, an everyday starter that you can believe in and plug in. I don't know if he's getting all of this run because he's been good, or is he getting all this run because the other right fielders are injured, kind of deal, and the rotation got switched up. But it sure looks like he's taking the opportunity and running with it. Yeah. So that's fun to watch. Looking forward to him moving forward down the stretch here as well. All right, I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley. Ron the Show Hughley. Tyler Milner is behind the glass on the 1s and 2s. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. All right, boys, I need a little help here. Not necessarily from y'all, because I don't think either of y'all have ever experienced this, but I'm going to need some help from the people. If I had a money tree right now, I would start a septic company.
A septic company?
Yes.
Okay.
You know what a septic is?
What is that company?
Septic system. Yeah. If you're not on public, if you got a well and your crapper doesn't go into the public. Issue.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
A few times as a kid running through the sprinklers in my yard, not knowing that.
Oh, were y'all septic?
We were whenever I was growing up.
I didn't know. Over there by Stallworth?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was running around playing in that dookie water.
My best story is the first time my wife mowed my now yard.
Yeah.
She was out there. We got a lot next to our house, and they ran the sprinklers out there.
Oh, Lord.
First time she was out there mowing, the most sprinklers came on. They were something sketchy.
It'll do it.
I heard, ah! I looked out there. I thought somebody
smells like poo out
thought somebody was attacking her or something. Nope, that old sprinkler got her off the mower out there.
Yes, sir.
Ugh. But I'm gonna tell you, man. I picked up a little flip house, and I have no idea. Like, I have no idea what the septic is. I bought it sight unseen, or not sight unseen, but I bought it as is, and I have no idea if there's sprinklers, if it's one of the seep systems, the aerator. I mean, I have no idea about septics or anything like that. So I know that odds are I'm probably going to have to put a full system in. Everything. New tank, new pump, new everything.
That sounds expensive.
Well, it absolutely is going to be expensive. And I'm calling these companies that I typically deal with for service and things like that. And I'm 0 for 4, by the way, now. And I've experienced everything. One guy, I'll come out there and just to inspect what you got, tell you what you got on your property. $400 service call. $400. And then went on to say, if you want me to put anything in writing, it's going to be $800. I said, I just want you to come out. Odds are I need a new system, so somebody's going to put it in. I just need you to come out and tell me, yes, you need a new system, or you just need this, or that. Like, I don't have any. $800 in writing, $400 for just insight. I'll look at it and tell you what you got. I said, I don't believe I'll go for any of that. Call another one. No-showed me last week, and then wouldn't answer. Call one this morning. Get this. This is a referral. These guys are good out there, man. Okay. I said, hey, man, here's my situation. Laid it out just like that. Odds are I'm going to buy a whole new system. I said, but I don't know. I need somebody to come out in your world that's professional. Problem is my plumber can go no further in the house until he knows exactly how it's going to connect outside, where it's going to connect outside, kind of deal. And he said, well, I'm going to need you to send me a survey, and I'll send you a quote for a new system. I said, man, I just need somebody. I said, I just need somebody to come out. I want to look you in the eyes. I want to talk. I want you to tell me what I have. And if the advice at that point is, hey, man, you need a whole new system. I'll get you a quote. It's going to cost you. Okay, I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
But like, just call.
Won't even come out.
Won't even come out. I mean, and
You're 0 for what?
I'm 0 for 4
of people who won't come out. That's odd.
I've been stood up. I've been told, send me survey. I'll send you a quote for a whole new system. Then I'll come out in more, over a week, and I've been told $400 to $800 for a deal.
You're like, I'm trying to give you money, man.
Bro,
somebody come.
Tyler, I'm telling you, hey, man, I'm pretty just come out and tell me. And I think these new, like a modern system, you're talking, I think you're talking anywhere from 15 to 20 grand.
I wouldn't know a number, but I'd guess a whole lot of cash, yeah. That doesn't make no sense. And we've gone through the same exact kind of stuff. Like,
I'm
0 for 4 on people even coming out.
I'm 0 for 4, and I'm telling somebody, man, I'm trying to buy you a Cadillac, man, the system you got. And I'm telling them, I don't have a choice. Like, coming out and servicing is not a choice. Yeah, it's a flip house. I've got to fix it. And I'm going to, like, I need to get it done. This ain't no, hey, man, let me think about it. It's working okay right now. Let me think about it. I'll call you back in 6 months.
Do you have any other people you're going to move to call next?
Yeah, I mean, my wife put it out on social media, and apparently there's a couple more people over there, but I'm trying to, I just assumed I was driving to work this morning and said, hey,
anybody out here he can call right now.
I need a septic company.
713-572-4610.
Somebody that services the east side, 713-572-4610.
My man said my cousin used to do them. He's passed away now.
I mean, well, he ain't gonna do me no good. I need somebody that'll come out and just look at it and go, hey, no, here's where you at, what you got, where you at, boom, and here's what you need. And if what I need is a whole new system, so be it. I just need a professional to tell me that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just
can't believe nobody will come out.
If it is this difficult,
you can charge to get. You can charge. They got to charge you to come out. Like, I just can't believe.
I'll pay a service charge, not a $400 one. But if you want to stop at the house and spend 20 minutes checking the property out and tell me, I'll give you $150. I'll give you $100, whatever. But man, I'm just like, what in the hell, man? Are you kidding me?
That's very true.
I've never had this, especially when I buy something brand new.
Yeah. Anybody out there, he needs some help. Give him some help. Coming up, should the Texans now be concerned with a playoff team that maybe last week you didn't think you needed to be concerned about? The Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Oh, no.
Texans training camp is just a month away. Just a few more weeks. have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, as I'm looking at the text line, all I'm seeing is Tom Tynan reference. Hit up Tom for a referral. What I keep seeing.
Yeah.
Then
Tom's the man. I don't have his number.
Then a lot of other jokes. Oh, Clint, you're in a
crappy situation, huh?
Not using crappy though. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's got me real interested in calling some couple money folks and just
seeing what it would cost to get in, because you feel like you could do better than that.
Well, I can tell you what I will not do is so I mean, I ain't got time to get by there. I got jobs lined up. I can't get by there. I mean, if I got a great reputation, I'm getting calls.
I find a way.
I'm either somebody's gonna come by that house. I mean, hey, I get off at 5 tonight. I'll slide by there real quick and let you know. Especially if it's a new system. Yeah, I'm gonna be by there. Yeah. Absolutely. That the ability to do that right there would put me no further down my list than second on the 4 that I've heard from.
4 for 4. Yeah.
Well, I mean, clearly one of them $400 for a service call. One of them's got more business than they need.
What they need is doing that. All right. How about the new look Pittsburgh Steelers? The Steelers were a playoff team last year. They lost to the Ravens and ended their season. But they have made what people are calling them the all-in Steelers, Clint. They have made a bunch of moves over the offseason. They went and got DK Metcalf. They traded George Pickens to the Cowboys, but they got DK Metcalf from Seattle, signed him up. They got Darius Slay right after the season ended from the world champion Philadelphia Eagles to add in their secondary. They have made several moves in the draft. They went and got a defensive lineman for Oregon who is thought of to be a real ready-to-go type player, not as much a project, ready to play. Obviously, they added Aaron Rodgers not that long ago. And then today they made another big trade with the Miami Dolphins. They acquired Jaylen Ramsey, the cornerback, who we're seeing may get moved to nickelback or maybe even some safety. But Jaylen Ramsey, who has been one of the better corners in the league, and then Jonnu Smith, a really good receiving tight end, had a good year with Miami as well and has some experience, as Clint said earlier, with Arthur Smith, the OC, with the Steelers. They get him. They do give up Mika Fitzpatrick and a late-round pick, but they have added 2 more ready-to-go starting caliber, contributing caliber players in Jaylen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. And I guess my thought is, if you're being as objective as possible, are the Steelers a team that at least should be on the Texans' radar? Are they a team? Because I don't know. We're looking at Mason Rudolph being this thing. I don't know how many people looked at the Steelers. They felt like, yeah, they'll probably win some games. It won't be awful, but nothing you really have to really be concerned with. Do you think things are different for the Steelers in the AFC now, especially for the Texans, who may have to compete with them for spots?
Absolutely, I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, look, there's a couple of things at play here. I think it's either the penthouse or the outhouse. I don't think there's any in between. I think this thing is either Aaron Rodgers goes out and fizzles and goes down more than it already is with how it went in New York. And Mike Tomlin is fired, and the Steelers move on from Mike Tomlin, kind of deal, or this works, and they all look like heroes. That Mike Tomlin looks like the great Mike Tomlin. Aaron Rodgers is viewed as a guy that maybe he goes out somewhat on top, at least playing good football. But look, I mean, last year with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, and we all watched them play. I mean, these weren't quarterbacks that were difference makers at any point in time. I mean, you can argue maybe Justin Fields played individual plays with his legs may have been difference makers, but they didn't have a difference maker at quarterback. They weren't getting great quarterback play. Russ was streaky as hell. They won 10 games, guys. They were second in that division. I mean, they got receivers out there not blocking on run plays inside the 5-yard line, and then telling the media afterwards, I didn't want to get injured. I was worried about getting injured. I mean, when it's all said and done, you add Aaron Rodgers, you add DK Metcalf, you get rid of George Pickens, who was the receiver I'm talking about. You add a couple of key players, like Ron said, on the defensive side of the football. Now, they got to get T.J. Watt figured out. They got to get T.J. Watt signed up.
Conversation with that, too, yeah.
They got to get that part figured out. But, I mean, that was a 10-win team. That was a 10-win team last year.
You think the Steelers are clearly a better football team today than they were when they won 10 games?
I think they are significantly better. Now, we'll see if it works or not, but I think they are talented, significantly more equipped to make a run and to shock some folks than they were last year, and they won 10 games. I mean, how many teams won 10 games last year that are adding Jaylen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Darius Slay, you mentioned? How many 10-win teams are adding those kinds of difference-making type players on their roster? I don't know. It looks to me like the Steelers, again, a 10-win team. I don't think they're going to make a run and win a Super Bowl, but they are a problem in the AFC. Yes, I think they've gone from a team that nobody really – yes, they were a great defense. Yes, Mike Tomlin's great. Yes, T.J. Watt was great. But I don't believe that anybody went into Pittsburgh in fear of losing the game. Like, what are we going to do?
Listen, I think a lot of this hinges on not just Aaron. I think a lot of it hinges on the quarterback and what kind of quarterback play they get from Aaron. But how much mess do they potentially have to deal with? Like because right now they got some really talented guys, but as you said, there is potential of bad sparks.
Oh, it's
you know what I mean.
It's penthouse roundhouse.
There's some potential with how do they come together with Aaron and DK. I think DK's better than George Pickens. When it comes to that. But you can see there's some ways where that's Jaylen Ramsey. There's some ways where that could get sideways. Cam Hayward looks like he's about over. A lot of the games here being played. And things like that. But you could see it on paper. On paper, I'm with you. I do, their biggest loss is probably Najee Harris. But I think they were ready to move on. I think they really like Jaylen Warren, and they got Trey Sermons back there. But I think they really like the kid, Caleb Johnson, they got from Iowa in the third round. They're really
if they lived in this division that the Texans are playing in, they'd be the favorite to win the division.
Well, I don't know. You think if they were in the AFC South and they were the Titans instead of, the Titans, it was the Steelers in it, you think the Steelers would be favored over the Texans?
No. I meant if they were in place of the Texans.
Yeah.
If the Texans and the Steelers traded places, they would be the favorite to win this division.
Absolutely. Yes.
Now that you pose that question, I think it'd be close. I think they won 10 games last year. It's Mike Tomlin.
It'd be close.
It'd be tight, yeah.
Which further makes you believe the Texans and the Steelers may be on the same level.
I definitely believe that. Until rubber meets the road, I believe that's going to be the overarching belief. Yes,
they're whatever tiers of the AFC.
Absolutely,
they would be in the same.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, you live in the same division with Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow.
Yeah, and you may not make it.
Yep.
To the playoffs, if that.
Yep.
Aaron, again, how much does it hinge? I think a lot hinges on Aaron and what that's going to look like for that team. All right, as we continue rolling here through the drive, Framber Valdez, man, I want to have a similar conversation that I had Friday when we were in Michigan about Kyle Tucker. Framber Valdez, this may be the last year. I think it is going to be the last year that he is pitching in an Astros uniform. How do you think you're going to remember him? Is he one that you believe it's beloved, or is he one that you believe is more closer to what many people were saying Kyle Tucker is? Appreciated, but not beloved. What's your thoughts on Framber? Because he is rolling. We got to talk about him and potentially that hairy situation that I had on the plane on the way back here from Michigan. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyer 2222.
Don't mess with the Houston Astros.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as I said, we'll discuss this. You can text in 713-572-4610. Is Framber Valdez, is he viewed as beloved or is he viewed as more Kyle Tucker appreciated, right? Like, who would you throw in? And don't give me Nolan Ryan and those. Who's in the beloved category?
Altuve, obviously.
Okay, what about former ones?
George Springer.
George Springer, is he beloved?
Say he's there.
Is Correa beloved?
I would say Carlos Correa is there.
You said Verlander. Verlander, you think Verlander's beloved?
Yes, Justin Verlander is there.
Clint?
Absolutely. Traded at the deadline, won World Series, made a second. Yeah.
Along with Kate Upton, she's beloved.
Kate, that helps. Alex Bregman, beloved.
Yes.
Former beloved. You agree with that?
Yes.
And then Kyle Tucker, you more appreciated, right? That's what you said there.
Yeah, not as shins, but yeah, appreciated.
I, honest to God, believe if the Astros were honest right off the bat about what that injury was, you wouldn't be calling him soft shins. Are you calling? Are you calling Yordan soft hands, and not in a good way?
No, yeah, you do want soft hands, but not in this case.
Yeah, all right. So those guys are beloved. Derek Bell, is he beloved?
Ooh,
he was the third of the Killer Bees. I know Baggio. About to say them all together. Biggio and Bagwell are beloved.
He wasn't.
Derek Bell was one of the starters of that Killer Bees thing.
Was he?
Yeah. Don't check me off now. I know it was the Killer Bees. Those three.
Was it not that strong mustache?
No, he was no.
That was later.
Later, but the originator was Derek Bell.
100%.
Boy, you got me on that.
Oh yeah, Derek Bell. I can still see him with that goatee. Derek Bell. And it's weird. He is mixed, but for some reason, go look him up. He always kind of favors Jason Kendall, who I know is flat white, but Derek Bell
flat white.
Yeah,
that's what the whites used to do.
Derek is it's a mixture. But Jason Kendall has looked like he could pass for mixed. He'll have one of the worst arm injuries I've ever seen. But yeah, he was Derek Bell. Is he a Berkman is, I would think Lance is beloved,
yes.
Right? Along with those. Is, who's the one that's banging Kelly Nash, Beard?
Keuchel.
Is Dallas beloved?
Ooh, see, that's an interesting one.
He is in my world. He's a hog.
Oh, yeah.
For you. Yeah,
knee-jerk reaction for me would say him more closer to what we're talking about with Kyle Tucker, more appreciated. He got us, he was big time the years he served here, but.
Yeah, all right. Be thinking about that. Where is Framber? Is he beloved or more appreciated? Where do you put him in that? But I do want to tell you about this Harry situation, Tyler. You know, I've expressed it. This is one of my worst nightmares. I've told you about the full-fledged preparation, borderline anxiety that I feel about entering a plane.
Yes, sir, you have.
So Clint and I and Lauren, his lovely wife. By the way, Lauren and I, we get in trouble if we are the way we cut up together. We get in trouble just in laughter and tears, laughter. But we decided to come on home early, get with the kids. Decided to come on early, and our flight left out at 6. Took that flight to from Traverse City, and then we had to fly to Chicago and then get to Chicago to come here to Houston. I got on there. I said, "Hey man, I'll switch with Lauren, right? So me and Clint aren't sitting together. He can sit next to his wife.
That's nice of you, man. And I get to watch not only sit next to my wife, but I get to watch her TV.
Yeah, and And also, it gives us a better chance to not have to be shoulder to shoulder each other. Maybe we got a better shot to get more room. Well, she gave me a window seat. And in this Traverse City flight, they just two seats. No middle, just a window and out. I sat down. Here we go. Got the window seat. Next thing you know, coming down the aisle, this fella was roughly 6'5", 6'4", and
got a big ass.
Let's say 320.
Yeah, every bit of 300.
Yeah, every bit of 300. Bigger than me.
Big old feller.
And
he was just a little rough around the edge.
Like maybe his hygiene wasn't the greatest.
Yeah, if I'd have had to guess,
very sloppy.
That's a red flag.
Sloppier than my 290. What was it? 296.
Well, well, no. I mean, I just meant sloppy in his habits. Like he was a big fella, but he didn't look in the mirror before he left.
He didn't, and
he wasn't real concerned about that chair when he sat that 300 plus down in it, about broke it off its hinges. He wasn't real worried about it.
When I say sloppy 300, hey, Calais Campbell's a good-looking 325. This guy was a different 6'5", 325.
Big fella.
And he came in and just sat right down. I mean, sat
It was
right
almost
down.
like he was mad. He didn't want to speak to nobody. He was almost like he was mad at somebody.
And I literally, when he came in, I said, "Oh, okay, we're going to do this," right?
And he didn't even acknowledge that Ron moved his lips.
And we're knee to knee. Like, this is where we are. It's knee to knee, baby. He's a wide sitter, and that came down, and I'm looking. I knew we were group 3, and I see some open seats. I had the lady come down the aisle. I said, "Hey, ma'am, is this a full flight?" She said, "Just 1 second. I'll let you know." She said, "You can have row 10." I said, "Bam." I said, "Hey, boss, let me hear." And he did. He still didn't say a word.
He just stood up. He never said a word.
Got out of there. I thought it was going to be hell, man.
The best part of it, Tyler, if you picture this, I'm to the right.
Hey, Doug, I'm in here.
And about 6 inches behind him. So, because each row's kind of offset.
Yeah.
So I'm watching this kind of, the guy couldn't tell I was looking, but Ron could. Ron was talking to the flight attendant behind us.
Mm-hmm.
So you got 300, a little shorter, a little bigger, just didn't really care. He was not doing anything. He was not helping Ron with anything in terms of Ron was turned around in that chair like he's trying.
I'm up against it. I'm thinking to myself, don't you want out of this?
Is that my boy Ron?
Out of this situation. He did.
Man, I would have treated it like I'm at a game. I'd have sat on that next row until they told me to get up.
He just wanted to get to Chicago.
How long was that flight?
It was 50 minutes.
Short.
It was quick.
About an hour, but boy,
down, man.
that would have been a hell, boy. I was linked up against that bad boy. I mean, knee to knee in his normal sit, boy. Yeah, it was rough.
When he sat down, I thought, damn, I feel terrible. Ron would have been better off sitting next to me.
I would have been. I saw you after I made the switch. I said, "Come on, baby, this got to be open. I need out this piece." All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Framber, is he beloved? Y'all think he's beloved? You got him in the beloved category.
I don't think he's there yet, boys.
You don't think he's there?
I don't think he's there yet.
Someone else texted in Hughley, beloved. That's a good one. Charlie Morton, beloved. Yep, you're saying. Yeah. Charlie Morton, the ship. Oh. But you don't think Framber's in that?
I really don't.
Really?
I don't think
really
he's there
don't.
yet. This is the opportunity.
Why?
Because I think when people think about the years that Framber Valdez was here, I think they think of Verlander before they think of Framber Valdez.
Close your eyes. Not when you're driving. But when the first thought of Altuve, what comes to mind?
Little bitty guy that can't play left field very good.
Stupid looking smirk on Aroldis Chapman's face as a ball left the yard and the Astros walked it off to go to the World Series.
The first thing for you is not can't play left field.
I didn't know where you were going. I didn't know where you were going.
Best part about that is that's the first thing Yankee turds think of when they think Altuve too.
All right.
Don't call me Yankee. Call me Yankee turd, you son of a.
Maybe.
Close your eyes. The number one thing that comes to your mind when you think about Carlos Correa.
If you don't know the facts, then you gotta shut the bleep up.
Mine is it's my time with the watch. That's it.
Yeah.
Going deep, hitting. Actually, I'll be honest with you. He went deep in Game 4 against the Royals in 2015. It just. But now do it with Framber. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about Framber Valdez?
Carlos Correa going out to the mound to calm Framber's ass down that one game.
So his and
a lot of sweat
meltdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Mine is his performance against the Red Sox in that one playoff.
Gotta have it moment
when he was gotta have it, and he's eight innings, bam. Like that's what someone just texted in. Frustration is the first thought that comes in. Really,
it's not fair, but it's real. Because I'm that way. I'm with you 100%. Like I'm at a point now, the way he's pitching right now, I'm like, I can't believe I ever like downplayed.
But again, like I know I'm joking, but that could be the case with Altuve. Frustration, you could base pass, just some of his at bats. That could be the case. He was a huge part. The last time you won a championship, he was by far, with Verlander on the team, the best starter in the playoffs. The best starter. Now it's anger. It's frustration. I get it, but it's frustration. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire as we continue rolling here. We'll give you the latest news from Jeremy Pena. He's been placed on the IL, but we've got more news coming from that. The Rockets, they made a big splash. We'll talk about that a bit and some other NFL news. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look.
most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock 5.
Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is the Jeremy Pena news. We found out earlier today, we knew he had that rib injury the first game of the series against the Cubs. He had to come out of the game early after he took a hit by pitch there. And he has now been placed on the IL with that rib issue, and it is retroactive to the 28th of June on that Friday where he had the injury. But he is going to go on the IL. And then our guy Will Kunkel, who will join us tomorrow, he'll be in within the 2 o'clock hour with us. Will said the hope is that the Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena will miss just 2 weeks per source. Of course, the healing process will dictate the timeline, and I listen, you are very fair to think, I'm guessing Will is getting that from the training staff there, and I guess you could be a little bit nervous about, all right, is this just going to be 2 weeks? How long is this going to be with their issues with injuries? But this does look like a couple of weeks at least, Clint, whether they will be without Jeremy Pena. And I know we've talked about this. Is this for you? I know this sounds crazy right now. The biggest loss you think they've had, is this going to be maybe the toughest injury that they're going to have to overcome right now? Thus far, they've had a few this year.
Yeah,
right?
Look, I think this is right there. I think this is right along with Spencer Arrighetti. I think now the Spencer Arrighetti thing has been somewhat minimized because the crew that's come up, and somehow Lance McCullers was good for a few starts there as well. So that has already been kind of overcame, if you will. But I think this one is probably equal to that. I mean, when you look, when Jordan got hurt, Jordan was not Jordan at that point in time in terms of swinging the bat. Now, obviously, I would love to have Jordan back more over any of them. But
I was going to say, do you think this is as big as Jordan?
No. Jordan, you expect to get. You're about one of the best hitters in baseball, and a guy that's absolutely feared. So I mean, no. But if you're talking about when the injury happened, the pain that's felt by the team at that moment, literally on the field, I think it's Jeremy Pena. I think it's coming at a time when you're talking about a guy that has been a spark plug, man. You're talking about the guy that is your leadoff hitter. He's hitting over 300. His WAR is like, what was it, second in the American League to Aaron Judge. I mean, this guy is tremendously important to the success that you've had this year, and the youngsters' ability to overcome. Some of the arms that they've lost, to overcome Jordan not being in the lineup, to overcome Yainer Diaz not swinging the bat well, Christian Walker not swinging the bat well. He is one of the guys, and I would say he's the tip of the spear in terms of the young guys that have helped the Astros not only overcome it, but in the moment. And so I think this is going to be one that's felt more than anything that they felt that they've been hit with so far. Now, I think they can overcome it because the production is so widespread and kind of sporadic throughout the lineup. But I think this is the one that's going to be felt the most in Jeremy Pena. The injury is going to be felt the most.
First off, why shouldn't we believe they're going to overcome it? Like, why shouldn't we? They've been able to overcome just about every damn thing thus far.
Right. Yeah.
No matter how it happens or who does it, they seem to be able to pick up whatever slack it is. I was going to say, I do think this is as big as Jordan right now, just because of everything that you just said. And one being Jordan is not in the lineup to begin with, right? It would have a different feel if Jordan was still there, and you still had Altuve and Jordan and Paredes I'm trying to get like Spencer and Getty.
He is down.
Yeah,
Jordan.
You're down right now. But you don't, right? And everything you just spoke about, Jeremy Pena, we're talking about a top 3 MVP candidate, and we're nearing the All-Star break. I mean, that's what Jordan has been, if not, better. Like, being that obviously it's not the full year, and everything he means to this team, and they are already struggling. Like we're honest, right? Like, they swept the Phillies, but they scored 5 runs when and he was there, and he's been a catalyst and their best offensive player this year, right? You talked about all the struggles. I think this one is probably, as you just said there at the end, this is the most difficult one to overcome, just because he has at times been the guy. You really need, which it can happen, you really need Altuve to go off. You need Cam to keep doing this. Now you desperately need Jake to continue being this 300 hitter. Yeah, it'd be nice if Yainer could start to kick it in and start getting hot and turning into the guy he was, because your guy now who's been your best offensive player this year, really kind of by far, is not there, and he's at the top of the order and all of that. So I think it's a pretty big one to overcome, just because of, at the start of the year we wouldn't have said this, but what we've seen and how good he has been. This is a bona fide, I heard from Robert Flores last time we were here last week, it's a bona fide MVP candidate.
Yeah.
And, you're going to miss him, as they're saying 2 weeks. We'll see that. Luckily, they're going to start a series with the sorry-ass Colorado Rockies. and that, hopefully they don't go in there and enjoy themselves a little too much in Denver. There could be some things to run yourself into. God, they're on an off day there in Denver today, aren't they? There could be some things to run into in Denver, and some of you all know, on an off day. And hopefully they don't take them for granted. They are bringing Big C. Gordo's pitching. Hunter Brown's pitching on Red. Brandon Walter is pitching on Thursday. So they should take care of business. But they've gone 5-1 on this damn homestand against the Phillies and the Cubs. And hopefully they can withstand things with the injury to Jeremy Payne.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets have made some big news. They made some big news today. We'll talk about this in more detail in a bit. They did sign their young former top 5 pick in Jabari Smith Jr. He got a 5-year, $122 million deal from the Rockets. They're going to agree to that, so they locked him up long term. He's now long term locked up along with Şengün, locked up with KD is going to be locked up for the next couple of years. Fred VanVleet is going to be locked up for the next couple of years. Obviously, Amen Thompson too is going into his 3rd year. So they locked him up. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in just a bit. But Clint, some other news coming out as free agency is going to officially start in 50 minutes. At 6 o'clock, free agency in the NBA is going to start. Shams Charania of ESPN has said there is going to be some big deals tonight. He said that on Pat McAfee. Everybody is jumping and getting ready for this. And Kelly Iko earlier from The Athletic said the Rockets are working quickly to secure meetings with forward three-point shooter Dorian Finney-Smith with the Lakers, Nicole Alexander-Walker, who was a long defensive player and a three-point shooter with the Timberwolves, and then Luke Kennard, who had been with the Grizzlies, another really good shooter. It is kind of a trend of what they're looking for, wing shooters. It appears they're looking to add, and I get the feeling we're not only going to see the Jabari Smith action, but I think there's going to be somebody for us to be talking about that's going to be a veteran addition to this team. That's what I said when the Durant thing happened. We start looking at the roster. I think the Rockets are going to add another wing shooter tonight.
Well,
we should see that.
Look, that'd be beautiful. You're going to need, Jabari Smith, obviously, what you said, we're going to talk about this contract in a little bit. Clearly, the expectations for him have gone through the roof, but he can't do it all alone. So they're going to need a little help, and we'll see who that is.
Yep. Yep, we talked about this Friday officially, as Tyler just said in my ear. They officially have re-upped with Aaron Holiday and Jeff Green. All right, yeah. They've signed 1-year deals with them, and I think Jayshawn Tate should be the next one there. But this will be a fun time coming up here at 6 o'clock when this thing starts to see what teams. Maybe we'll have some other breaking news before we get out. Some stuff may get leaked when it comes to NBA free agency, but it looks like the Rockets have their mind on a wing shooter. And the great thing about being the Rockets right now, see, now you ain't got to pay no Rockets tax. Now, Steven Silas tax. Now you don't have a place. You got a place that players love to come to and live. And you've got KD. You've got a team that was the number 2 team in the West. And there will be a shooter who would love to be able to, I get to be on the floor with KD and Şengün, 2 guys that are good passers and take up defenders. So I think they'll be able to find what they're looking for tonight.
I'm so high on the Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the big NFL news we talked about, one with the Steelers. We talked about the earlier one. We'll fill you in on that one. But also, Clint, it looks like we said the Steelers are going all in, but I would completely take that away if they make a move to trade for T.J. Watt. That would be strange to me. Teams reportedly in recent weeks, multiple teams have been discussing whether they could trade for Pittsburgh Steelers standout pass rusher T.J. Watt, who skipped the team's most recent minicamp, sources told Adam Schefter. The Steelers haven't shown any willingness to deal Watt so far, but he's unhappy with his contract situation, and sources believe outside team interest is likely to increase given Monday's trade with cornerback Jaylen Ramsey. So, I mean, Clint, I would be shocked if they moved T.J. Watt right now, especially with what it seems like they're doing. It seems like they are trying, however you agree with it, however you agree with Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf, whatever, they seem to be trying to come together and make a run right now, and trading T.J. Watt to me would throw that all.
Well, look, strange things happen all about moving on from Pittsburgh at this point in time, at a point when it looks like they at least have some level of hope and expectations at the quarterback position. I mean, I would think that if you're in the organization, you probably expect this to be the best quarterback play that you've had since Ben Roethlisberger. The expectations are there, right? And so this would be an odd time for T.J. Watt to decide he wants to exit. Now, I understand the contracts are contracts, and they come up when they come up, and the Steelers have to pony up to keep a guy like T.J. Watt. But I would imagine that T.J. Watt would be wanting to be a lifetime Steeler, wanting to end his career there.
Well, I would imagine they would.
I would imagine they would as well. And I would imagine that Mike Tomlin would do everything he could to keep him in-house and hopefully make this run with all these guys, all this shakeup they're doing on the offensive side of the football, and hell, some on the defensive side of the football as well. So we'll see. But, yeah, that would be – it'd be strange to see T.J. Watt in a different uniform, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It feels weird that TJ's 30. It doesn't feel like.
You think he was that old?
I didn't think TJ Watt was 30 years old. I didn't have that one. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't sense that. By the way, when you say it, and still even at 30, like that wouldn't be for his position, and he doesn't appear to be slowing down to somebody that has finished Defensive Player of the Year number 4, number 2. 2 years before that, number 1. The year before that, number 2, or 3. 6 out of his last
top 4.
5 out of he is in 4th worst finishing it. Yeah, and has won it. It's just nuts. I mean, still a down year last year with 11.5 sacks. He had 19 the year before, and the only year that he wasn't a high finisher was the year he got injured and he missed 7 games. He only had 5.5 sacks. Outside of that, yeah, it'd be weird to look at that, and even more weird, Clint, just because of what else they were doing earlier in the day, and that's them making the trade for Jaylen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith and swinging and bringing them in and giving the Dolphins. Didn't Mika Fitzpatrick start with the Dolphins? Didn't it? He was with the Dolphins, and they traded him to the Steelers.
That's right.
And now he's going. Now he's going back to Miami. We've looked at it from the Steelers' point, and I said, you said it earlier. You feel like the Steelers are a team that the Texans, obviously, they got to be at least right there looking at them or in the same tier. What are the Dolphins? Like that's a team that last year, I think maybe most would have said the Dolphins were maybe ahead of the Texans. If not, maybe at least with them. At the very least, they're on the same level.
Yeah, I think it's
maybe ahead of the Texans. They just had Buffalo in their division. But it is a completely different feeling. And now they trade away Jaylen Ramsey. It seems like maybe Mike is on a hot seat a little bit there. And if it doesn't go well, Tyreek is in and out. I don't feel like a team that the Texans are looking at and being as concerned with right now.
I don't think they're a team that they're as concerned with, but I do think they're a team that they're on the same wavelength.
You still do?
Yeah.
You put the Dolphins in that
same tier.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I would. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah, I know they still have Tyreek. They still have Jalen Waddle, and Tua, when Tua's healthy, has been a.
He's a great fit for what Mike does. I mean, whether it's a Super Bowl, whether it's Super Bowl caliber football, I don't know about that. It seems like it's a little bit gimmicky. It seems like it's limited. It seems like there's, the way they just disappeared in that cold weather. It's one thing. And I know it was really cold and it was Kansas City, but the way that they have really, I mean, I would say stumbled and struggled in the playoffs. The hype around them is starting to kind of wear off, and the people talking about Tua completing 70% or more of his balls, and Mike McDaniel being a great play caller, and Tyreek and Waddle being these weapons, these explosive weapons. It seems like all that's kind of that shine has worn off now. I don't know how much I believe that they're gonna make a run at the Super Bowl. I think they're a good Tier 2 AFC football team. Yeah, possibly.
Right now, I'd have them probably the next tier. I'd have them a Tier 3. They seem like almost like a worser version than the Bengals. Where I'm in there, we'll see what Mika Fitzpatrick does for them.
Well, wasn't their defense injured a lot of last year?
It was, yeah. I mean,
they had some key guy had Chubb, and they had what's the big kid, defensive end kid they had out of Miami that's been a D in there?
Yeah, Phillips, I believe.
Phillips
got hurt. They traded Christian Wilkins to the Raiders, but we'll see. But that's a big trade there, as Pittsburgh picks up Smith and they pick up Jaylen Ramsey, and Mika Fitzpatrick goes back where he started in Miami. Coming up, as I said there, the Rockets, they locked up one of their young top 5 picks in Jabari Smith Jr. 5 years, $122 million extension. Now nearly a $25 million a year player. How much of your expectations changed for Jabari Smith Jr. now? We'll discuss all of that as we continue now.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Texans training camp is just a month away. Just a few more weeks until this.
CJ guns long.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I know you like that one.
All right, welcome back in. My man said Tyreek is washed. Defense isn't good. Tua has mashed potatoes for brains. Yeah, same level. Wild tales today, fellas.
The guy they call Cheetah?
I don't think Tyreek is washed. I don't think that he is the same dude that he was that was banging out 1,700 yards, but I'm not 100% to say that ready to say it's over, right? Like he's not completely still an elite receiver. I think he had a lot of injuries he dealt with. Now, he is somebody that is 30. He is somebody that is also getting up in age. But I'm not 100% ready to say that he is like done being great. No. I need another year of that to really believe that. Like I said, I didn't think that they were on the same level. I'd say they're tier 3, but I don't think it's like crazy.
Look. I mean, we can talk about them being on the same level or not. All you know. I mean, that's a different conversation. Tyreek is significantly handcuffed by his quarterback and the scheme that they are forced to run. Whether they're forced to or not, I guess it's not. That's not fair. But like Tyreek Hill in an offense that is screen heavy, quick game heavy, run game heavy, does not lean into what he's capable of doing. I mean, you put Tyreek Hill right now back with Pat Mahomes in Kansas City and Andy Reid. You put him in a position with Josh Allen, a guy that can stretch the field and do some different things, and have a screen game that they have with him running the ball, things of that nature. Like is not watched. They got some issues in Miami. I mean, last year they had some serious injuries on the defensive side of the football that really hurt them. Obviously, the Tua stuff. I think a healthy Tua, like I said, is he's limited in a sense of when you start comparing him to teams that Tyreek Hill has played with, where they can stretch the field and the quarterback can hold the ball and play outside scheme. I wouldn't put Tyreek Hill in the wash category by no means.
Yeah. No, like I said, he had injuries. I need to see another year. I mean, 2023 was. I mean, he was 1,799 yards and 13 touchdowns.
I just
right. And the year before is 1,710. Like I need a look. I need to see another year of fall off from his skills before I call him washed.
Yeah. Look, I don't. I mean, I just
now to you. You talk about the team. Like, I wonder how much people are over Mike at this point there, and that's working against him, and we'll see. And I don't think you can trust, come out and trust Tua to be healthy. I think you said handcuffed. I think Mike's a little handcuffed too of how he's calling offense, because I think he's also calling offense for safety for Tua. So I think that hurts him. But no, I wouldn't not be shocked the Dolphins were in the playoff hunt the whole year.
No, I wouldn't be shocked at either. I mean, you got again. I mean, you say what you want about it, and I'm with you on the gimmicky offense, but I mean, it's they put up good numbers. The quarterback's completing 70% of his passes, and if they can play just halfway decent defense, they're going to win some games. And look to the thought of like which team is better. I mean, look, I think the Texans team overall is better, but let's be honest, we have this. I don't know that it would shock anybody in the NFL if this Texans offense took another step back, struggled again. The defense, I think the defense is expected to be great, and I think it would shock everybody in the NFL if D'Amico Ryan's coach team that had invested everything they've invested in the defense, that if they didn't win games due to their defense, then I think it would be shocking. I don't think anybody would be shocked if the Texans come out and they've got a bottom half of the league offense the first half of the season.
Oh, the first half. Bottom half?
I mean, you start going down the list, you got some pretty good offensive football teams out there.
But CJ, Nico, those backs, well, they were 22nd last year. I guess they were bottom half. It was all Bob's fault, though. So Bob's out.
Right, Bob's gone. Right? Bob. Yeah. So I don't. Maybe. Hopefully, Nick Caley hits the ground running, and he's the next great play call. Right now, to just based on what we've seen over the last couple of years, to just put the Texans into a different, for sure, second tier. Which I agree, they're in the second tier, but let's not start separating them from teams that are too quick.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, breaking news. You got to really check this thing. Shams Charania, and this is his account, has just announced free agent forward Dorian Finney-Smith has agreed to a 4-year, $53 million deal with the Houston Rockets. Finney-Smith's agent negotiated terms of the deal tonight with the Rockets executives for a 3-and-D wing. He turned down his option with the Lakers for 15+, and he signs a 4-year deal to get for $53 million. And I mean, this is one that this is a perfect fit. This is a perfect fit for what they do. This is a hard-nosed forward who is a guy who can play, and we're just seeing it up on the screen here on ESPN, so it is legit. A guy who is a forward who defends. He's not a huge athlete, pretty well, and can defend bigger guys, and will fit the system of what Udoka wants to do, and even more, Clint. He is a floor spreader. He is a guy who can shoot, and a big man that can shoot, and he can spread the floor. That has always been his calling card. He was big with the Mavericks when they made a run for the finals a couple of years ago with Luka spreading the floor. This is a great addition. I told you, Clint, when we started looking at what the roster was going to look like, there was going to at least be somebody that they add that will be a significant piece with the Rockets, and this is it. Dorian Finney-Smith is going to be the latest Houston Rocket as he joins 4 years, $53 million. Rafael Stone, Ime Udoka, a really smart move to get a guy that fits exactly what they want to do.
Fits exactly what they want to do, and like you said, this past season, 40+% from beyond the arc.
That would have left the team.
Right, so I mean, you fits what he does, what you,
and he gets
your
him up
culture,
now, and he gets him up too. This ain't
and can fill it up. So, ideally, a perfect guy to help fill that Dylan Brooks departure, if you will. I mean, a guy that can play that similar position and shoot it well from the perimeter and Smith.
Yeah, no, I mean,
older, obviously a veteran that's been in the league for a while.
Interchangeable pieces, right? And he can guard a good amount of. A 6'7" guy coming in. He's 6'7", so bigger than Dylan Brooks. 6'7" guy that can guard threes and fours.
Yeah,
and I know the Lakers, they needed to, but they were using him at the 5 at times, right? They were putting him and LeBron as the 4 and the 5 at times, spreading the floor. That's a guy that the Lakers really wanted to keep, to have that shooter, to have that guy, and he goes to the Rockets. I'm telling you, I wonder, is this somebody that the Rockets would be able to attract without a move done for like Kevin Durant and adding this. This is
being a serious contender.
Smart for him and smart for the Rockets. Just, again, if you are just joining us, the Rockets make a big move, a big splash. Shams Charania reports, he said it earlier on Pat McAfee, it would be a big, big night for free agency, and the Rockets are one of the first moves made. They bring in Dorian Finney-Smith, 6'7" forward, who is an excellent outside shooter to space the floor. We'll tell you more on that, and we'll look at the move they made earlier in the day for their own Jabari Smith Jr. That's coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros are placing their, what I believe soon to be all-star shortstop MVP.
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in to the drive. If you missed it, do they call? They used to call it a Woj bomb. Have they started to call it?
Man, the Woj bombs are no longer in our lives.
Is it the Shams bomb? No.
Because it's sham, ain't it? Is it sham or sham?
A sham slam.
I've heard it. I've heard both of them said it. Sham slam.
We got us a sham slam.
Sham bomb. I mean, I'm not mad at a sham bomb.
I've heard shams. I've heard shams. Sharania. I believe that's what I've heard the most. Shams, but Shams Sharania.
If I were him, I'd want to be a sham.
Yeah, sham.
Sham sounds.
You don't want to be an insider that's known as a sham.
No, that'd be bad.
Whatever it is, he makes some cash.
With that paycheck, you can call me whatever the hell you want.
No, he reports, and he is the guy, and ESPN has just been running it across the screen. If you're just checking in, the Rockets, they've added to their roster and added to their rotation Dorian Finney-Smith, 6'7", 3-and-D guys they call a three-point shooter and a pretty good 3-and-D, right? And they bring him in, 6'7", veteran, who was on the Lakers last year. He was on the Mavericks. He's been on the Mavericks before that, on the Nets. I think earlier I said that he was on that Mavericks team that ran to the finals. He wasn't. He was with the Nets. But he played with the Mavericks prior and played with Luka and spaced the floor and has spaced the floor almost anywhere that he has been. That's been his big thing. And he can defend pretty solid. He seems just like the type of guy that Ime likes, a veteran, hard-nosed player. And, again, we've talked about Clint. We saw it. Everybody saw it. It was clear as day what their biggest problem was. They couldn't shoot the ball, and they didn't have anybody, at the end of the games that could go and get buckets consistently. Well, their moves in the offseason right now, they go and get Kevin Durant. He instantly becomes this team's best shooter. And then they go and get Dorian Finney-Smith, the 6'7" forward that spaces the floor, that can be a shooter too, that has no problem coming off the bench. They can do things, and as you can see there, or seeing highlights, can play defense as well. They have really attacked their biggest weaknesses right now.
Yeah, I mean, and you made it earlier. You mentioned this earlier. The ability, obviously, when we talk about like the Rockets arriving and the superstars wanting to be here, that's one thing. I don't know that we've ever had a reason to or even thought to think about it in more depth of like these types of guys, the supporting cast wanting to stay here or the supporting cast wanting to show up.
The Lakers wanted him back.
Yeah,
and he's like, nah, let me go ahead.
Yeah, no, I like what the Rockets are bringing to the table. So yeah, I just to be the fan of a team that superstars and everybody around the league ultimately wants to be a part of and sees as, hey man, I can go here and I could potentially win a championship. That's a hell of a time to be a fan of the Rockets, and it seems like they're there. By the way, they're throwing up all the different odds. That the NBA title odds right now, the Rockets are at third behind the Thunder and the Cavs, and the Rockets are at 800 plus 800, Cavs at plus 600, OKC at plus 210. The other one, was that the best teams in the West that I saw? Where they were, it was OKC, the Rockets, and then the Lakers were.
Got to be the best team in the West.
In the West, but can I go? I'm just take a moment. They're throwing the logos up there. That Rockets logo is super clean. I mean, Ron, is that because I'm a fan, or is that because like I've seen the Rockets logo on two different lists right now, and
Let's go Rockets.
To me, it is the best logo of the mix.
You enjoy it, huh?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Am I crazy?
I'm not crazy.
It's strong.
The Rockets.
I like simple and clean and jumps off the screen.
The Rockets, it's not atrocious.
Got it on my skin, so I'm glad you think it looks good.
No. You got the Rockets R?
Yeah, on my space shuttle.
There you go. as got the Rockets are.
I just wanted to take that moment. It really jumps off that screen, and
good for you, man.
It looks good, man.
Take that thing. By the way, the T-Mill will make you a little cash coming up.
He's hot, folks. He's hot,
man. He is smoking hot, baby. Friday, 4 for 5. He finished in the green on Tuesday, Wednesday. Took the day off on Thursday, but finished in the green 4 for 5, and was 68% for the week last week. So that was big.
Love the way that sounds.
Yeah, the only one he didn't hit, but Jeremy got hurt in that, and he might have. I feel like that should have been a push, personally.
Yeah, I believe wholeheartedly that he would have got me that bet, and I would have been a perfect 5 for 5. But
yep, he'll make some money. He'll make you some money coming up. He's hot. Coming up after us, Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, James Palmer, and his fantastic hair will join the fellas. Stay tuned for that. As we roll through. No Area 45 tonight. But Texans All Access coming up. We'll get to T-Mill's best bets here in just a bit. Clint, I did want to go in a little bit further as we understand the Dorian Finney-Smith role, and they've signed him to a 4-year, $53 million deal. That's not the only deal they've done today. They signed their own, Jabari Smith Jr., 5 years, $122 million extension, Clint. And the people you can jump in with this are the expectations changing for Jabari Smith for you?
Oh, they have to.
Yeah,
they have to change. Look, I did not see this coming, by the way, but not to this level.
You didn't see them locking him down like this? You didn't?
Well, I knew they really liked him, but I just didn't. This was not one that was on my radar of like, hey, man, expect Jabari Smith Jr. to get almost $25 million a year.
They gave Green 3 years, 103.
Yeah.
Jalen Green last year, 3 years, 103.
Yeah, it just wasn't on my radar. But Jabari Smith and Jr., I mean, in general, definitely on my radar. He's the one. To me, he's the most fascinating, the most intriguing young. If you talk about this young core in Houston, like he's the one for me. Obviously, several of them are really good players. I feel like Şengün is a guy that we've, for the most part, is he going to get bigger, more mature, a little bit more developed? Sure, but I think the game's going to be very similar to what we've seen. Amen Thompson, I'm not nearly as confident that he's going to take this huge step and become this superstar beyond. The great defensive player and the super athletic player on the offensive end of the floor. I don't know. I don't know how confident I am that he's going to get that shot that he needs to take that next step. Jabari Smith is the one to me that I'm most fascinated with because he's really good in the role that he's played. They obviously feel strongly about him taking the next step, becoming a starter, and taking the next step and being a bigger contributor. He is a perfect fit for what they want to do and what they need in the sense of the perimeter shooting, the long-rangey defender. He just seems like, to me, there's a chance he can be significantly better than what we think is possible.
Oh, absolutely, and clearly they believe it.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was thinking that coming in today, but now seeing the contract, clearly they believe it.
That's the biggest thing for me is like, They didn't, I know he had the hand injury that set him back last year, but they didn't exactly have him in the postseason like, hey, man, this is a guy we're going to have. Like, he's going to be our guy. He minutes a game in the postseason.
Yeah.
And I said it. I think he's their second most consistent shooter in the postseason for them last year behind Fred. So, hey. Obviously, they're looking at it. He's got to pick it up. I mean, because you look at it on the surface, this guy just got damn near $25 million a year, and he's averaging under 13 points, folks.
Yeah.
Like, I know that the cap is going up, but let's just be honest. Fans don't give a damn about that.
Yeah.
They see 5 years, $122 million. They know Nico Collins may not ever make that total, and you're giving that to a guy who could.
Well,
who could jump 13 a game and didn't play 20 minutes.
Well, if he gets starting minutes, what do you think his ceiling is?
I think Jabari could be a 17, especially on this team, with Şengün and Durant, like a 17 and 9 type, 17, maybe 17